The story begins with a letter urging Erna Hardy to grow into a good woman, but she finds this expectation ridiculous and frustrating. She reflects on how the world is beautiful yet cruel, where survival often depends on one's social status and compliance with predetermined roles. She had already lost her grandfather. His passing had left her and her grandmother vulnerable to wolves in noble clothing. If she had been a man, things might have been different. But as a woman, she was seen as nothing more than an ornament, a pawn to be played. Yet she is determined to protect her grandmother and their home, despite the challenges ahead. "Miss Erna," a voice called from below the staircase. "Lunch is ready, my lady. Please, come down." As she descended, she caught a glimpse of her reflection in the hallway mirror. "Wake up, Erna. Everything happens for a reason." At the dining table, her frail grandmother sighed. "Did you go to see that lawyer yet?" "Not yet," she murmured. "I'll make sure to meet him this week." Baron Varden, the man who had provided for their family, had passed away a month ago. And with his death, everything he owned had fallen into Thomas Varden, his nephew's hands, because only men can inherit the property. Erna clenched her fists. She had already consulted a lawyer. She had no claim. "Is there a way to keep this house?" she asked, her voice controlled. "Miss Hardy," the man had said, "I advise you to ask for mercy from Thomas Varden." Mercy? The thought was revolting. But without this house, what would become of her grandmother? She had no choice. She would write the letter. After lunch, she washed the dishes, her mind heavy. Thomas Varden had replied. His answer wasn't what she expected. He had denied her request. Instead, he proposed a different solution. Marry him, become his wife, and then he might consider her request. The thought of it boiled her blood. Her fingers curled into fists. How dare he? Later, she sought refuge in the garden, letting the wind carry her thoughts. "Do not cry. This is not worth crying over." She closed her eyes, searching for a way out. And then a thought came to her. Her eyes snapped open. "My father." Her breath hitched and she sat up, heart pounding. "Yes, I can go to my father." She had made her decision. She would seek him out. Far away, across a golden estate, a different morning unfolded. Oars sliced through the water, rowers shouting in unison. Inside, in a lavish bedroom adorned with gold, a man stirred beneath silk sheets. Blonde hair fell over his eyes as he groaned. So much noise. Bjorn Dniester, the Prince of Lechen, sat up, sunlight spilling over his bare chest, his expression one of irritation. Those restless fools. He exhaled, rubbing his temples, before looking out the window at the world beyond. Just because it's spring, they've decided to be noisier than ever. He had little interest in their games. A waste of effort, in his opinion. The palace halls glowed in rich gold as Bjorn rang the small bell beside his bedside. A servant arrived promptly. "Your Highness, did you call?" Bjorn took a sip from his glass. "Look," he gestured toward the window. The old servant hesitated before answering. "My apologies, Your Highness. The teams have already received official approval to train. This year, there are more participants than before." Bjorn let out another sigh. What a waste. No matter how hard they train, Lechen Dniester will win anyway. "Would you like to move to another room, Your Highness?" the servant offered. "No need," Bjorn said dismissively. "Just bring me fruit on the balcony." Steam rose in swirls around him as he soaked in the grand palace bath, his mind adrift. Heish, what a bothersome morning. Later, he reclined on the balcony, savoring a moment of peace. The tranquility was shattered by a firm voice. "Your Highness." Bjorn's gaze lifted lazily. An attendant bowed before him. "The Crown Prince has arrived." A pair of steady footsteps echoed across the golden halls. A tall figure approached, Lechen Dniester, the Crown Prince of Lechen. His sharp eyes, framed by glasses, locked onto Bjorn. Bjorn chuckled. "You came in such a rush you didn't even have time to change?" Crown Prince Lechen, his brother, dropped a newspaper onto the table before him. "Poisonous mushroom?" Bjorn murmured, reading the bold headline. His face, printed in black and white, stared back at him from the front page. "You didn't know?" Lechen smirked. "It's your latest nickname." Bjorn only chuckled, taking another bite of his apple. "At least they picked a good picture of me." Lechen sighed, pushing his glasses up. "Gladys is returning to Lechen." Bjorn's movements slowed, his thoughts unreadable. "What will you do, Bjorn?" Lechen asked, watching him closely. Bjorn leaned back in his chair, gaze distant. "I don't know." Gladys Hartford, the once beloved princess of Lars abandoned by Prince Bjorn, even loses her child. The rumors swirled, speculation running wild. Would there be a reunion between the forsaken princess and the exiled prince? Bjorn smirked, setting his apple down. They really do love their gossip. Lechen remained silent, waiting. Bjorn exhaled, glancing up at the clear sky. "Speaking of mushrooms, the weather today is perfect for them to grow." Lechen frowned. "What are you even talking about?" Elsewhere, Erna stood at the train station, leaving to visit her father. She silently whispered an apology to her grandmother, knowing she had already read the letter she left behind. It was not the proper way for a lady to act, disappearing without a word, but she had no other choice. 11 years had passed. 11 years since she had last seen her father at her mother's funeral. He had become nothing more than a stranger, their relationship reduced to silence. Perhaps even worse than that. This was her last hope. No matter how slim, she had to believe in it. She stepped onto the train. She had to be strong. She had to face this on her own. In the palace, Bjorn lounged carelessly, draped in fine robes, his platinum hair disheveled from the previous night's indulgence. "Hey, Bjorn, are you even listening to me?" A noblewoman, adorned in gold and emeralds, stood before him, frustration evident in her piercing gaze. She held a newspaper tightly, its headlines screaming with scandalous rumors. Bjorn barely spared her a glance, rubbing his temple with a lazy sigh. Her expression darkened. "Why won't you answer me? Is this article true or not? I want to end this. I see no reason to continue our relationship, besides I'll be engaged before spring," she declared, standing tall, exuding both grace and defiance. Bjorn took another sip of his tea, unbothered, as if her words were nothing but the morning breeze. "Fair enough," he said with a lazy chuckle. "Then congratulations on your engagement, Miss Perez." Bjorn had chosen her because she was not bad for a casual relationship. He knew eventually they would break up. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you just say?" Bjorn set his cup down with a soft clink, leaning back against the plush velvet of his chair. "You're the one who wanted to break up first." His voice laced with amusement. "I only granted your request," he replied smoothly. "Isn't that right?" "That's it? That's all you have to say to me?" she blurted out, desperation creeping into her voice. Bjorn stood up, tilting his head, watching her unravel. He was already bored with this conversation. "You're unbelievable," she muttered under her breath, fists clenched. He bowed with a light smile. "I wish you the best. May you become an excellent countess." As he turned away, stepping out of the lavish chamber, he was met with the sharp, knowing eyes of Mrs. Fitz, his longtime caretaker. "Mrs. Fitz," he sighed, rubbing his temple. Bjorn grinned. "Are you here to tuck me in?" "If you wish," she retorted, "but I highly doubt you'll have time. You must leave for the train station immediately." He blinked. "The train station? Her Majesty the Queen is arriving soon," Mrs. Fitz informed him. Bjorn exhaled heavily. "Ah, I forgot that was today." As the train neared its final stop, Erna clutched her suitcase tightly. The bustling city of Schubert unfolded before her eyes, vibrant and overwhelming. This was her birthplace, yet it felt foreign after so many years away. The station was packed with people, an ocean of unfamiliar faces pushing and pulling in all directions. The moment she stepped onto the platform, chaos erupted. Gasps and whispers spread through the crowd like wildfire. "Look, it's him, isn't it?" Confusion filled her mind. Who were they talking about? Why was everyone looking in one direction? As she was thinking, an unseen force pushed her forward. Then she saw him. A man dressed impeccably in black stood at the end of the platform, a striking figure amidst the crowd. He adjusted his hat with a graceful tilt of his head, revealing sharp features and piercing eyes that met hers. The world seemed to still. She could only stare, her breath caught in her throat. "Make way!" a soldier's voice rang out, urging the crowd to step back. The people obeyed, parting around him as though clearing a path for royalty. She could only watch as he moved forward, his gaze unwavering. But as he neared, his expression shifted. His eyes scanned her attire, lingering on the delicate lace and outdated fashion. "She looks like she's from another era," he thought, unimpressed. A scoff broke through the murmurs. "I thought someone important was arriving," a man muttered. "Turns out it's just that problematic prince." He looked back at the man's words. But then, he did something unexpected. A faint smile touched his lips. And just like that, he turned away, disappearing into the sea of people. She was so surprised. He was so dignified to respond with a smile at such harsh words. As night fell, the glow of street lamps illuminated the bustling city. She wandered, the unfamiliar streets stretching before her like an intricate maze. A grand fountain stood at the city's center, its cascading waters shimmering under the moonlight. She exhaled, exhaustion setting in. She sat on the stone ledge, her fingers grazing the muslin fabric of her dress, a cherished piece sewn by her grandmother's hands. Her thoughts drifted to the past, to the teachings of her grandmother. "No matter where you are, always carry yourself with grace," she had always said. Despite bearing the name Hardy, Erna had been raised as a lady, taught to uphold dignity and poise by the elegant duchess. Looking around, she marveled at the beauty of Schubert. "This city, it's even more stunning than I imagined," she thought. But as the realization of time struck, panic set in. "It's already this late. I can't arrive too late." Determined, she took a deep breath and straightened her posture. "No matter what, I must continue forward," she whispered to herself, stepping forward with renewed resolve. Meanwhile, at a grand banquet hall, a woman in an extravagant red gown scolded her brother. "I truly don't understand you," she huffed, frustration evident in her tone. Bjorn's sharp gaze swept across the lavishly decorated hall, his expression unreadable as his sister confronted him. "Gladys is returning to Schubert," she declared, her voice firm. You know what that means, don't you? Bjorn remained indifferent, shrugging. I don't know. Brother, how can you be so cruel? She hissed. The name struck a nerve. Bjorn's fingers twitched, but his face remained impassive. His sister pressed on, her red gown swaying as she stepped closer. I'm not saying this because Gladys is my friend, she admitted. But you need to fix this. Fix your relationship with her. Bjorn exhaled sharply, finally meeting her gaze. Duchess Heine, he said coldly, his words cutting through the conversation. She stiffened. What are you? Your husband is looking for you. His tone was dismissive. It would be best if you returned to him. Duchess Heine's face twisted with disbelief. Bjorn had shut her down effortlessly. Bjorn, get over here, a man called. What's wrong with him? Bjorn asked. Lost a fortune in a scam, another explained. He invested in foreign stocks, but it turned out to be a fraud. One of the victims was Viscount Hardy, someone muttered. He's on the verge of bankruptcy. Almost took his own life. Bjorn's eyes landed on a familiar sight, a bouquet of lilies of the valley. That's the same flower. His thoughts trailed back to a memory. The wedding bouquet of Gladys. His gaze drifted further into the distance, locking onto a particular figure. The girl from the station, the one with the outdated fashion, the out-of-place mannerisms. She was wearing lilies of the valley. Bjorn's smirk returned, from her bonnet to her gown. Everything about her seemed untouched by time. Erna finally arrived at her destination. The grand mansion stood illuminated under the moonlight. She inhaled deeply, steadying herself. This is my father's house, she reminded herself, willing her courage to hold. A fiery-haired woman, adorned in regal purple, glared at her husband with narrowed eyes. What will you do with that child now, my dear husband? She sneered. After all, she is your daughter, Erna Hardy. The man, weary and burdened with regret, remained silent. He had long buried the existence of his daughter, dismissing her as a forgotten past. Moments earlier, the household had been thrown into disarray. Your daughter has come to visit. The butler's voice was calm yet commanding. Hello, father. The words hung in the air like a ghost of the past. Recognition flickered in his eyes. Erna. She didn't give him time to recover. Stepping forward, she bowed her head slightly, her voice steady. Father, I beg you. Please save the Varden family estate in the countryside. Her father, still in shock, turned his gaze toward her. His expression shifted from disbelief to something else, calculation. Her figure is refined, her features delicate. She has inherited her mother's beauty. A new thought surfaced in his mind. If properly dressed and presented, this daughter of his could rival even the noble Lady Gladys, the celebrated beauty of high society. His lips curled slightly as he finally spoke. Erna, we will discuss this later. For now, go and eat. His mind was now spinning with possibilities. This was no longer just about a forgotten daughter's plea for help. Under the golden morning sun, Bjorn greets Mrs. Fitz, his ever-loyal attendant. A rare smirk tugs at his lips as he acknowledges her remark about his unusually early return. However, the light-hearted conversation was quickly overshadowed by urgent news. An invitation had arrived from the royal palace. The king had ordered Bjorn to attend the grand festival celebrating the founding of the nation. The festival was a spectacle of nobility and tradition, with the royal ball serving as its grand opening, a place where the elite of society gathered. Bjorn frowned at the news. Once the crown prince, Bjorn had long abandoned such ceremonial affairs. But now, it seems, the past refuses to remain buried. Memories of the past surfaced as he recalled his mother's gentle yet insistent questioning. Was there a woman who caught his interest? He had dismissed the thought, but his mother must have worried about him. It was all because of one person, Gladys. Just thinking of her was enough to sour his mood. With an exasperated sigh, he collapsed onto his grand bed, trying to push aside the thoughts that haunted him. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the estate, Erna sat in uneasy silence. It had been 3 days since she had pleaded with her father for help, yet he remained undecided. The mansion was suffocating, filled with tension and uncertainty. If only he would reject her outright, then she could leave without hesitation. A knock on her door pulled her from her thoughts. Lisa, her maid, entered with a tray of tea, offering warmth in this unfamiliar place. As she sipped her tea, her mind drifted back to her childhood in Varden. It was a secluded village, and she had only ever had one true friend, Pavel. He had left for the Royal Academy of Art in Schubert, a place far from there. She wondered if he still thought of their distant past. Curious, she hesitated before asking Lisa about the academy's location. Her heart knew it was foolish, yet a small part of her longed to reconnect with the only person who had ever made her feel truly at home. As Erna stood before her father just days ago, he had refused to acknowledge her, yet now he called her his beautiful daughter. His sudden warmth left her wary, but she couldn't ignore the opportunity before her. Her father, after 3 days of deliberation, had decided to grant her request. He would buy the Baden estate and give it to her. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Erna felt her heart lighten. However, his next words froze her in place. He had a condition. Erna, from now on, he said, extending a hand toward her. Will you live with us? A wave of hesitation washed over her. The offer was not permanent, just for a year. But the implications were clear. He wanted her to step into high society, to integrate into noble life, and to be molded under his wife's guidance. The thought of staying under the same roof made her stomach twist. But was this not the chance she had hoped for? To secure the estate and finally gain recognition? Her mind raced with doubt, but as she looked into her father's eyes, sincerity flickered there. She weighed the risks, her fingers curling into the fabric of her dress. It was only 1 year. With a deep breath, she met his gaze, determination hardening her resolve. I accept. Elsewhere, Bjorn indulges in his usual pastimes, gambling, drinking, and racing his prized horses. Though he dominates the racetrack, he hardly cares for the victories. To him, the thrill of the game means little. His friends jest, urging him to sell his winning horse since he lacks true passion for racing. But Bjorn simply replies, "Because it's mine." As though that alone was reason enough. The conversation soon shifted. His friend leaned in conspiratorially, mentioning a beautiful servant girl at the Hardy residence, and a name caught Bjorn's attention: Hardy. He remained silent, his mind replaying the name over and over again. Hardy. Lately, he had been hearing that name far too often. He stood, brushing off the amused protests of his companions. Without another word, he exited the cafe, his coat swinging over his shoulder as he stepped into the sunlight. Meanwhile, in the grand estate of the Schuber family, an ominous plan was in motion. Countess Victoria Meyer had arrived, a woman renowned in noble circles for arranging advantageous marriages. She was a kingmaker of the social elite, turning daughters into duchesses and securing wealth through unions. Brenda, the lady of the house, had worked tirelessly to summon her, and now she had Erna in her grasp. She remembers her husband's words. "Do you see her beauty, Brenda? That girl is a first-rate product," he declared with eerie enthusiasm. "A rare gem we can market to the highest bidder in the aristocratic marriage market." Brenda recoiled at first, but the promise of clearing their debts and reclaiming their lost glory was too tempting. Walter's twisted logic took root in her heart. Yes, if marrying Erna to wealthy men meant they could rise again, then why not? As Erna stepped into the grand hall, her presence was met with scrutinizing gazes. "Erna, this is Countess Meyer. Show her your respects." Taking a deep breath, she curtsied gracefully, her voice steady but her heart pounding. "My name is Erna Hardy. It is an honor to meet you." Victoria's sharp gaze fell upon Erna as she assessed her. "I see. You were not exaggerating," she murmured, acknowledging the girl's beauty. With an air of authority, she declared, "From this moment on, I will take responsibility for you." Erna's world crumbled as she realized the full extent of her fate. She had sought refuge in the presence of her grandmother, hoping for solace, but their conversation was filled with heartbreak. Her grandmother, once a pillar of strength, could not accept the path Erna was being forced to walk. "What is the use of this house if you must sell yourself to keep it?" she pleaded, her voice laced with sorrow. Despite the turmoil, Erna remained steadfast. She would protect what little remained of her family's legacy, even if it meant sacrificing herself. But deep within her heart, doubt gnawed at her. Was this truly the future she desired? As she sat in her chambers, a quiet moment of respite arrived in the form of Lisa, a kind-hearted maid who offered her a warm cup of tea. Erna gifts Lisa a delicate flower she crafted herself, an act of kindness that cements her unique personality. "Wow, this is beautiful. You are so talented, Miss Erna," Lisa gushed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Erna chuckled softly, offering the flower to her. "If you like it, you can have it. Consider it a gift. You can use it to decorate your hat or wear it as a brooch." Lisa hesitated, then beamed with gratitude. "Thank you so much, miss. I'll treasure it." In return for the thoughtful gift, Lisa enthusiastically suggested a stroll through the town to help Erna familiarize herself with the city of Schuber. As they ventured out, the town unfolded before them. Vibrant marketplaces, grand hotels, and a picturesque harbor. The breathtaking sights mesmerized Erna. Lisa pointed out the most famous locations, eager to share the beauty of Schuber. However, Erna's attention suddenly caught on something, or rather, someone. A tall man in a sophisticated black coat and top hat stood nearby. His presence exuded a commanding aura. A distant memory flickered in her mind. That man. He's the one from Before. Lisa immediately grabbed her shoulders, her grip tight with urgency. "Miss Erna! No! Don't even look at him!" she whispered frantically. Erna turned to her, confused. "Lisa." I know he's handsome," Lisa said, reading Erna's expression. "But you must never look at him, let alone get involved with him." "Is he dangerous?" Erna asked, her voice low. Lisa's gaze was thoughtful. "More than dangerous. He's not an ordinary man, he's like a poisonous mushroom. Beautiful on the outside, but if you consume it, you die." The grand ballroom was soon to witness an important event, Erna's social debut. The dazzling gown prepared for her was elegant yet revealing. Lady Victoria was resolute. Erna would wear it no matter what. So Lady Meyer turned to the young maid, Lisa, ordering her in a threatening tone. "Make sure Erna wears this dress or you will be dismissed." Meanwhile, in another grand estate, A prince prepares for the same event. He adjusts his cufflinks, secures his tie, and surveys himself in the mirror. "It's done, Your Highness," his servant confirms. The prince, with striking silver hair and cold eyes, looks effortlessly regal in his finely tailored black and gold suit. "You must not be late," a stern older woman reminds him. The prince smirks slightly. "Does it really matter? Being late might actually be preferable," he muses, stepping towards his carriage. Another carriage struggles through the night, carrying a reluctant young lady. Inside, Erna grips the layers of her gown, her heart heavy with dread. "I do not want to attend this ball. I wish the carriage would stop forever so we'd never have to arrive," she thinks despairingly. She lowers her head. "I don't want Lisa to get fired, so I have no choice but to wear this dress," she concedes inwardly. As they finally reach the grand estate, Erna hesitates before stepping down. "This dress, it's too much," she thinks, gripping her skirt. "I just want to disappear." The moment she enters, Lady Victoria, in an extravagant yellow hat, glares at her furiously. "Viscountess! Why are you so late? Even lateness has its limits." Erna bows slightly, voice trembling. I'm sorry. There was an accident on the way." Her excuse is brushed aside. "And what is with that shawl?" Erna instinctively clutches the fabric draped around her shoulders. "I didn't want to come without it. I just couldn't," she murmurs. But before she says anything else, Lady Victoria pulls her with her "Follow me," she commands. As the grand ballroom doors creak open, the grand entrance of Viscount Hardy's family is announced to the entire gathering. Erna, draped in an ethereal white gown, steps inside, her hands trembling as she clutches at her chest. Lady Victoria, noticing her hesitation, pushed her inside, removing her shawl in the process. All eyes turn toward the entrance, where a young woman, Erna Hardy, clad in an elegant white dress, felt the weight of the moment pressing down on her chest. Whispers fill the air, some admiring, others questioning her delayed debut. Her heart pounded as she took hesitant steps forward. A gentle tug on her hand brought her out of her daze, and she realized with horror. Her shawl, the only thing giving her a sense of modesty, had slipped from her shoulders. Panic surged through her veins. "Where is my shawl?" Her mind spiraled as her breath quickened. The whispers grew louder. "Is that really the Viscount's daughter? She's breathtaking. I heard she was ill and lived in the countryside. No wonder she looks so timid." Erna's chest tightened, and the dizziness threatened to overtake her. "I can't breathe." Then another voice rang out, deep and commanding. "The Grand Duke Schubert has arrived. His Highness Prince Bjorn has entered the ballroom." The air shifted as the towering figure of Prince Bjorn stepped into the hall, his piercing golden eyes, exuding authority and cold detachment, until they landed on her. The girl who stood directly in his path, completely unmoving. He frowned, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Who is this girl? Why is she just standing there, frozen in place?" From across the room, Viscount Hardy's wife watched in horror. Before anyone could intervene, her body wavered. Her vision darkened, and suddenly, her knees gave out. Gasps echoed through the grand hall as the nobles watched in shock. In one fluid motion, the prince caught her, his arms wrapping around her delicate frame. Erna gasped, her fingers trembling as they grasped onto his black suit, desperate for stability. Bjorn studied her, his brows furrowing slightly as he felt the erratic rise and fall of her chest. "She's struggling to breathe." His grip tightened around her waist, holding her steady as he leaned in, his voice low but firm. "Calm down," he murmured. "Breathe. Slowly." His voice was steady, grounding her in a way she didn't expect. Her eyes fluttered open, locking onto his. Golden eyes met wide, frightened blue ones. It was just the two of them. His hand gently cradled the small of her back, his presence unwavering, commanding. "Breathe," he repeated, this time softer. Slowly. She obeyed, inhaling deeply, her breath shaky but following his quiet command, her vision slowly cleared. But then realization struck her like lightning. She had just collapsed, into the arms of the Grand Duke himself. Panic flooded her once more. She jerked back, quickly stepping away, her cheeks flushed red. She lowered her head in deep embarrassment and stammered, I apologize, Your Highness. Please forgive my rudeness." Prince Bjorn remained silent for a moment, his golden gaze unreadable. Before he could say anything, a familiar authoritative voice cut through the moment. "Your Highness, I must deeply apologize for Lady Hardy's mistake." Prince Bjorn's gaze flickered briefly toward the Countess before returning to the young woman before him. His sharp eyes narrowed slightly. Countess Meyer. His mind pieced together the situation swiftly. "I nearly fell into the matchmaking trap of the most notorious schemer in Lechen." As Erna sat in a nearby chair, her gaze drifted toward the grand hall, where two imposing figures caught her attention. "Those two, the famous twin princes!" Her eyes widened as she identified them, Prince Bjorn and Crown Prince Leonid. Though nearly identical in appearance, their personalities could not have been more different. Prince Leonid is a rigid, disciplined man, like a soldier through and through. In contrast, Prince Bjorn carries himself with a more relaxed and charismatic demeanor, making him far more sociable. As she connected the pieces in her mind, she recalled past encounters. Then, the man I saw at the train station, and in front of the hotel, her breath hitched. That was Prince Bjorn. The poisonous mushroom, she muttered under her breath, a nickname that had long been whispered about him. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted when Prince Bjorn turned to face her, his sharp golden eyes meeting hers. Suddenly, her reaction did not go unnoticed. Isn't that the young lady from before? Prince Leonid asked his brother, curiosity laced in his tone. Is there something going on between the two of you? Bjorn remained unfazed, simply responding, not at all. If the Crown Prince of Lechen is interested, I could help you win her over. Bjorn smirked, dismissing his brother's jest. You're crazy, I was merely asking if you knew her. If not, then forget it, I'm leaving. Bjorn, watching from afar, sensed the hidden schemes at play. If I didn't already know the names Hardy and Mrs. Meyer, I might have already fallen into their trap. I never expected that girl to be so skilled at acting frail, even to the point of breaking out into a cold sweat. He sighed inwardly. I wonder which foolish man will fall for their little game next. Well, that's none of my concern. Meanwhile, outside the grand hall, under the moonlit sky, a discussion was taking place within a lavish pavilion. The king, adorned in regal attire and a golden crown, leaned forward with a contemplative gaze. We need to get him married again. After much consideration, I believe it is what's best for him. His words held an air of finality. What do you think? The queen, equally adorned in royalty, sat across from him. Your Majesty, it seems you still don't know your son very well. Her piercing gaze met his. Do you really think Bjorn will follow your wishes? I once asked him if there was any woman who caught his interest. You know what he said? He said, divorcing once wasn't enough. The king sighed. A solemn silence settled between them. Yes, I understand his feelings. He finally spoke again, his voice softer now. After everything he has been through, everything he has sacrificed, he has chosen to live this way. As his words trailed off, the memories faded to the image of a sorrowful Bjorn. I will step down as crown prince, and I will also divorce her. Despite understanding his son's reluctance, the king was convinced that Bjorn must marry again. The queen, wise and perceptive, reminded him that forcing Bjorn into marriage was not the answer. This time, the choice of bride should be left entirely to Bjorn. If he chose his own partner, there would be no issues, at least in theory. As they pondered over the situation, the topic shifted to Lady Hardy. Prince Leonid had assured them that Bjorn and Lady Hardy were not acquainted, but the king seemed to consider whether she could be the one to melt Bjorn's icy heart. The queen placed her teacup down and reassured the king that he need not worry. Bjorn would never reunite with Gladys, his former wife. Elsewhere, the elegant blonde woman in a striking blue gown made her entrance. Bjorn turned his head sharply, his golden locks falling messily over his piercing eyes. Mrs. Fitz stepped forward, her posture stiff with formality. Forgive me, Your Highness, but we were merely... Bjorn cut her off with an indifferent shrug. I know. His voice was cold, distant. Without another word, he strode toward his private quarters. Silence enveloped the room, interrupted only by the faint creak of the door. Bjorn. Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable weight of familiarity. Bjorn leaned against the doorframe, his lips curling into a smirk that didn't quite reach his eyes. How have you been? My former wife. His words are casual, but they carry a sharp edge. Bjorn casually takes a seat, his presence filling the space as he leans back on the luxurious couch, exuding an air of control. Forgive me for coming unannounced, but I thought it best to talk here rather than anywhere else. Bjorn, observing her reaction, watches as she grips the fabric of her dress tighter. Finally, she breaks the silence, voice trembling. I came to apologize, she says. I truly regret everything that happened. Bjorn's expression remains unreadable, though his silver eyes flicker with something unreadable. As far as I know, our relationship is over, Princess, he states coldly. There's nothing left between us. The weight of his words hangs in the air as he lifts a cup of tea, sipping it with an air of indifference. After all, isn't it only fair that everyone gets what they deserve? Bjorn places his cup down with a quiet clink, his smirk deepening. Isn't that the principle you always lived by, Gladys? His voice is laced with amusement, but the bitterness beneath it is undeniable. Seeing you again is a pleasant surprise, but honestly, it's a bit boring. You're still the same as before. She stiffens at his words, her heart pounding. Bjorn leans back slightly, his smirk never wavering. So, what do you really want? He asks. You didn't come all the way to Lechen just to apologize, did you? Gladys hesitates, her hands tightening over the folds of her dress. Did King Lars send you? Bjorn muses, his tone teasing but sharp. Now that everything is settled, were you given an order? Something like, go reconcile with your ex-husband. He chuckles, shaking his head. Ah, such a hopeful command. Gladys shakes her head fervently. No, that's not why I came, she insists, voice desperate. Bjorn cuts her off, his voice firm. Princess, he says, I think you're mistaken. The agreement between us was fair. We both got what we wanted. Gladys looked at him in desperation. But Bjorn, you. But Bjorn lets out a sudden laugh. His laughter echoes in the room. Seeing you all flustered like this is almost touching. My dear former wife, you're so concerned about me, he mocks. His amusement fades slightly, his gaze darkening as he watches down. He grabbed the porcelain cup from the table and hurled it to the ground. The cup shattered upon impact, its fragments scattering across the marble floor. Bjorn's expression remained unchanged, his gaze fixed on her as if daring her to continue. A maid rushed into the room, startled. "Prince! What happened?" she exclaimed. Bjorn stood up, brushing off his coat with a sigh. "Clean it up," he ordered, his tone indifferent. Without another glance at Gladys, he turned away, his footsteps echoing through the vast chamber. Meanwhile, in another palace, Erna, who had been bedridden for days, was finally recovering. I'm much better now," she assured her maid, Lisa. Lisa, however, wasn't convinced. "You have been sick ever since the dance. I told you not to stress over that terrible prince," she huffed, her frustration evident. Just then, a loud thump resounded as stacks of newspapers and magazines were placed in front of Erna. "These are all for you," Lisa declared enthusiastically. Confused, Erna picked up a newspaper, her eyes widening as she read the headlines. Prince Bjorn divorces Princess Gladys. After the divorce, Prince Bjorn never once sought out his son. His only child passed away due to illness. The child never met his father before his death. Prince Bjorn did not attend his own son's funeral. Her heart clenches. The article continues, detailing the harsh judgment the public has cast upon him. People close to him whisper behind his back, calling him a cold-blooded man. Erna's breath catches in her throat. She flips through another newspaper, her fingers moving with urgency. Following the scandal, Prince Bjorn turned over his title to Prince Leonid, but in reality it was stripped from him. Some even refer to him as the poisonous mushroom of the royal family, an unwanted entity that taints the reputation of the throne. Erna's hands trembled as she absorbed the words. "How could someone be this cruel?" she murmured. In a dimly lit, lavish parlor, the tension between the men thickens. The topic of discussion is none other than Count Lechen, a man who has been actively engaging with Viscount Hardy, seemingly solidifying his place as the prospective groom for Miss Hardy. One of the men scoffs at the idea, questioning whether the old count is even still alive. They jest that should the old count pass away, Hardy's daughter could simply be sold off to another suitor, treating her fate as nothing more than a business transaction. However, an interesting observation arises. Miss Hardy bears an uncanny resemblance to Princess Gladys. Despite differences in stature, her aura and presence mirror that of the once beloved princess. Bjorn, listening to the conversation, remains composed. They suggest giving Miss Hardy a taste of youthful romance before she is bound to an arranged marriage. Their smirks deepen as the idea solidifies into something more. A game, a gamble. Bjorn's sharp gaze settles on his opponent as playing cards. The terms are clear, whoever wins over wins the Hardy girl. A gamble for a woman's fate. Erna carefully holds a delicate white lily, a flower she crafted herself. Among all flowers, lilies have always been her favorite. As she arranges them one by one, she realizes how many she has made. A thought crosses her mind. Perhaps she could sell flowers, just like she did in Varden village. If successful, it might even help support her grandmother back home. As she ponders her next step, a knock at the door interrupts her thoughts. Lisa, her trusted maid, enters with an elegant package, wrapped with a vibrant red ribbon. With a cheerful smile, Lisa announces that Erna's new dress has arrived. Erna, caught off guard, curiously questions its purpose. Lisa reveals that she is expected to attend the grand opening ceremony of an art exhibition alongside Madame Meyer. However, as Erna hears the name of the academy, a realization strikes her. That's the place where Pavel is studying. A flicker of hope ignites within her. If she attends the event, there's a chance she might see Pavel again. Dressed in the elegant blue gown, Erna arrives at the Royal Academy of Arts. However, she soon finds herself under the scrutiny of Countess Meyer, who is less than pleased with Erna's performance. The Countess sternly warns Erna that her actions reflect not just on herself, but also on the Countess's reputation. Feeling overwhelmed by the pressure, Erna struggles to remain composed. She steps away, gasping for air as the eyes of the crowd make it hard for her to breathe. The expectations are suffocating, but she reminds herself that as a lady of the Varden family, she cannot waver so easily. Just as she gathers herself, a rustling sound distracts her. She turns toward a beautifully adorned rose garden and spots a figure with striking red hair and a strong, broad back. Her heart skips a beat. Could it be him? With a mix of disbelief and desperate hope, she calls out his name. Pavel? The man does not turn around, continuing his path through the rose garden. Erna, fueled by desperation, picks up her dress and runs after him. Pavel! She reaches the end of the path, but the red-haired man is gone. Nearby, another figure, a young man with silver hair, lay resting beneath the dappled sunlight of a tree, his peaceful slumber disrupted by Erna's frantic cries. Gasping for breath, she came to an abrupt stop, her heart pounding in her chest. He watches as Erna struggles to catch her breath. Erna Hardy, he murmurs to himself. I couldn't catch up to him. I couldn't even confirm if that was Pavel, Erna murmured. Meanwhile, Bjorn studies her with intrigue. Because of her, I couldn't enjoy my afternoon nap, he muses. Erna, still lost in her thoughts, slowly turns her gaze toward him, only for their eyes to lock in an unexpected moment of realization. Ah, Your Highness, Erna stammered. A wave of embarrassment washed over her. Her eyes widened, her cheeks turned scarlet, and in an instant, panic took hold. Flustered beyond measure, Erna stammers an apology before turning on her heel and dashing away in pure embarrassment. The prince watches her retreat like a startled deer with mild amusement. Pavel, was she hoping to meet that man here? He mused, running a hand through his tousled silver locks. Interesting. His attention drifted downward toward the hanky she had left behind. He smirked. A rather old-fashioned trick, he murmured. Back in the art academy, Erna returned with embarrassment. Why does she always seem so clumsy in front of the prince? Oh my, look! Princess Gladys has arrived! Another voice cut in, drawing all attention toward a stunning figure clad in gold and ivory, her beauty regal and refined. The room seemed to shift, admiration and intrigue swirling around her. Erna swallowed hard and forced herself to keep moving. She's truly stunning. Erna admitted to herself. They say she visited the Grand Duke's estate yesterday, one lady remarked. But why? Another questioned. Shouldn't she despise her ex-husband after everything he did to her? If that tragic incident had never happened, she would have been our queen by now. Another noble sighed wistfully. Erna listened, struggling to make sense of the fragmented rumors. Then, as if sensing the intensity of the conversation, the prince himself entered. A cold hush fell over the room. Princess Gladys turned, her breath catching in her throat. There he was, Prince Bjorn, dressed in black and gold, his sharp gaze scanning the hall with an unreadable expression. The grand hall buzzed with murmurs and whispers as Prince Bjorn streamed into the royal exhibition. Across the hall, Gladys, with her golden curls cascading down her back, stood poised and regal. Bjorn's lips parted slightly, his mind reeling with thoughts. I thought she understood what I meant back then, but it seems I underestimated her. And now, she's here, standing tall as if she's reclaiming what was once hers. Bjorn smirked. So, you want to take back your place? Fine. Let's see if you can. As Bjorn made his way through the hall, his presence commanded attention. Nobles watched as he approached Gladys, their breaths held in anticipation. Few days ago, they sat around a table. Bjorn, calm and calculating, stacked his chips before him. The game begins at the Royal Art Exhibition and ends at the rowing competition, one of the men declared. The wager? Whoever could watch the fireworks with Erna on the Arbit River would be deemed the victor. The stakes were high, not just in money, but in pride and power. One by one, the others joined in, laughing. Then everyone turned to Bjorn. You are in 8? They asked. He remained silent. It doesn't work if the king of bets himself didn't participate, they complained. Putting Bjorn's stack of chips in, taking his silent agreement. Sure, I guess I can give it a try, Bjorn mused. Back in the ballroom, rather than stopping before Gladys, Bjorn turned slightly and directed his gaze toward another, Erna. Bjorn stood before her, his golden tie reflecting the opulence of his status. Erna was visibly flustered. She hadn't expected Bjorn to notice her, let alone approach her. There you are, my lady, you left this in the garden, he said smoothly, handing her the embroidered handkerchief she had unknowingly dropped earlier. Gasps echoed through the hall as Erna, face flushed, took the handkerchief with shaking hands. Thank you, she stammered, her face burning with embarrassment. Gladys watched this interaction from a distance, her blue eyes narrowing slightly. Bjorn, catching the slightest movement from Gladys, smirked again and leaned slightly toward Erna, lowering his voice just enough for her to hear. If you do not mind, would you grant me the honor of viewing the paintings with you, miss? Erna's mind spiraled into chaos. What? What is happening right now? As if the entire ballroom had been struck by lightning. All eyes were now fixed on Erna. The contrast between his composed demeanor and her flustered reaction only added fuel to the growing speculation among the nobles. As he led her away, gasps and murmurs followed, echoing like ripples in water. Some were in awe, others in envy, and a few in outright disapproval. Among them, a group of men glared at him. This man, he acted like he was not interested in the bet and now making the first move, they complained. Meanwhile, across the ballroom, "Who is that girl?" the king inquired, his sharp gaze following Bjorn and Erna's retreating figures. His daughter spoke with composed confidence. That is Erna Hardy, the daughter of Viscount Hardy, she informed him. She's the same girl who, at the last ball, used Bjorn to draw attention to herself. She is not of remarkable standing. Meanwhile, Leonid looked confused. What was Bjorn up to? Using the old handkerchief trick? How utterly cheap, Louise interjected. Enough, Louise. Everyone can hear you, the queen reminded her. We need to know more about that girl, the queen said, her voice thoughtful. It seems we must, came the solemn reply of the king. Away from the whispers and prying eyes, Erna found herself standing beside Bjorn, in a breathtakingly grand hall, adorned with vast paintings that stretched from floor to ceiling. Bjorn, standing beside her with his usual air of nonchalance, turned toward her with a subtle smirk. "Are there any other paintings you'd like to see?" Erna took a deep breath, gathering herself. "No," she said, her tone firmer than before. "You invited me to see the paintings together, and now we've seen them all. My role is complete." Bjorn's smirk faltered for the briefest moment before he tilted his head slightly, as if contemplating something. "Stay like that," he ordered, startling her. Then, in a sudden unexpected motion, he leaned in, closing the distance between them. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, stepping back, his hand lifted holding hers. Erna stiffened, her breath caught in her throat. "If you decide to play a role, you should see it through till the end," he whispered. The room around them seemed to freeze. The nobles who had followed their movements from the ballroom to the exhibit now gaped, eyes locked onto the intimate moment between the prince and the young noblewoman. Erna, her face burning, tried to process what was happening, almost fumed in anger. Bjorn was smiling lightly as he turned to see her pouty face. "Are you mad?" he asked, his tone both amused and genuine. Erna, still overwhelmed, bit her lip before muttering, "No." Bjorn chuckled, clearly entertained by her flustered state. "Really?" he mused. "But it seems to me that you're rather angry with me. That is merely your perception, Your Highness. I must apologize, for at the last ball, I caused you some trouble. So you may think of my acceptance tonight as a way to atone for that mistake," Erna replied, her voice measured and polite. His golden eyes darkened as if he were replaying her words in his mind, dissecting their meaning. "Atone? A mistake?" Bjorn's brows lifted. "Ah, so this is your way of settling a debt? How practical." A smirk played on his lips. "So, in your eyes, we are now even?" His smirk deepened. "You are quite calculating, Lady Hardy." His gaze lingered on her, something unreadable flashing through his eyes. Then, with deliberate slowness, he reached for her hand. Before she could react, he lifted her gloved fingers and pressed a light kiss against the lace. The room erupted into murmurs. Erna's face burned with mortification. Bjorn, unbothered, simply smiled. "I look forward to seeing you again, Lady Hardy." His tone was playful, but something about his gaze made it clear this was far from just a game for him. Erna clenches her teeth, angered yet blushing. Across the ballroom, Bjorn's competitors glared at him. "You said you wouldn't partake in the wager, yet you've made the first move?" Bjorn turned slightly, his golden eyes gleaming with amusement. "Think whatever you want." His nonchalance only added fuel to the fire. One of the men scoffed. "So, you're doing all this just to seduce another woman in front of your former wife?" Bjorn's smirk vanished. He turned again. "You haven't made this deal because you were concerned about Miss Hardy, right?" His question was sharp, making all of them shut at the moment. Just as tensions simmered, an elderly art master approached Bjorn, introducing a young man with fiery red hair and sharp eyes. "This is Pavel Lor, the most talented young artist at the Royal Academy of Arts." Bjorn observed Pavel with interest. The artist bowed, his demeanor composed. "It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness." Bjorn gave a small nod. "I will be looking forward to your future works." Pavel, maintaining his composed stance, thanks the prince, before turning away. With graceful but firm steps, he walks down the grand hall accompanied by his mentor. However, as the prince watches them leave, something about the name, Pavel, lingers in his thoughts. As Erna stands in the grand hall, she clenches her gloved hand, feeling a strange warmth and tingling sensation lingering in her fingers. Standing before her was Pavel, his striking red hair neatly styled. "Erna?" His deep voice resonated through the hall, and as their eyes met, Erna's eyes widen in shock as she recognizes Pavel. "Pavel?" she murmurs, her voice almost uncertain, as though she cannot believe her eyes. Pavel, too, seems momentarily frozen, his deep gaze locking onto her figure. Pavel bows politely before the gathered nobility, but quickly returns his focus to Erna. His voice is calm. "It has been a long time, Miss Hardy." The words hang in the air as Erna struggles to form a response. Finally, she bowed and replied, her voice soft. "Yes, it has been a long time, Mr. Lor." The formality in her words barely masks the emotions swirling within her. As their conversation is about to continue, Pavel is suddenly called away. Pavel glances back at Erna before nodding slightly. "Until we meet again," he says, before turning away with a smile. Erna remains frozen in place, watching him walk away. A smile crosses her lips. That smile. She thinks to herself, Pavel's smile, it's the same as I remember. That night, writing a letter, Erna clutches her hand, overwhelmed with memories of the prince kissing her hand. Lisa, however, is more focused on another matter. She informs Erna that all the flowers in Schubert have somehow ended up in her room. Clearly, despite her continuous rejections, many suitors are still persistently sending her gifts. She also reminds Erna that she doesn't need to write responses to every letter, but Erna, upholding her grandmother's teachings, insists that a lady must always remain polite, even when refusing suitors. As Lisa tidies up, Erna hesitantly asks if any new letters have arrived. Lisa instantly catches on, teasingly suggesting that it must be a very important letter. Flustered, Erna denies it. Lisa giggles and teases her even more before leaving Erna alone. Later that night, Erna lies awake in bed, gazing at the moonlit sky through her window. 3 days have passed, and still, there has been no news from Pavel. She wonders if he is busy or if something has happened to him. But she was confident that she would soon hear from him. But suddenly she remembers the way the prince had taken her hand and kissed it. Erna subconsciously reaches out, as if reliving the touch of the prince's lips on her hand. Her heartbeat quickens, and she grips her own hand, as though trying to erase the sensation. Ah, why am I feeling this way? She groans, rolling onto her bed. I can't sleep. In the dimly lit tavern, the air was thick with the scent of alcohol and the lingering energy of competition. Bjorn slammed his glass down with finality, looking over at his opponent, now slumped over the table, completely defeated. Hey, mister. Soon to be married, I win again, don't I? Bjorn taunted, his voice laced with amusement as he nudged his friend, who groaned in response, barely able to keep himself upright. Take your damn trophy and get lost. Chuckling, Bjorn grabbed the trophy, throwing his coat over his shoulders as he stepped out into the night. Inside the tavern, groans of defeat filled the air as drunken men slumped over their tables. Every bachelor party, he turns it into a competition instead of celebrating, one grumbled. He won every single bet again, another sighed. I bet his house is full of trophies. Laughter followed as someone recalled, didn't he even win at his own bachelor party? Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, Erna Hardy moved quietly under the night sky. She had hoped a quiet walk would clear her mind, but fate had other plans. Her gaze fell on a lone figure sprawled near the fountain, his golden hair unmistakable even in the dim light. Panic surged through her as she rushed forward. Ah, someone's lying there, she gasped. Excuse me, sir. Are you all right? Her voice carried concern, her hands hovering over him in hesitation. As she reached out, the man stirred, his eyes fluttering open. Erna. Hardy? His deep voice carried a hint of confusion. Erna's heart skipped a beat. Prince Bjorn, she exclaimed, eyes widening in shock. Why are you? Before she could finish, his strong hand suddenly reached out, grabbing hers with an iron grip. What are you doing here? He murmured, lips curling into a lazy smirk. You smell like alcohol, she states flatly, shaking off his grip. Bjorn, still reeling from a night of drinking, grips Erna's wrist tightly, accusing her of following him. She jerked her arm, struggling against his grip. Let go of me. This is a public place. What gives you the right to act like you own it? Bjorn chuckled. Public indeed, he mused, tilting his head. Erna's pulse pounded in frustration. Listen, Miss Hardy, he continued, his voice dripping with amusement. Tell me, do you want to sell yourself to me? His words were laced with mockery. Her heart pounded in disbelief. Did he really just say that? Bjorn chuckled at her reaction. Oh, don't look at me like that. You wouldn't be following me around unless you had some ulterior motive, right? You're drunk, Erna hissed. I'll have you know that I find this conversation to be unpleasant. Bjorn tilted his head slightly, watching her with unreadable eyes. He stood up. If you want to make a deal, we need to negotiate first, he mused. Just tell me, how much? He asked. As the tension between them escalated, Erna lifted her gaze. Prince, do you not know when to stop? She said, her voice firm yet hesitant. Bjorn, smirking, leaned casually. Do I look like I do? He countered smoothly, his eyes locked onto hers. I can't believe this man was once the crown prince. She clenched her fists, her thoughts swirling. Just as the realization hit her, Bjorn suddenly lurched forward, his balance failing him. His body went limp, and for a brief moment, everything seemed to slow. His vision blurred, and the strength in his legs abandoned him. Erna's eyes widened in horror. He collapsed, his body falling into hers. A startled scream of help tore from Erna's throat as they both lay on the ground. The weight of the unconscious prince pressing down on her. Her eyes dart around in desperation before they land on a trophy lying beside them. Without thinking, she grips it tightly, her fingers trembling as she raises it, striking the prince's back with all the strength she can muster. Oh my God, the prince! What happened to him? Group of men rushes. The woman, still catching her breath, stiffens when someone turns toward her, their gaze confused with concern, as they saw the prince getting hit. One of the men rushes to his side, shaking him frantically. Wake up, your highness! Miss, are you all right? Erna stands there in anger as she struggles to process what just happened. She didn't wait for questions or accusations. Her instincts screamed at her to flee. Without another glance back, she turned sharply on her heels and ran. The prince, barely managing to lift his gaze, watched her retreating figure with an unreadable expression. His lips parted slightly as if he wished to say something, but before he could, his body gave in, and his eyes fluttered shut. Next day, Lisa excitedly hands her mistress a letter. My lady, a message from Pavel! Erna opens it with anticipation, an invitation to meet at the Grand Duke's bridge. Meanwhile, Prince Bjorn, nursing a bruise, dismisses concerns. When asked how he got hurt, he smirks. A ferocious deer, he muses, recalling the young lady who struck him with a trophy before fleeing. As another invitation arrives, for a grand social gathering, the prince, to everyone's surprise, decides, "Tell them I will attend." He decides to attend, knowing it will be an opportunity to confront a certain thief, Erna Hardy. In a beautifully lit garden, Pavel stands by the bridge, lost in thought as he sees Erna approaching. As Erna calls out his name with a smile, he is momentarily stunned. She has changed so much, blossoming into an elegant lady. Yet, her warmth remains the same. Her cheerful wave and familiar tone make him chuckle. As they walk together, tension lingers. Pavel knows that Erna's father is pushing for a marriage, willing to auction her off to the highest bidder. His hand clenches into a fist at the thought, he knew, yet he felt powerless to stop it. Meanwhile, in the distance, Bjorn watches from a carriage. His gaze falls upon Erna, elegantly dressed, walking beside Pavel Lore. The sight amuses him, Erna, now navigating high society in search of a husband while entertaining a young artist. She truly lives up to the legacy of Gladys Hartford. With a smirk, he leans back in his seat, muttering with amusement, "What a cunning little doe she is." As Erna departs, Pavel watches her go, lost in thought. A distant memory resurfaces, a warning from his father, cautioning him against forming a close bond with Erna, the granddaughter of Baroness Baden. They were no longer children, and rumors had begun to circulate about them. Pavel had heeded his father's advice, maintaining distance despite his fondness for her. Bjorn arrives at a lavish gathering hosted by his aunt. In the bustling ballroom, Bjorn's gaze lands on a familiar face, Erna. With a teasing smirk, he greets her as Miss Trophy Thief, stirring a mix of shock and indignation in her. Erna, flustered and defensive, demands an explanation for his accusation, while Bjorn maintains a smug demeanor, claiming she had taken something that belonged to him. She suggests that he might not remember it because he was too intoxicated. However, to her shock, he declares with certainty, "I remember everything." Attempting to regain control of the situation, the prince offers a diplomatic apology if he had acted inappropriately. Then, he shifts the responsibility onto her, stating that it is now her turn to apologize. Lady Hardy, still reeling from the revelation, demands to know why she must apologize. The prince, ever composed, explains in an almost amused tone, she had struck him with a trophy, stolen it, and fled. A sudden realization dawns upon her. The golden object she had dismissed as insignificant and discarded. Could it have been the prince's treasured trophy? Trying to maintain her composure, Lady Hardy hesitantly admits, "I threw it away." His disbelief evident. "You threw it away?" he echoes. Overwhelmed, she brings her hands to her face, questioning how things spiraled so drastically. Yet, despite the turmoil, the prince extends his hand to her, his expression unreadable. "For now," he states smoothly. "Take my hand, Lady Hardy." His words catch her off guard. I can't dance," she stammers. "This discussion will take some time. We cannot speak privately here without drawing unnecessary attention." His words are logical. With a deep breath, she places her trembling hand into his. Across the ballroom, Gladys trembles upon seeing the prince dance with another woman. Her expression is one of barely concealed fury, her lips pressed into a tight line as she watches the scene unfold. Bjorn, catching sight of her reaction, smirks ever so slightly. He tightens his grip on Erna's hand, guiding her forward. Erna stammers, "Your trophy, was it really made of pure gold?" "Yes," the prince responds. She looks down, trembling, feeling the weight of her mistake. "I will compensate you for your loss, no matter what it takes. It may not be immediate, but if you grant me time, I will." The prince suddenly smiles, a rare, almost amused expression playing on his lips. "Of course," he says smoothly. "I'll gladly accept." A single thought flashes across the prince's mind. He got her. Extending his hand toward her once more, he declares, "Then, let us begin with a dance." She hesitated, her delicate fingers twitching slightly, before finally resting upon his gloved palm. With a swift yet graceful motion, he pulled her close, leading her onto the grand ballroom floor. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the crowd. Eyes followed the pair as they moved seamlessly into position. As the music swelled, the prince twirled Lady Hardy effortlessly. He noted the concentration etched into her delicate features, the way she focused as if this dance was a battle she needed to win. He smirked inwardly. If she was acting, then she was certainly a master at it. Her breath hitched as she pulled back, blinking at him. Bjorn leans in slightly, his confident smirk never faltering. "Good job, Miss Hardy," he murmurs. "You may take your time repaying the debt of my lost trophy." Erna responds with a bright smile. "Thank you." Later that night, beneath the moonlit sky, a group of men gathers on the grand terrace. "Hey, what the hell is this, Bjorn?" one of them exclaims, looking flustered. "You're not actually dating her, are you?" Bjorn casually sips his liquor, exuding an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, down below in the courtyard, Erna is seen speaking with another man. One of the men on the terrace nudges Bjorn. "Hey, look down there. Isn't that the second son of the Heinz family?" Bjorn, still maintaining his composed exterior. If you consider him a rival, then invite him to the game, he adds casually. Otherwise, leave him be. Our bet is our own, you should let Miss Hardy play the market. While Bjorn continues his conversation with his companions, a soft yet commanding voice interrupts them. Bjorn. The group turns, immediately falling silent as they see Gladys. Bjorn's smirk fades ever so slightly. Princess Gladys, he acknowledges, his tone unreadable. We need to talk, she states firmly, her icy blue eyes locked onto his. Are you planning to use that village girl against me? Gladys asks, her voice steady. Bjorn chuckles lowly. You're awfully confident, Princess. What makes you think I'm not serious about her? Gladys stares at him. Don't do this, Bjorn, she warns. Don't hurt innocent people just because of your grudge against me. Bjorn's expression darkens momentarily before he sighs. I believe I made myself clear that there is nothing between us, if that's the case. She whispers, then how about I offer you a different deal? Bjorn's curiosity piques. A deal? He repeats, intrigued. Her next words stun him. I want to help you reclaim the crown, she states. The one you lost. Because of me. She believes that if they reconcile, demonstrating their love before the people, they can win back the favor of the court. Bjorn, however, remains unmoved. She reaches out, touching his sleeve softly, urging him not to ignore her like this. Without warning, he violently swings his hand, shattering the fragile remains of whatever hope Gladys had left. That is impossible, Princess. If I wanted to keep my throne, I had plenty of ways of keeping it. However, the real reason he relinquished the throne was because he simply did not want it. Bjorn cruelly mocks her, questioning if she thinks of the throne as a mere toy that can be passed around at her will. His sharp words cut deep, and Gladys sobs, unable to refute him. Bjorn, unaffected by her despair, walks away without a second glance, suggesting that if she is so desperate to be a crown princess again, she should seek another kingdom. His mocking smirk lingers as he leaves her in shattered tears. As Bjorn exits, he is suddenly halted by a distant scream. Bjorn narrows his eyes, recognizing the voice. A single name escapes his lips. Erna. On the other side, Erna finds herself in an unexpected confrontation. A red-haired nobleman, clearly intoxicated and full of resentment, grabs her wrist tightly. Erna, caught off guard and alarmed by his aggressive behavior, pleads with him to release her, but her protests fall on deaf ears. The man's grip tightens as he sneers that her father would not hesitate to sell her off to the highest bidder, even to a man like himself. With a smirk, he suggests that if he were to offer a higher price, she would belong to him. His entitled arrogance fuels his grip, and his intoxicated mind makes him reckless. With a burst of fear-induced strength, she breaks free, shoving him back. She stumbles in her rush to escape, but she does not stop. Her heart pounds violently as she dashes through the corridors. Tears well up in Erna's eyes as she realizes she has nowhere to go. Every turn she takes seems to lead to a dead end. As Bjorn followed the voice which led him to the place where he saw Erna, her elegant dress in disarray, her wide blue eyes shimmering with fear, she clutches a heavy candelabrum in trembling hands, her breaths ragged. Bjorn steps forward, his expression unreadable. Miss Hardy? He calls out, recognizing her. He narrows his eyes as he surveys the scene. What on earth happened? He murmured. Prince, she stammers, her lips quivering. I think I just killed someone. The prince remains silent. Her hands shake violently as she tries to explain, her voice breaking. I didn't mean to kill him. I was just so scared. He wouldn't stop, so I hit him, but he collapsed. And then there was so much blood. The prince kneels beside the unconscious man, observing his wounds with a cold, analytical gaze. The second son of the Hines family, he muses. I already knew he was trash, but I never expected him to be this vile. He stands and turns to Erna, his voice steady. Calm down. There's no need to worry. He's only unconscious. He'll wake up soon enough. Erna stares at him, her eyes filled with hesitation. Really? She asks, almost desperately. The prince nods. Yes, trust me. With a swift motion, he removes his cape and drapes it over her trembling shoulders, shielding her from prying eyes. You did well to protect yourself, he says softly. He gently asked. Can you walk on your own? She hesitates before nodding slowly. Yes. He quickly gives her directions out the door, down the hall, through the garden, where she will find the Hardy family's carriage. Once you get there, leave immediately. But, she hesitates, looking at him with concern. Your Highness. What about you? Bjorn gives her a small, knowing smirk. I'll take care of the rest, his grip tightening slightly on her shoulder. His words are unwavering, like an order that leaves no room for debate. Do as I say, Erna. This is no time for hesitation. Still, Erna's concern lingers. She doesn't want to abandon him, not like this. As if sensing her doubt, the prince suddenly smiles. Don't worry, he says. I'll make sure you pay me back for this later. Erna is baffled. Pay you back? She echoes in confusion. You like boats, don't you? He asks, tilting his head. Eh? She doesn't understand. You'll have to like them, he remarks cryptically, tightening the cloak around her shoulders before pushing her away. Now go. His insistence leaves her no choice. With one last worried glance, she turns on her heel and runs. The moment Erna is gone, his demeanor shifts. He reaches for a nearby vase filled with water and, without hesitation, tips it over Heinz's face. A spluttering cough breaks the silence as Heinz jerks awake, gasping for air. He clutches his bleeding head. "Ah, you're finally awake," the prince greets him, voice dripping with faux politeness. "I might have gone a little overboard. Apologies." Heinz groans, his hand trembling as he touches his wound. What's happening?" he stammers. Bjorn's face is unreadable. "You're not dead yet, so no harm done, right?" Heinz stares at him, horror creeping into his expression. You're insane!" The prince merely chuckles. "Maybe." Without warning, the prince grabs the candelabrum, the very weapon Erna had used, and swings it down, striking Heinz again. Heinz groans in pain. "If I don't hit you enough times, will people truly believe we fought? If I stop now, everyone will assume you were beaten by a woman." The prince's voice is almost mocking now. "Rather than admit you were beaten by a noble lady, wouldn't you rather say you had an unfortunate run-in with the mad prince?" He runs a hand through his hair, exhaling as if this entire ordeal was nothing more than a mild inconvenience. "I suppose this will do," he murmurs to himself, his golden eyes reflecting no sympathy. Later, the prince returned to the ballroom, holding a blood-covered candelabrum. The crowd quickly noticed the blood, and murmurs spread across the room. Moments later, the second son of House Heinz arrived, limping and soaked in blood. He could barely walk and collapsed on the floor. His aunt rushed to him, crying out the prince's name in alarm. Meanwhile, Lisa confirmed that the trophy the prince mentioned was indeed made of gold, which left Erna trembling. So, the prince had been telling the truth. Suspicious, Lisa asked. "My lady, why are you suddenly interested in that poisonous prince?" She then mentioned a new rumor. Apparently the prince had hit someone again. "See? He's dangerous," she added firmly. Erna, feeling guilty, tried to defend him. "That rumor, it was because of me." Lisa didn't budge. "You shouldn't be swayed by his good looks, my lady." Erna sighed deeply. She owed him now, badly. She had already retraced her steps today, trying to find the prince's missing trophy, but had no luck. And to make things worse, he had taken the blame for her while she ran away that day like a coward. She opened her treasured chocolate box, where she usually saved her money. Of course, it wasn't nearly enough to replace a golden trophy. Her eyes then fell on a flower beside it, and an idea sparked. As usual, the prince was riding in his carriage, on the way to meet his brother, the crown prince. He muttered to himself, "Everyone's talking about me and Erna Hardy," but he didn't mind. In fact, things were going smoothly. Erna might even help him win the bet. As the carriage passed a side street, he noticed someone standing there. To his surprise, it was Erna. When the carriage door opened, she climbed in, holding a big box on her lap. The prince looked at her. "Aren't you going to say anything?" In his eyes, she looked like a walking wedding cake in a pink dress covered in flowers. Erna handed him his evening coat back and bowed. "Thank you, and I'm sorry. You got blamed because of me. I was the one who caused Heinz's injury." The prince casually replied, "Well, that's not entirely wrong. I did hit him." She looked at him, stunned. Why? He gave her a sharp look. Because he deserved it. Inwardly, he wondered, why was she even asking? Did she not remember what Heinz had done to her? "There's no need to apologize," he added. Then Erna took out a delicate handmade flower from her box. "I made this. I plan to sell these to pay you back for your lost trophy." He stared at the flower in disbelief, then asked, "Wait, are you saying you'll pay for something made of gold by selling this?" Erna nodded, eyes steady. "Yes." Bjorn scoffed. "Will you manage to pay me back before I die?" She answered quickly. "It may take time, but they sell at a good price, and I'm good at making them. I've always loved flowers." The prince sighed. He could not deny that she was practically wrapped in them. He looked at the flower again. "Fine. Do as you wish." Erna smiled, relieved. "You can keep this one, as a token." The prince frowned, watching her. This woman always acts so strange, he thought. Later, Prince Bjorn arrived at the palace where Crown Prince Leonid was already waiting. Leonid glanced at him and asked, "You're late. What happened?" Bjorn, still seated and staring at the flower in his hand, replied calmly, "Just had some personal business." Leonid's eyes shifted to the flower. That flower reminds him of Princess Gladys, so he asked, "Did you meet Gladys by any chance?" Bjorn didn't respond. Instead, he tossed the flower into a nearby ashtray, stood up, and said, "Let's move on. I'll take the blame for being late." Leonid watched his twin brother, as calm and composed as ever. He recalled their mother's words. She had warned Leonid to keep an eye on Bjorn, convinced he was up to something. But, looking at him now, it was clear he believed their mother had only said it out of concern. Elsewhere, Erna sat sipping tea, relieved that her handmade flowers were finally selling, thanks to her friend Pavel. She felt better too, knowing the matter with the prince had been resolved. He had accepted her flower, and honestly, she thought it would be lovely to see him wear it one day. She knew Lisa didn't trust the prince and warned her to stay away. Maybe he was bad, but Erna also saw the kindness in him, how he had helped her when she was in trouble. Just then, Lisa returned with payment for the latest batch of flowers. It was better than the last time. They sat together, enjoying their tea, when a sudden order arrived summoning Erna to her father immediately. What could father want so urgently, she wondered aloud. Back at Prince Bjorn's castle, the queen herself had arrived, holding the day's newspaper in her hand. She dismissed the servants and marched into his room. Bjorn looked at her, puzzled. Mother? She didn't waste time. Bjorn Dniester, she said sternly, slamming the newspaper onto the table. Explain this. Bjorn picked up the paper. His expression hardened as he read the headline. An explosive accusation. The article claimed the prince had met secretly with a noble lady, and while intoxicated, assaulted her. When someone tried to intervene, a fight broke out. Everything was reversed. Bjorn clenched his jaw. He should have punched Heinz in the mouth instead of the face, he thought. But that wasn't all. The article implied that the scandal stemmed from the lady's promiscuity. Rumors swirled that she was scheming to become the next archduchess, making Bjorn the supposed victim. The piece even blamed her for being the obstacle in the prince's potential reunion with Princess Gladys. Many in Lechen now demanded that Prince Bjorn apologize and remarry the princess. Bjorn looked up and said flatly, "Don't take it seriously. The more I'm criticized, the better it is for Leonid's legitimacy as crown prince." But the queen shook her head. "I didn't come here to talk about Leonid," she said, her voice softer now. "I'm worried about you, my first son. You've already sacrificed so much, I just want you to be happy now." Bjorn looked at her quietly for a moment. Then he smiled. "I am content as is, mother." On the other side, when Erna arrived to meet her father, he was furious. He rudely called her name and slammed a newspaper onto the table. "Why did you lie to me that day? You said you were sick. Were you really with the Archduke?" he demanded. Erna looked at the newspaper in shock. The story had flipped completely, painting her as the culprit now. Meanwhile, the queen questioned Bjorn. "Are you serious about Lady Hardy? If you are, I can speak with your father." Bjorn scoffed, taking it as a joke. The queen's expression grew worried. "If you're not serious, then what do you plan to do about the damage to her reputation?" she asked. Bjorn averted his gaze. He didn't have an answer. Back with Erna, she tried to explain. "Yes, I was with the prince, but..." Before she could finish, her father raised his hand and slapped her across the face. At that very moment, Bjorn declared coldly, "Whatever happens to her, it has nothing to do with me." Erna stumbled from the blow. Her father's wife stepped in, trying to stop him. "You can't treat her like this. She has a party to attend tomorrow," her father scoffed. "Party? With this scandal everywhere?" That's when it hit Erna. He planned to sell her off. She had tried to ignore the whispers behind her back. She wanted to believe her father, like any other, simply wanted his daughter to marry when the time was right. But how foolish she had been. "So, you're planning to sell me off in exchange for saving the house?" she asked, her voice low, head still down. The Hardy couple flinched for a moment, caught off guard, but quickly recovered. Her father spoke. "What were you expecting? Maybe I'm helping you find a good husband. Be obedient, or I'll sell off the house in Buford." "You promised me you'd save it," Erna shouted. He slapped her again, harder this time. She fell to the floor, stunned and silent. The truth was now clear. Elsewhere, Pavel was leaving a banquet. He smiled slightly. Count Lehmann's second daughter liked his painting, so he'd likely earn a good price. But then he heard whispers. Whispers about Erna. They were saying she might become Count Lehmann's wife. And alongside that, the rumors, ugly ones, spreading fast among nobles. Pavel clenched his teeth. His blood boiled. Erna, of all people. He had to help her, even if her father was already too far into his scheme. As he neared his home, he noticed someone sitting at his door. The person looked up. It was Erna Hardy. An hour earlier, Bjorn had been smoking on his balcony when he spotted her walking alone down the street. He checked the time. It's late. Too late for a noble lady to be out without a servant. Then again, with the scandal, the Hardy household was bound to be in chaos. She looked up, and their eyes met. Her face was pale, cheeks swollen. Before he could react, she turned and rushed away. Strange. She used to smile when she saw me, he thought. But then again, it didn't matter anymore. At Pavel's home, Erna sat holding a cup of tea. "I'm sorry to come this late. I must be bothering you." "You're not," Pavel said softly, sitting beside her. "Didn't I tell you? Come to me if you ever need help." He hesitated. "Do you want to return to Buford?" "I can't," Erna replied. "I made a deal with my father." "Let go of that house, Erna," Pavel said gently. "You can't stay with him anymore. But if I give up Buford, my grandmother and I will have nowhere else to go." Pavel sighed. "Then let me help. I'll rent a house for you. You can pay me back whenever you're ready. But right now we need to get you away from him, before it's too late." After that day, Erna Hardy disappeared without a trace. The Viscountess claimed she was ill, but everyone knew that was a lie. Bjorn's club friends sat with him. "Do you think she'll come back for the rowing competition?" one asked. "Otherwise, what'll happen to our bet?" They all agreed Erna was just laying low because of the scandal. Bjorn sat silently, eyes fixed on the door, his expression sharp, clearly waiting for someone. Perhaps the second son of House Heinz. His friends were sure Heinz wouldn't dare show up, but to their surprise, he did. "Long time no see, Heinz," Bjorn said, walking in and taking a seat beside him. He even poured a drink for Heinz, acting friendly, but his tone was cold, his gaze wary. Bjorn stared at him, then began quietly reciting the exact lines that had appeared in the article Heinz had planted, word for word. He patted Heinz on the shoulder. "You've been telling that story around, haven't you?" Were you planned on never seeing me again? That's disappointing. Heinz's hands trembled. What do you want? Bjorn didn't respond. He simply stood up. Heinz relaxed slightly, thinking he was leaving. But in the next moment, Bjorn grabbed him and slammed him to the floor. Heinz let out a cry of pain. Holding a liquor bottle, Bjorn pressed it against Heinz's chest. Weren't we rivals? Fighting over the same woman, as your story goes? He said coldly. Then I should treat you like one. He poured the liquor over Heinz's face as the room erupted in whispers. Bjorn didn't look back. His work was done. As he left the banquet and rode away in his carriage, he spotted Lisa, Erna's maid, walking alone. He narrowed his eyes. Was she alone? Or was Erna nearby? Elsewhere, Erna kept herself busy. She worked nonstop, making her flowers. Lisa was worried but could only help by delivering the flowers to the store. That day, after Lisa returned, Erna sat quietly on the bed. She had accepted Pavel's help and planned to return to Buford in 2 weeks. She felt shameless for it, but what choice did she have? Suddenly, Lisa burst through the door, trembling. My lady, the Queen has summoned you. Earlier, the Queen had sent her twin sons to visit their grandmother. Everyone knew that when the Queen gave an order, it was best to follow it, no questions asked. Bjorn recalled how much his grandmother adored her eldest grandson. When he divorced Gladys, she didn't speak to him for a full year. The second year, she let him visit, and only this past winter did she finally allow him to sit at her table, though she still hadn't spoken a word to him. Now that the rumors about him and Erna were spreading, he figured she'd go back to ignoring him again. Leonid, sitting in front of him in the carriage, glanced at his brother. He considered suggesting they tell their grandmother the truth, but he knew Bjorn would never allow it. Aside from the Gladys family, only 3 people knew the truth: Leonid, their father, and their mother. Leonid himself only found out because he refused the crown prince position. Bjorn had finally told him then. Bjorn had always been the stronger of the two. Leonid could never have done what his brother had. Bjorn was harsh, yet responsible, distant, yet strangely considerate, a contradiction that was hard to understand. As their carriage passed another royal carriage headed for the castle, Leonid asked, "Who could that be?" Bjorn flinched. It was Erna Hardy. Erna had arrived at the Queen's castle, unable to ignore her summons. The Queen sat adorned in royal jewels, undeniably the mother of Bjorn and Leonid. She greeted Erna and offered tea. Erna looked nervous but accepted and sat across from her. The Queen studied her. This girl looked nothing like the one she saw at the party, dressed plainly, hardly any makeup. Yet, she held herself with quiet dignity. Definitely raised by the Varden family, the Queen thought. Despite their fall, they never lost their elegance. Then, without a preamble, she asked, "What is your relationship with Bjorn?" Erna froze. The question was blunt. The Queen added, "You mustn't lie." Erna was shocked but not afraid. She told the truth. Everything. The Queen blinked in surprise. "He let you owe him money. For artificial flowers?" She laughed. "That's so out of character for my son." Erna looked at the Queen, who just moments ago seemed so cold, and now, she felt like a mother. After that, the Queen didn't mention Bjorn again. They spoke of other, ordinary things until it was time for Erna to leave. After days of absence, Erna finally made her appearance at a noble social gathering, leaving everyone stunned. Whispers followed her. People called her shameless behind her back. From across the venue, she spotted Prince Bjorn and offered him a polite bow. He returned the gesture from a distance, and with that, the summer rowing competition officially began. Princess Gladys, Bjorn's ex-wife, observed the two and decided to meet the girl who seemed interested in taking her place. Approaching Erna, she spoke first. Erna was startled, first the Queen, now the ex-wife, but she kept her composure and bowed with grace. Whatever the reason, she had to remain elegant. From the sidelines, Bjorn watched the scene unfold, almost amused, like watching a play. Gladys noticed his gaze, and pitied the girl now standing before her. With a gentle smile, Gladys said, "You're not part of any club, are you? Why don't you join mine? We're attending the theater soon." Erna looked hesitant but replied with a calm voice, "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I won't be able to attend." Gasps and murmurs spread immediately. No one dared decline the princess's invitation. Still, Erna bowed respectfully again. She didn't mean to cause a scene, but now all eyes were on her. Did I say something wrong? She wondered. In truth, she planned to leave the city in a week and wouldn't be there for the play in 10 days. She thought to explain, but before she could, someone came up behind her. Gladys flinched. Erna turned around, and there he was, Prince Bjorn, smiling. He casually wrapped his arm around her shoulder. "Are you finished talking to Miss Hardy?" he asked Gladys. Her face went pale. "Yes," she replied stiffly. "Then I'll take her with me," Bjorn said, guiding Erna away by the hand. "I just wanted to explain," Erna began, but Bjorn cut her off. He had no intention of letting her speak further. They arrived at the riverside where the rowing competition was being held. Erna looked at him. "Do you think I was rude earlier?" Bjorn scoffed. "So that's what's been bothering her?" Declining an invitation from Gladys isn't a written crime, but let's just say it's a silent rule. Making her your enemy means every noble lady becomes one too. "I didn't mean to offend," Erna said quickly. "I truly can't attend the play." Bjorn raised a brow. "Why? Do you have other plans?" Erna fidgeted with her fingers. She hesitated, unsure whether to tell him the truth. But he had helped her, and she still owed him. So she took a breath and said quietly, I'm leaving Schuber in a week. Bjorn was caught off guard. That's why you declined? Erna nodded. I didn't want to make a promise I couldn't keep. Then why not tell her? Because it's a secret, she admitted. I want to leave quietly. Bjorn let out a laugh. Are you planning to run away? In the middle of the night, maybe? He had said it jokingly, but Erna didn't answer. That only made him laugh harder. All this time, he thought. I believed she was working with her father, trying to auction herself off to the highest bidder. Turns out, she's just a naive girl, stuck in a scheme she never asked for and trying to escape it. Erna stared at him, confused. Did I say something funny? After his laughter died down, Bjorn asked, But why tell me your secret? What if I ruin your plan? Erna shook her head. You wouldn't do that. Bjorn blinked. You think you know me that well? Erna gave a small nod. You helped me. I'm still in your debt. Even after I leave, I'll find a way to repay you. Bjorn sighed, then grinned. Then how about we make a new deal, Miss Hardy? Later, Bjorn and Erna sat in the boat, gliding along the water. Bjorn rowed steadily, finally winning the bet, with Erna by his side. On the riverside, his two friends stood watching in defeat. Well, looks like the Hardy girl finally fell for that pretty face of his, one muttered. The other sighed, annoyed. You're the one who let him join the bet. Why cry about it now? But still, the sulking one muttered. Was it really this easy for him? The other friend shook his head. It's just strange. Bjorn's always been serious about money. He never cared for these kinds of bets. And people may call him a womanizer, but we know the truth. He's never chased women. Right? The sulking friend nodded. He never showed interest. Women would throw themselves at him, and he never pushed them away, but he never pursued them either. That's why it was so hard to believe when he divorced Gladys, over an affair, no less. Now, seeing Bjorn with this new girl made them pause. You think he's serious about her? The other friend stiffened, but then both laughed out loud. No way, one said, shaking his head, unless the prince has lost his mind. Out on the river, Bjorn rowed silently while Erna sat across from him. She knew being seen with him would only fuel the rumors further. But when he offered his hand with a new deal, forgetting her debt in exchange for a night on the river, how could she say no? She had taken his hand and accepted the deal. Noticing his gaze on her, she started rambling, trying to be polite. Your rowing is really impressive. Very powerful strokes, Your Highness. Bjorn gave a dry smile. I hate rowing. Erna blinked. Oh, then do you like animals? I heard you won the horse riding competition. Bjorn glanced at her. So you've been investigating me? Erna flushed. I didn't mean it like that. I just heard. He chuckled. What about your hometown? Do they have festivals like this? She nodded, relaxing a bit. We do. Not this grand, of course. But we eat together, laugh together. It's always warm. She laughed as she shared stories, and Bjorn simply watched her, this naive country girl. He must have been mistaken, thinking she was anything like Gladys. The fireworks cracked in the sky. Erna's eyes lit up, wide with wonder. You've never seen fireworks before? Bjorn asked. Her eyes still fixed on the sky, she answered. No. This is my first time. He stared at her expression, so full of innocent awe, and his mind drifted back 4 years. That night, he had been here with Gladys. She wasn't feeling well from the morning, struggled through the rowing, and during the fireworks, she had looked pale. But as the crown princess, she stayed till the end. That day, he had thought she would make a great queen. It was a week later he learned the truth. She was pregnant. When the royal doctor congratulated him, he couldn't even respond. From then on, he stopped believing what he saw. He let go of meaningless expectations. Life became simpler. And tonight, he had a beautiful woman beside him, enjoying the festival. He had won the bet. With her help, he'd earned back more than the value of that lost trophy. Just then, a gust of wind blew, and Erna's hat flew off, landing in the water. She leaned over, trying to reach it. Careful, Bjorn warned, but she kept leaning. He instinctively reached over and pulled her back. But the boat tilted sharply to one side, wobbled, and capsized. They plunged into the water. Erna sank fast, unable to breathe, unable to scream. Panic took over as she thrashed under the surface, until a large hand wrapped around her. She heard Bjorn's voice, faint and muffled. She couldn't understand what he said, but just knowing he was there, she knew she was safe. Once again, Bjorn had saved her. Bjorn pulled Erna back into the boat, calling her name. Erna, wake up. She finally coughed, spitting out the water she had swallowed, her breath returning in short, sharp bursts. Bjorn patted her cheek lightly. You're okay now. He looked at her, still dripping wet, and found it ridiculous. They had fallen into a river over a hat. In his eyes, she really was a troublesome woman. But it didn't matter. It was over. He had already won the bet. They reached the riverbank. Erna's parents were there, calling for her. Bjorn's assistant approached as well, handing him a dry coat. Before leaving, Bjorn turned to look at her one last time, just a glance. Whether she succeeded in running away or got caught and stayed in the city, it was no longer his concern. He walked off toward his friends, flipping his wet hair back and demanding, "Bring me my money." The festival was over. Everything should return to normal now. But rumors erupted again. Erna's father was livid, slamming his cane to the ground, fuming. Her stepmother, trying to calm him, reminded, "We still have Count Lehman. Tonight's meeting will fix everything." But on the other side, it was Princess Gladys who changed everything. When Prince Bjorn was criticized for having an affair right in front of his ex-wife who forgave him and decided to take him back, the princess decided to make a public statement. She clarified everything. Tearfully, she even brought up their lost child. She asked people not to blame Bjorn, claiming he had cared deeply for their baby and even attended the funeral in secret. "I cannot force a reunion," she said, voice trembling. "If he chooses Miss Hardy, I will respect his decision." The statement worked like magic. Gladys was now seen as noble, gracious, a woman who tried to protect even her unfaithful ex-husband and his supposed lover. Naturally, the public turned on Erna. She became the villain. One by one, those who had shown interest in her turned their backs. Her father, who had been counting on Count Lehman, received a letter canceling the meeting. Another door shut. Far away in Buford, the newspaper had already reached her grandmother. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she clutched the paper. She knew her granddaughter couldn't do such things. And she also knew exactly who would put her in this situation: her father. "I won't let Erna suffer the same way her mother did," she whispered. She had made up her mind. She would go to the capital and save her. Meanwhile, Prince Bjorn sat at a tea table, lost in thought. He wondered aloud, why didn't the King of Lars make his daughter the heir instead of marrying her off to Lechen again? After all, she was brilliant. Her greatest weapon? She didn't appear to have any ill intentions. But this time, she'd spoken of the child. Bjorn scoffed. "She used to avoid lies," he muttered. "But now, seems like she's finally learned how to tell one." Late at night, Erna heard the door creak open. She turned, wondering who it could be at such an hour. The answer came fast. Her father, storming in, his face twisted in fury. The scandal had erupted again, ruining all of his plans. Far away, Pavel was busy with another portrait commission. He checked the sky. It looked bad. Rain clouds had gathered thick, and the weather was turning. He had promised Erna he'd meet her at 7 in front of the clock tower. He planned to leave as soon as he finished work, but the storm suggested that wouldn't be easy. Meanwhile, at the club, Prince Bjorn sat with his friends playing cards, the usual scene. One friend asked casually, "Have you seen Miss Hardy since that night?" Bjorn didn't answer. He hadn't even heard the question. His friends felt a twinge of guilt now. They had made that bet jokingly, but it had ended up dragging Erna into a scandal. Still, they knew the truth. Bjorn wouldn't bother about her now. He had abandoned Princess Gladys. Why would he care about Erna Hardy? "Unless Gladys and Bjorn reunite, the public will keep blaming her," one murmured. But that's never going to happen. They wondered aloud why people were so obsessed with the image of Bjorn and Gladys as a couple. As the night deepened, the storm worsened. Rain poured heavily. Bjorn looked out the window, watching it lash against the glass. Could that Hardy girl really run away in this kind of weather? At that same moment, Erna stood beneath the clock tower, soaked in rain. Her face was swollen from her father's slaps. Back on Pavel's side, his train was stopped by a landslide caused by the rain. When he asked how long the delay would be, the station master gave no clear answer. Pavel grew restless. Erna was waiting. He asked for any means of transport, a carriage, a horse, anything. Bjorn left the club, but instead of returning to the castle, he ordered a detour to the station. He sat in silence in the carriage. It had been a week since he last saw her. Her eyes that day, like a lost child. She hadn't asked him for help, but still, he felt guilty, as though he'd refused to help a child in need. That feeling irritated him. When the carriage reached the clock tower, he glanced out. No one. He was about to tell the driver to move on, until he spotted someone. A lone figure stood across the square, cloaked in a raincoat, still waiting, silent, unmoving. His eyes widened. She's still here? She had arrived early, but Pavel hadn't shown up. She'd even gone to his house and knocked, but no one answered. Still, she chose to wait, until midnight, if needed. After all, she could always go to Buford alone. But, for now, she waited. Erna had waited long past their promised time. The wind had grown stronger, her knees wobbled. She fell to the ground, tears mixing with the rain as she tried to steady her breath. Then, the rain above her stopped. She looked up slowly. Prince Bjorn stood there, holding an umbrella. Their eyes met. He knelt beside her, covering her with the umbrella. She quickly turned her face away. She didn't want him to see her like this. Bjorn gently touched her chin and turned her face toward him. He saw the bruises. His eyes hardened. "Whoever you were waiting for, it looks like they abandoned you." Later, Erna found herself inside Bjorn's carriage. He sat across from her, silent, analyzing her pale face. His jaw clenched. He knew exactly who had caused those bruises. Because of that scandal, she was suffering like this. She hadn't just wanted to escape marriage. She was running from something much worse. Now that he thought about it, she had disappeared the first time rumors broke, too. Probably to wait for the bruises to heal. He thought their deal was fair. Now he realized he owed her a debt instead, and clearly she had been waiting for someone. Bjorn smirked, piecing it together. Pavel, that was his name, right? He chuckled quietly. Gladys had a lover who was a poet. Seems all doe-eyed girls fall for artists. As if summoned by thought, a man on horseback came into view, riding toward the clock tower. Bjorn recognized him. So, he was wrong after all. Erna Hardy wasn't abandoned. He glanced at her. She seemed to be dozing off, worn out. Then she stirred, eyes half open, and looked toward the window. Before she could see outside, Bjorn swiftly pulled the curtain shut, blocking the view, blocking the man. At the Hardy house, Erna's grandmother arrived unannounced, her expression sharp with determination. She demanded, "Return my granddaughter to me." Erna's father barely glanced up. "She left this house. Isn't she already back in Buford?" His dismissive tone made her furious. "You can keep that house if you want, but give me back my granddaughter," she snapped. Only then did her father's face shift. "What do you mean? Isn't she in Buford?" Her grandmother's face paled. "You don't even know where your own daughter is?" she said, voice shaking with disbelief. Without waiting for a response, she turned and slammed the door behind her. Meanwhile, Bjorn brought Erna to his townhouse. She was soaked, dripping from head to toe. He looked at her, worried. "You'll catch a cold. Change out of those wet clothes," he said. Erna blushed, hugging herself tightly. "I can do it myself." Bjorn gave a nod and stepped out of the room. But outside the door, he muttered to himself, 5 minutes. "If she's not done by then, I'm going in." When he opened the door 5 minutes later, she was already asleep. She had changed into fresh clothes and even tied the ribbon on her dress like a proper noblewoman. Bjorn sighed and gently carried her to the bed so she could rest. The next day, Erna woke and greeted the prince. "Thank you." Again, she said quietly. It still feels like a dream to her that he came back for her. She lowered her eyes. "I'm fine now. I should go. My friend must be waiting." Bjorn raised an eyebrow. "This friend, Pavel Lore?" Erna looked surprised. "How do you—" She paused. "Please, don't tell anyone." Bjorn leaned back. "Why should I keep it a secret? Weren't you ready to be talked about when you planned to run away with him?" Erna's face fell. "It wasn't like that. Pavel's like a brother to me. I only asked for his help because of the money. I couldn't travel alone with that much." Bjorn frowned. "Money?" He didn't understand. "Why were you borrowing money from Pavel?" he asked sharply. "Tell me everything." Elsewhere, Erna's grandmother visited Pavel. "I need help contacting the police," she said, worried. Pavel looked down, ashamed. He looked for her that night, he really did. But when he went to the Hardy house, they told him she was sick and resting. He thought she'd gone back home. He realized too late something was wrong. Back in the townhouse, Bjorn sat in silence after hearing everything, then said, "Whatever amount Pavel promised you, I'll give it. And you don't have to pay me back. Think of it as a gift." Erna looked at him, confused. "Why are you helping me? Again?" For Bjorn, it was simple. He had won the bet, profited from it, and without even knowing, she had suffered for it. The quickest, most efficient way to help her now was money, because that's what she needed most. Just then, a guard arrived. "His Majesty has summoned you." Bjorn sighed and headed to the castle. Once there, the king wasted no time. "I've received reports that Miss Hardy is missing," the king said. "Does this have anything to do with you?" Bjorn exhaled. "She's not missing, she's with me. She was in a difficult situation, and I helped her. I'll resolve it soon." The king nodded with a smile. "Good. You have my permission." Bjorn blinked. "Permission? For what?" The king looked at him directly. "To marry Miss Hardy." Meanwhile, when Pavel and Erna's grandmother arrived at the police station, they were met with a shocking revelation. "The case of Erna Hardy's disappearance has been resolved," the officer informed them. Pavel furrowed his brows. "Resolved? What do you mean?" The officer handed him a newspaper. On the front page, in bold letters, Prince Bjorn and Erna Hardy living together. Pavel stared at it, stunned. How is this even possible?" Next to him, Erna's grandmother saw the headline and collapsed to the ground, fainting from the shock. Elsewhere, Erna sat outside Pavel's house, waiting. He wasn't home. She began to wonder if he had gone to Buford alone. Just then, Pavel appeared, breathless. "Erna!" he called out. She turned to him. "You're back? Where were you? What happened that day?" Pavel shook his head. "There's no time for that now. Come with me. We need to go to the hospital." Erna looked confused. "Why the hospital?" He paused, noticing the bruise on her face. His voice tightened. "Did your father hit you again?" Erna avoided the question. "Why are we going to the hospital?" He finally told her. "Your grandmother—" She collapsed. "She's there now." At the royal residence, Prince Bjorn sat reading the same newspaper. His expression darkened. "If I'd been born in a more barbaric era," he muttered, "I'd have had those journalists beheaded." Leonid, standing beside him, gave a dry chuckle. "Journalists do need some discipline." Then, more seriously, he said, "I heard father gave you permission to marry Miss Hardy. So, are you going to marry her?" Bjorn scoffed. "Have you gone mad too?" Earlier that day, when Bjorn had returned to his townhouse from his meeting with the king, Erna was already gone. She had left behind only a letter. In it, she thanked him for everything, for his help, and for the offer he made. But she declined, and she said goodbye. Bjorn didn't go after her. He thought there was no need. He could send her the money through a messenger, and once she returned to her village, the rumors would fade on their own. As he mulled over those thoughts, Mrs. Fitz entered in a hurry. "Miss Erna Hardy is in the hospital," she said. Her grandmother collapsed. Both brothers froze in shock. At the hospital, Erna sat by her grandmother's side. She had tried to cover her bruises with makeup, hoping to hide what had happened. Her grandmother stared at her. "You've changed," she said quietly. "Since coming to this city, you've become corrupted." Erna didn't argue. Let her believe that. It was better than showing her the truth, that her face had been beaten. She couldn't bear to lose her grandmother too, not like she lost her grandfather. Prince Bjorn sat in the club, surrounded by murmurs. Every whisper was about Erna Hardy. "Did you hear?" Someone said, "That artist, Pavan Lore, paid her grandmother's hospital fees. First, the prince. Now the painter. She's turning out to be the greatest seductress in the city, another added. His friends exchanged looks. One of them spoke up. It's getting worse for her. At this rate, she'll never recover from it. Bjorn leaned back in his chair, eyes closed. It had become a never-ending story, and now he realized, even if Erna left the city, it wouldn't end. The gossip would just shift to the next woman. It wouldn't stop until either he or Princess Gladys disappeared from the picture. He thought back to his father's words that morning. Marry Erna Hardy. What would that even feel like? He never believed in love. That's why he had married and divorced Gladys without a second thought. And Erna? Yes, she was beautiful, but beyond that, she had no advantage to offer. Still, if he named her Archduchess, at least it would silence Gladys's name once and for all. It all started with her, he thought, so maybe it has to end with her. He took a coin from the table and tossed it. He caught it, looked at the result, and stood up. Where are you going? One of his friends asked. Bjorn turned slightly, tossed on his coat, and said, to clean up a mess. At the hospital, even the staff and visitors couldn't hide their stares. Whispers followed Erna down the hallway. She's the one, someone said. The prince actually likes that kind of girl, another muttered. Just then, the very subject of their gossip stepped into view, Prince Bjorn. His sudden entrance silenced the murmurs in an instant. He paused at the doorway, eyes scanning the corridor. A flower pot caught his attention. Without hesitation, he stepped over and plucked a single pinkish-red rose. Inside the room, Erna's grandmother sighed deeply. Because of this scandal rumor with the prince, no one will marry you now. Erna replied gently, It's all right, grandmother. I don't plan to be married anyway, and there's nothing between me and the prince. The door opened. Bjorn stood there, hair slightly ruffled, coat resting over shoulders, a rose in hand. Erna's eyes widened. Your Highness? Before she could say more, he stepped forward and knelt on one knee. First, he said calmly, I apologize for being late. Earlier that day, when the coin had landed, he made a choice. Heads, he would marry her. Tails, he would hand her the money from the bet and send her off. And now here he was, kneeling before a woman who, in truth, held no gain for him. But maybe, just maybe, he could try to live a life that was quiet, beautiful, and harmless. Holding out the rose, he looked up at her and spoke clearly. Miss Erna Hardy, he said, will you marry me? Erna stared at him with wide eyes. Was this a dream? Her thoughts raced. But no, it wasn't a dream. Everyone was watching. She, an insignificant girl, and in front of her, the prince, was proposing. How could that be? And more than that, he didn't love her. Her hand moved unconsciously, reaching for the rose. His expression was bright, almost expectant. But the words he'd spoken, they felt too smooth, and she couldn't feel any sincerity. There was something in them that made her hesitate. Still, the smile on his face looked like he already knew her answer, and truthfully, she was happy he had come. He was late, but he came. That was enough. Her hand finally resumed its motion. Just as her inner turmoil began to quiet and the worry faded, everything around her blurred. Her legs gave way, and her body swayed forward. She fainted. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Bjorn reacted quickly, catching her in his arms before she could fall. The flower remained clutched in her hand. It was clear to everyone watching. The answer was yes. She had accepted the proposal. The news of Prince Bjorn's proposal spread across the nation like wildfire. Rumors claimed Miss Erna Hardy fainted from excitement upon receiving it. Who would have thought? A mere country girl, now to become the future princess consort. Even the king had granted his blessing. What shocked everyone further, the wedding would take place in just 2 months. And with that, the love story of Prince Bjorn and Princess Gladys came to a definitive, tragic end. A few days later, Erna sat across from her stepmother. You should reconcile with your father, the woman urged. He is still your father, the one who should walk you down the aisle. She smiled tightly. Why don't we all have dinner together? Erna, no longer the timid girl who had left that house, replied calmly. I'll check my schedule. Her stepmother's expression stiffened. The audacity of having to ask a girl like her. After she left, Lisa sat beside Erna, frowning slightly. Are you really thinking of forgiving them that easily? Lisa had been worried. When the news broke about the prince's proposal, she had feared Erna would leave her behind. But instead, Erna had come to her first, apologized for leaving without a word, and asked her to come with her. Lisa had been overwhelmed. From that moment, she decided, no matter what happened in the future, she would stay by Erna's side. But even now, something still gnawed at her. The wedding's next week, Lisa said quietly. But the prince, he hasn't visited you often. There was not even a letter, not even a flower. It felt strange. He had created such a storm with that dramatic proposal. Naturally, Lisa assumed he must be in love with her lady, but the two still seemed awkward, distant. Erna, sensing her thoughts, replied, I'm going to see him tomorrow. For lunch. He invited me. Lisa gave a nod, still unsure. But as she looked at Erna, now more graceful, more beautiful, and less burdened, she decided to set the worry aside, for now. Elsewhere, a man with too many drinks in him cursed the prince, calling him impossible. The same prince who had just won his own bachelor party trophy, and now stood holding it, shielding his forehead from the harsh morning sun. When Bjorn finally left the club, his head was pounding. The hangover throbbed with every movement. 2 bachelor parties. How ridiculous, he thought. He couldn't afford to lose either and embarrass himself. He hadn't expected the party to last this long. Morning had arrived already. As his carriage passed the fountain, he glanced out the window. The memories hit him all at once. His first crazy encounter with her. If she hadn't shown up that day, he wondered, would everything have turned out differently? Back at the mansion, Mrs. Fitz stood waiting and scolded him the moment he stepped in. "How could you return looking like this?" she snapped. "Miss Erna is waiting for you." Bjorn frowned, confused. "Erna's here?" Mrs. Fitz let out a sigh, rubbing her temple. "Yes, Miss Hardy. You invited her yourself. Lunch, remember?" So he did. Now reminded, Bjorn entered the room with a lazy smile. Erna was already there, sitting elegantly. She looked up, startled. He looked far from his usual polished self. Messy hair, rumpled clothes, slightly swaying. Yet somehow, she couldn't take her eyes off him. Bjorn offered a casual apology. "As you can see, I'm not really in shape for lunch," he said, half smirking. "Would you mind waiting until dinner?" Erna, caught off guard but with no other choice, nodded in agreement. Then, to her surprise, Bjorn stepped closer and leaned toward her. As an apology, he said, "I present you this." He held out his trophy. Erna looked at it, hesitant. "What is this?" she asked as she accepted it. Now sprawled on the sofa, one arm over his eyes, Bjorn replied drowsily, "A wolf horn." Erna blinked. Recognition dawned. So this was the trophy from his own bachelor party. He spent all night competing. "Just to win this?" She studied it and muttered gently, "Your Highness, wolves don't have horns." From his seat, still eyes closed, he scoffed. "Is that so?" A pause. "Well, I suppose it got cut off." Clearly, the prince was now speaking in the half-coherent tone of a drunk man drifting into sleep. Before she could say more, his breathing grew even. He had fallen asleep right there. Erna sat still, the trophy in her hand. Since that sudden proposal, there were many things she couldn't quite understand. But the biggest mystery of all was the prince himself, the man she was about to marry. What if I had refused that day? She remembered it clearly. By the time she regained consciousness, the marriage was already decided. Her grandmother had been crying in relief, while the prince stood nearby, smiling calmly. From that day forward, everything had been confusing, including her own heart. Even now, she couldn't help but look at him. Despite everything, she still gazed at him. As night settled in, Bjorn's eyes fluttered open. The first thing he saw was Erna, still sitting patiently beside him, quietly holding the trophy. "Are you awake?" she asked softly. Bjorn blinked, still groggy, and slowly sat up. "I can't believe I slept here like this," he muttered, running a hand through his hair. "Are you going to postpone our dinner again?" "To lunch?" Erna asked calmly. But there was a subtle hint of anger in her voice. Bjorn chuckled. "No, it won't happen again," he said. "Just give me a few minutes to freshen up." As promised, after composing himself, the prince accompanied his bride-to-be to their long-awaited dinner. At the table, Bjorn merely sipped his tea, while Erna glanced at him, puzzled. "Aren't you going to eat?" "I'm not hungry," he replied casually. "But if you have something to say, go ahead. We can talk now." Erna hesitated, then finally spoke. "I was wondering, after our marriage, can I bring Lisa with me?" Bjorn burst into a laugh. "That gatekeeper maid? The one who always glares at him." "You can bring whoever you want," he said. "Thank you," Erna said with a small smile, then hesitated again. "There's one more thing. If I don't walk down the aisle with my father, will that be a problem for the royal family?" Bjorn stared at her for a moment. So this was what she'd been fumbling to say all along. She looked down, voice low. "I actually wanted to walk down the aisle with my grandfather, but he's no longer with us." Bjorn leaned back. "As far as I know, Viscount Hardy is still alive," he said dryly. Erna's expression hardened. "I don't want to start my married life holding the hand of a man who gave up on me," she said, her voice shaking slightly. "If it's absolutely necessary, I'll endure it. But if there's another way, I'd rather hold your hand instead." Bjorn froze, stunned by her words. She looked at him with those pleading, innocent eyes, not demanding, just asking. The wedding was tomorrow. That night, Erna lay beside her grandmother. "Are you afraid?" her grandmother asked gently. "Yes," Erna admitted quietly. "I've been afraid since the day he proposed." She paused, then asked the question that had been weighing on her heart. "Grandmother, why do you think the prince proposed to me?" Her grandmother smiled warmly. "I think he proposed because he has an eye for hidden gems," she said softly. "And yes, because he loves you." But Erna looked away. Deep down, she knew. Prince Bjorn didn't love her. At least not yet. Her grandmother gently caressed her cheek. "I was worried at first," she confessed. "Worried that, like your mother, you'd fall for a man with an affair. That's why I came to take you back. But now, I'm not afraid anymore. The prince doesn't seem like the man the rumors make him out to be." She patted Erna's cheeks. "So don't be afraid. Live your life. Be happy." Erna nodded quietly, her heart still uncertain, but her resolve growing stronger. On the day of the wedding, Viscount Hardy looked furious, while his wife quietly tried to calm him. 2 nights earlier, Prince Bjorn had visited the Hardy house to deliver a message. No, an order. He would be the one to walk down the aisle with his bride. When Erna's father tried to question him, "Why are you doing this?" Bjorn gave only one answer. "Because she is my wife now," dressed in white. Erna stepped out of her house and into the carriage. Along the route to the church, murmurs followed them. "Is that her?" How can the royal family replace Princess Gladys with someone like Erna Hardy? At the church, the royal carriage arrived. Prince Bjorn stepped out first, extending his hand to his bride. His hair was neatly combed. His face wore a calm smile as he looked at her, his bride, beautiful and wide-eyed with innocence. Erna placed her hand in his. As they walked down the aisle together, her steps trembled. 1,000 thoughts swirled in her head. What's waiting for me beyond that door? Will I be happy? Should I turn back now? But then, she heard his voice. Erna. She looked up. His eyes were warm, his smile reassuring. Breathe, Erna, he said, just like he had on the day they first met. She inhaled deeply, her shoulders relaxing. Thank you, she whispered. You granted my wish, so I'll do my best. I'll give my all to this marriage and be a good wife. Hand in hand, they reached the altar. Standing before her, Bjorn gently lifted her veil. The pastor began the ceremony, exchanging vows and officially joining them as husband and wife. Erna stood there, serious and composed throughout, and Bjorn couldn't help but wonder, why is she taking this so seriously? Then came the moment everyone waited for, the first kiss. Bjorn raised his hand, brushing her cheek. Her eyes widened, still soft, still startled like a deer, and then he kissed her, gently, holding her chin. It wasn't a long kiss. But when he pulled away, Erna felt something unfamiliar bloom inside her. Bjorn looked at her again, his new bride shyly avoiding his gaze, and with that, the royal wedding came to a quiet, beautiful end. Before the night began, Erna was forced to take a bath, surrounded by maids all attending to the new archduchess with practiced efficiency. She tried to protest, I can take a bath by myself, but Mrs. Fitz was firm. You can't, she said, brushing aside Erna's request without hesitation. After the bath, Mrs. Fitz wished the archduchess a restful night and left. Erna sat at the edge of the grand bed, wrapped in a nightgown layered, with her matched style. She had a vague understanding of what it meant to be married, of sharing a night with her husband, but the thought of being with the prince felt surreal. Everything in the castle was too large, too luxurious. And thanks to Bjorn, she now owned her countryside home again. And even the Hardy estate had been saved from bankruptcy. She felt shameless. After all, she had come into this marriage with nothing. No wonder the people of Lechen hated her. She could feel their judgment on the way from the chapel. She had asked the prince about it earlier. Your Highness, it doesn't seem like they are cheering, she murmured. Bjorn had just laughed, brushing it off as if it didn't matter. If you stop paying attention, they all start to sound the same. He looked striking under the sunlight then, and for a brief moment, Erna forgot the role she was supposed to play. She found herself staring dreamily at his soft golden hair, too shy to meet his eyes. Now, in the bedroom, she let out a yawn. The prince was late. The reception had ended long ago, so he was probably still with his friends. She recalled Mrs. Fitz's stern warning. You mustn't fall asleep like this on your wedding night. But as sleep tugged at her eyes, Erna silently apologized. Sorry, Mrs. Fitz. Just a little nap. Still lying at the very edge of the big bed, she slowly drifted off. Late at night, Bjorn descended the steps toward his bedroom. When he opened the door, he found his wife, Erna, lying at the edge of the bed, slipping silently into sleep. He stepped closer, leaned down, and softly called her name. Erna. She didn't stir. Gently, he swept aside the hair covering her face. At his touch, she gasped, her eyes fluttering open. For a moment, she tensed, as if about to scream, but then recognition softened her expression. It was him, her husband. This was his room now, their room. She slowly calmed. Bjorn smiled, stroking her cheek once more. Hello, my good wife. Erna hesitated before murmuring, Hello, your highness. She hurriedly sat up, flustered. Forgive me for falling asleep like this. Bjorn waved it off. No need. Stay in bed. His gaze lingered on her nightgown. Delicate lace and frills, undoubtedly her choice. Even Mrs. Fitz couldn't override her taste in such matters. It's pretty, he remarked. Erna's fingers fidgeted with the fabric. Thank you, your highness, she whispered. Bjorn chuckled, then reached for the ribbon in her hair, tugging it loose. Dark strands tumbled free. Call me by my name, he said. Your highness feels a little awkward in here. Before she could reply, his fingers found the ribbon at her collar. She gasped, clutching it tightly. Try saying it, he coaxed, his voice low. My name, Erna. Hurry, you must do your best. At his words, her grip slackened. The ribbon slipped free, but she squeezed her eyes shut, hands flying up to shield herself. Bjorn caught her wrists, his tone teasing but edged with something sharper. You promised to be a good wife. Was that a lie? Her eyes flew open. No, I would never deceive you. Her voice trembled, her body shaking beneath his touch. Bjorn smiled. That's a relief then, he said, his voice low, because I hate being deceived. Without hesitation, he reached for the outer layer of her nightgown, loosening it with practiced fingers before tossing it aside. Erna stiffened. Your highness, my name, Erna, he corrected, fingers already working on the next knot. He disliked the cumbersome layers, too many ties, too much fabric. But there was a certain pleasure in undoing them, like unwrapping a carefully wrapped gift. Bjorn, she finally whispered, cheeks burning as she averted her gaze. I can do it myself. Rest, he murmured. You're tired, let me take care of you. For him, the act of peeling away each layer was its own reward. You look beautiful, he murmured. Erna's cheeks flushed crimson, the first time he had ever said it so plainly. Before she could respond, he closed the distance between them, capturing her lips in a slow, deliberate kiss. Her eyes flew open, her body stiff beneath his touch. He didn't mind her surprise, only deepened the kiss, nipping lightly at her bottom lip as his hands trailed lower. She tensed, her small hand pressing against his chest, not pushing him away but hesitating. A silent plea. Bjorn. Her voice was barely a whisper. Tears welled in her eyes as she covered her face with her hands. I'm sorry, she choked out. The apology struck him like a blade. Memories of Princess Gladys flooded back, her trembling, her endless sorries on their first night. Was this some cruel joke? Had fate bound him to another woman like her? But then Erna spoke again, her voice fragile but firm. I'm sorry, Bjorn. I'm just a little scared. It's unfamiliar. Strange. But I'll keep my promise. I didn't mean to deceive you. I won't. Bjorn sighed, pushing his hair back in frustration. That damn promise. He wasn't some loan shark, so why did she always act like she owed him a debt? Truthfully, she had exceeded all his expectations in every way, her soft body, her youthful face. But the problem was, this woman knew nothing, and he had no interest in coaxing and cajoling an inexperienced woman into it. Patience had never been his virtue. How much can you drink? He asked abruptly, Erna startled at the sudden question. Huh? I don't know. How much do you usually drink? He poured a glass, the liquid glinting in the dim light. One glass, she admitted, sitting up and clutching the loosened front of her dress. And that makes me dizzy. Bjorn approached, offering her the glass. Drink this, Erna. He knew she wouldn't endure this sober. She hesitated, fingers trembling around the glass. Then she remembered her grandmother's words. Be happy. In one swift motion, she tipped it back, the burn searing her throat. She knew the prince didn't love her. She didn't even know why he had married her. Pity, perhaps. But he had proposed, and she had accepted. So she would give him everything. Even if it wasn't love, she would try her best. For them to be happy together. For a long, long time. Bjorn watched as Erna attempted to gulp down the entire glass, her movements already sluggish from the alcohol. Before she could finish, he snatched it from her hand and drained the rest himself. She blinked up at him, dazed, as he set the empty glass aside. Thank you, she murmured, mistaking his action for consideration. Bjorn said nothing, only smirked. Then, without warning, he seized her chin and crushed his lips against hers, forcing the last traces of liquor into her mouth. The kiss was fierce, demanding, his teeth grazing her bottom lip as he pushed her down onto the bed. Clothes slipped from their shoulders, fabric pooling around them. Erna lay stiff beneath him, eyes screwed shut. He broke the kiss just enough to growl, Erna. Open your eyes. She obeyed slowly, lashes fluttering. Do I have to? Yes, he said, thumb tracing her burning cheek. If you keep them closed, it's as if you're thinking of someone else. Her blush deepened. That's not— How could you say something so— He didn't let her finish. His mouth claimed hers again, swallowing her protests. The only sounds left were their ragged breaths and the slick heat of shared moans between kisses. As the heat in the room intensified, Bjorn shrugged off his gown. Erna flinched at the sight, her breath catching as she stared wide-eyed. I don't think this will work, she whispered nervously, her gaze flickering downward before darting away. Bjorn froze for a moment, then burst into laughter, pulling her close. Thank you, wife, he murmured against her lips, taking it as the highest compliment before claiming her mouth again. The temperature between them rose further, the air thick with tension. When he finally broke the kiss, his hand cradled the back of her head, their faces still inches apart. It's all right, Erna, he whispered, voice rough. It will be okay. When he had first entered the room tonight, he'd told himself this was merely duty, a husband's obligation. He'd even prided himself on his generosity, indulging his shy bride who'd stolen glances at him all day. But now he was the one going crazy. Her tearful moans, the petal-like marks blooming across her skin, the way she clenched around him, it was all intoxicating, maddening. Are you okay, Erna? He managed to ask, his control fraying. She gave a weak nod. Is it over now? Bjorn kissed her deeply in response, their foreheads touching as he murmured, yes. Then he began trailing nibbling kisses down her cheeks, her neck lower, while Erna lay boneless beneath him, only realizing much later that his answer had been a lie. A very big lie. The next morning, a knock startled Erna awake. Your Highness, it's me, Mrs. Fitz. Erna's eyes fluttered open as she gasped, pain shooting through her body when she sat up. Memories of last night's relentless activities flooded back. When Mrs. Fitz announced she was entering, Erna trembled, attempting to stand, but her sore muscles betrayed her. Your Highness, are you okay? Came the concerned voice again when no answer followed. I'm okay, Erna hurriedly replied, pulling the covers higher. Trembling voice only deepened Mrs. Fitz's worry, and she again announced her arrival. The door opened before Erna could protest. Maids filed in as Erna scrambled to the bathroom, dragging a sheet with her that now hung awkwardly in the doorway. Mrs. Fitz surveyed the scene, tangled sheets, torn nightgown pieces scattered about, the half-empty alcohol bottle, and used glasses. Understanding dawned. She dismissed the maids immediately. Approaching the bathroom door, she spoke gently. I've sent them away. Are you unwell? Thank you. Just tired, Erna's muffled voice replied. She recalled seeing the prince earlier that morning. He'd looked composed, as always, bathed, dressed, and out the door without a word. Not a single mention of the Archduchess. As if he'd forgotten yesterday's wedding entirely, and the wife he now had. It was as if nothing had changed from the day before. But Mrs. Fitz had seen enough to know that last night had changed everything, for Erna, at least. With a sigh, Mrs. Fitz said, "I'll tidy up. Ring when you're ready, Your Highness." Hesitating, she added, "Might I have that sheet?" The door cracked open slightly. Erna, wrapped in a bathrobe that couldn't conceal the marks, handed it over silently. "Thank you, Your Highness." Mrs. Fitz bowed respectfully, then left, her heart heavy. She had believed the prince's choice of bride might have come from affection, but no man in love would leave his wife to face the first morning of marriage alone. Later, when Erna emerged, Mrs. Fitz suggested she rest for the day. "But weren't we supposed to tour the residence today?" Erna asked softly. "We can postpone it," Mrs. Fitz replied. His Highness said the same. At the mention of her husband, Erna's cheeks flushed slightly. "Is that so?" Mrs. Fitz nodded, though she had lied. She'd only wanted to ease the young woman's heart. When she was alone again, Erna sank into the enormous bed. Everything here was so grand, so foreign, it didn't feel like hers. Even the name Dniester didn't quite fit her, and least of all, her husband, Bjorn. Prince Bjorn was kind yet uncaring, warm yet aloof, contradictory in every way. Still, he didn't seem pretentious in any way. That was what confused her the most. The more she tried to understand him, the more tangled her thoughts became. She missed her grandmother deeply. She had begged her to stay, but grandmother had only smiled and said, "Everyone has their own path to follow." So now, Erna could only hope. And believe that things would get better in time, wouldn't they? At dawn, Bjorn returned after finishing his work. Mrs. Fitz greeted him at the entrance, flanked by a few maids. "Your Highness," she said with a slight bow, "the Archduchess is resting. She didn't look well, so I suggested she take the day to recover." Bjorn gave a curt nod. Mrs. Fitz added gently, "You must be tired as well, now that the wedding is over. Perhaps you should rest too?" "I'll rest on our honeymoon," Bjorn replied, already walking past her. "But that's still 2 weeks away," she pointed out. Bjorn paused mid-step and turned slightly. "Are you siding with the Archduchess already? Just 1 day in and you've changed sides. That's disappointing." Mrs. Fitz quickly bowed. "I apologize, Your Highness." He waved a hand. "Don't be like that. We've known each other long enough. Practically my whole life, haven't we?" He entered his study. Inside, he pulled out a letter and scanned it, then spoke without looking up. "Since we have 2 weeks before the honeymoon, perhaps take this time to teach my wife." Mrs. Fitz blinked. "Pardon?" Bjorn opened the letter. "She has no family who can teach her the affairs of the bedroom. So someone has to take on that responsibility, don't you think?" Mrs. Fitz bowed. "Of course. I will contact the palace to find a suitable person." She hesitated, then finally asked, "Your Highness, may I ask, why did you choose the Archduchess as your wife?" She knew she was stepping over a line, but after raising him all these years, she still can't read him at all. Bjorn leaned back in his chair and said casually, "She's pretty." Mrs. Fitz blinked again. "That was it?" Bjorn smirked. "You don't agree? She's quite pretty, isn't she?" She didn't answer, only bowed deeper, even more confused than before. Erna sealed the final thank you letter. It was addressed to Pavel. She truly wanted to express her gratitude. Without his help, she wouldn't have come this far. She was still deep in thought when Lisa shouted excitedly, "Your Highness, the items for your honeymoon have arrived. Let's take a look." As expected from the royal family, everything was luxurious and beautiful. Jewelry, perfumes, bags, and clothes, all laid out neatly. No matter what Erna tried on, she looked lovely in it. Lisa couldn't stop praising her, which only made Erna feel more embarrassed. Removing her hat, Erna stood with a heavy heart. Knowing all of this came from the prince made her feel burdened. After saving her home, protecting her father from debt, she felt like she was constantly receiving more than she deserved. Lisa, misunderstanding her expression, sighed. "Your Highness must be upset because the first stop for your honeymoon is the kingdom of Lars, Prince's ex-wife's homeland. I just wish the Archduke had been more considerate of your feelings." "It's okay, Lisa," Erna replied softly. "I've heard the kingdom of Lars is beautiful. I'm looking forward to seeing it." Just then, Mrs. Fitz entered and gave a small bow. "Your Highness, the imperial tutor you requested has arrived." Erna nodded. "All right. I'll be there." Meanwhile, Bjorn was in a meeting. The decision to visit the kingdom of Lars as the first stop had been well received. The merger of their bank with Lars's financial institutions promised great benefits. As the meeting ended, Bjorn sighed. He was too busy these days. He couldn't wait to rest at sea during the journey. He wondered briefly what the Archduchess might be doing. Was she still in her lessons? "Your Highness," a voice called out gently. Bjorn looked up to see Erna. She looked like something was weighing on her mind. "Do you have a moment?" "I'd like to talk," she said, clearly nervous. He nodded, and she sat beside him, her expression serious. "What is it, Erna?" he asked casually. She hesitated, fidgeting with her hands. Then she finally spoke. "I heard. It was you who ordered the lessons. Is that why you haven't visited me? Because I'm too inexperienced?" Bjorn frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Her cheeks turned red, but she explained anyway. You haven't come to my room. Not since our first night. Bjorn rubbed his forehead. Truthfully, he had just been too busy with work, but still, he replied. If you already know the reason, wouldn't it be better to continue your lessons instead of coming here? Because honestly, she wasn't entirely wrong. She was inexperienced, he thought to himself. Erna lowered her head slightly. I understand, she said sincerely. I know I'm lacking. I apologize for that. Earlier that day, Madame Peg, the imperial tutor, had arrived. She was elegant and kind, and when she gently explained the importance of what takes place between husband and wife, Erna had listened carefully and understood the necessity. But the moment Madame Peg began describing the more embarrassing details, Erna's mind went completely blank. In the end, she had run away from the lesson entirely. Now, face flushed as red as a tomato, Erna pleaded with the prince. I won't run away from my duties, she said, but I don't want to learn that from someone else. Bjorn blinked, confused. So, if it's really necessary, then I'll learn it from you, she said, barely above a whisper. What? Bjorn asked, genuinely baffled. Please teach me, she said, bowing her head. You're my husband, after all, so I ask you, please teach me. Bjorn stared at her, rubbing his temples in disbelief. Madame Peg's lesson had only included vague references from old-fashioned books, and still she had bolted like a startled deer. And now here she was, asking him to teach her, completely unaware of what she was even requesting. It was so naive, and yet so incredibly bold. What should I do with her? Bjorn thought, amused. She was ignorant, but provocatively so. While the conversation hung awkwardly in the air, Mrs. Fitz entered the room at Bjorn's signal. Your Highness, she said, addressing Erna, you mustn't run away like that. You need to complete your lessons properly. Erna quickly shook her head. I don't want to go back. Bjorn let out a sigh. Leave her be, Mrs. Fitz. My wife seems to find it all a bit too difficult, so I suppose it can't be helped. Erna looked at him, grateful, her face still flushed. Thank you, she whispered softly. Mrs. Fitz placed a hand to her forehead, clearly exasperated. Even so, Your Highness, the lessons must be concluded properly. Otherwise, it would be terribly disrespectful. Bjorn nodded in agreement. That's true. Erna also nodded, understanding. She promised to apologize properly to Madame Peg, and even offered to invite her for dinner as a gesture of respect. Mrs. Fitz led her out of the room. Just before leaving, Erna turned back and looked at Bjorn. Thank you, she whispered again. He chuckled as she left. That little dear really might be dangerous, he thought. But if she was going to walk willingly into the wolf's den, what choice did he have but to enjoy it? As he leaned back in his chair, he smirked to himself. One thing was certain, this upcoming trip on the ship wouldn't be boring. In another castle, Princess Gladys's room was a mess. Crumpled newspapers lay scattered across the floor, one of them bearing a picture of Bjorn and his new wife on their wedding day. She sat on the floor clutching her own wedding album, eyes locked on her former husband's face as tears streamed down her cheeks. A sharp pain tugged at her heart. How could she not love this man? The tears came harder. She covered her mouth, trying to silence her sobs as she whispered through the cracks of her heartbreak. Forgive me, Bjorn. Before her marriage, Princess Gladys had a lover. His name was Gerald Owen, a genius poet from Lars, quiet and simple. There was talk about arranged marriages between the royal families of Lars and Lechen. It was during one such social event that she met Gerald. Drawn to his simplicity, she fell in love with him. Perhaps the feelings were so strong because they knew from the beginning it couldn't last. But in the end, she had no choice but to accept the reality of her arranged marriage, and she became the Archduchess of Lechen, the wife of Prince Bjorn. At the time, she didn't yet know she was already carrying Gerald's child. When Bjorn learned that his wife, whom he had never taken to bed, was pregnant, he said nothing. Instead, he simply advised her to continue smiling, to accept the congratulations gracefully, and to carry on being the perfect crown princess everyone admired. Then Carl was born. Bjorn never came to see the child, but he allowed Carl to carry the imperial family name. That was the price of the silent deal between Lars and Lechen. From then on, they maintained a superficial relationship, built on lies and pretenses. Less than a year later, Bjorn divorced Gladys and allowed her to return to Lars. She returned with Carl in her arms, and the world continued to believe the boy was Bjorn's son. Gladys hoped that now, at last, she could be with Gerald and live as a family. Gerald, being a kind man, became a good father to Carl. But the princess was the problem. At first, she felt peace, but with time, the guilt grew heavier. She found herself thinking about Bjorn more and more. Gerald sensed the shift in her. And in the end, he quietly chose to leave this world after just one season. Not long after, Carl died too, from a high fever, leaving Gladys completely alone. It was only after losing everything that she truly understood her feelings for Bjorn. The feelings she hadn't known how to name when she was still with him. Wiping her tears, Gladys stood from her bed. Her voice was calm but firm as she gave the order. Prepare my journey. I'll return to Lars at the end of this week. It would be the very same day, and the very same ship, that Bjorn and Erna would take for their honeymoon. And Gladys knew it. On the day their honeymoon trip began, Erna held her husband's hand as she stepped onto the ship, waving at the crowd gathered to see the Archduke and his wife off. Lisa trailed behind them, her heart heavy from the whispers she'd overheard from another maid, that Prince Bjorn's ex-wife was also taking the same ship. After spending half a month in the Grand Duke's residence, Lisa had come to realize that, just like the people of Lechen, everyone inside the castle also sided with Princess Gladys. Everyone spoke ill of the new Archduchess, as if ashamed that a girl from a fallen family had taken Princess Gladys's place. But from Lisa's point of view, the biggest problem wasn't them. It was the prince himself. Even now, he wasn't sparing a single glance at his wife, who always looked at him with such devotion. She was beautiful, dignified, and elegant. Of course, he was flawlessly escorting her, but it seemed like he was only fulfilling a role, and that came off as cold. His actions were graceful and formal, but indifferent. And that was what worried Lisa most, for her master's sake. As they reached the top of the ship, they saw Princess Gladys standing there. "It's been a while, Bjorn," she said, greeting the couple. "If it's not too late, then I'd like to congratulate you on your wedding." Bjorn only nodded in response, but his mind was racing. What is wrong with this woman? Not only had she insisted on staying in Lechen for so long, but now she had even boarded the same ship as them. He glanced to the side and saw his wife standing there uncomfortably at the sight of Gladys. Reaching out his hand, he called her name gently, Erna. She took his hand, smiling brightly, and the two of them stood at the edge of the ship, waving to the public. Bjorn looked at her, docile, obedient, and not annoying. That was the conclusion he'd reached after watching her these past 2 weeks. Sure, she could be unexpectedly odd sometimes, but she learned quickly, which told him she was smart. Most importantly, even when the entire city talked about Gladys, she showed strength, smiled, and never once complained to him. That alone made him very satisfied with his choice of bride. The ship began to sail smoothly across the ocean. Erna checked their room and stood in awe at the grandness of everything. Everything she could possibly need was already on board. Bjorn just smiled quietly, watching his wife's delighted reaction. The butler stepped forward and asked what he would like for the meal. Bjorn waved a hand and said, "Ask the Archduchess." Confused, Erna turned to him. "Aren't you going to eat?" Bjorn sat down on the sofa, loosening his barrel cuffs. "I'll just rest," he replied. "I don't feel like doing anything for a while." Erna nodded. She knew he had been busy until late last night. She didn't want to bother him. She also knew she couldn't act like a child, clinging to him and begging for attention. But her heart yearned for just a little more. She hesitated, then asked softly, "Would you like to have tea with me?" Bjorn didn't move. "I'll have dinner with you," he said flatly. "Do whatever you want until then." A little disappointed, Erna still nodded. She decided to explore the ship with Lisa. The two of them had tea together, visited the restaurants, and wandered around the decks. It had been a pleasant day. But when dinner time came and she sat down at the table, the seat across from her was still empty. "It's okay," she whispered to herself. "I can eat alone." She reminded herself that she had enjoyed her day with Lisa. She shouldn't feel down. But the truth was, ever since they got married, she'd always eaten alone. At first, she told herself he was just busy. But now, even during their honeymoon, it was the same. She recalled Princess Gladys's voice, calling him by his name when they boarded the ship. Bjorn had asked her to do the same once, on their first night. It made sense now. They were once married after all. Bjorn was her first in everything, but to him, she would always be second. The excitement and nervousness she felt about their firsts must feel like a repeat to him, old, boring. She remembered the maids at the mansion betting on how long the prince's wife would last. No matter how hard she tried to ignore it, the hurtful words found their way to her ears. She clenched her fists. She had promised herself she would be a good wife. She wouldn't let those words get to her. But the truth was, she didn't know. She didn't know if she would ever be truly happy. Knowing she was always someone's second, tears welled up in her eyes. Still, she kept eating. Going to bed on an empty stomach would only invite more dark thoughts. And more misfortune. While Erna was busy sobbing and munching, a voice cut through the silence. "Hello, Erna." She looked up, startled. It was Bjorn. He had just woken up and come to find her. Her face turned red with embarrassment. He'd seen her desperate munching. Bjorn chuckled. "If you're that embarrassed, I'll pretend I didn't see anything. But I must say, you put on quite a scene." Erna looked down, mumbling, "It wouldn't have happened if you came on time." "Then why didn't you wake me up?" Bjorn asked casually. Erna blinked. "Am I allowed to do that?" Bjorn laughed. "I doubt anyone would punish my wife for disturbing my sleep." Then, glancing around, he asked, "Is this your first time on a ship?" "It's actually my second," Erna replied innocently. "We rowed together the night of the rowing competition, remember?" Bjorn burst out laughing. Does she even count that as being on a ship? There it was again. Her odd, sincere way of thinking. She had a surprising knack for catching him off guard and making him laugh. His thoughts wandered for a moment, back to his last honeymoon. Nothing like this had happened with Gladys. Most of their time was filled with her tears or silence, while he buried himself in work. Not once had they shared a conversation that felt even remotely joyful. As he snapped back to the present, the butler moved to pour wine into Erna's glass. "Don't," Bjorn said, stopping him. "No wine for my wife." Startled, Erna quickly said, "I can handle one glass." "I know," Bjorn said calmly, "but you have things to learn tonight." Erna blinked, confused. Things to learn? Then it hit her. Her own words from earlier, how she'd pleaded for him to teach her bedroom affairs. Her face turned crimson. Bjorn laughed, watching her reaction. From now on, even if she cried in bed, he didn't think it would remind him of Gladys anymore. Why so shocked? Weren't you the one who asked for it? I did, Erna stammered, her voice faint, but, she thought, if I'd known it'd be tonight, I would have eaten slower. So, Bjorn said, leaning forward, are you done eating? Erna flinched, nodding quickly. I need to wash up first. Bjorn looked at her. You can do that after the lesson. You'll have to wash again anyway. But Erna insisted, I need some time, Bjorn. He frowned. Why? She hesitated, then looked at him with pleading eyes. I just ate, and I'm afraid I might throw up during the lesson. Bjorn stared at her, stunned. Throw up? Is this something that would make her throw up? Still, he leaned back and let out a sigh. I suppose that would be troublesome. Erna was surprised that he agreed so easily and quickly excused herself. Bjorn remained seated, watching her flee. Her excuse had slightly bruised his pride, but the way she'd begged so sincerely and looked so adorably desperate and cute, he couldn't bring himself to be upset. Well, he muttered with a small smile, I suppose this isn't a bad start to our honeymoon. As night fell, their lesson began. Erna sat nervously on the edge of the bed when Bjorn took her chin in his hand. How much have you learned so far? He asked, needing to gauge where to begin. I don't know how much, she answered innocently. I can't remember. Bjorn's lips curved into a smile. Really? Then I guess we should start from the beginning. In one smooth motion, he guided her onto the bed, hovering above her as his thumb traced her lower lip. Erna, he murmured, you must open your mouth to kiss. Hurry. With timid obedience, Erna parted her lips slightly, eyes squeezed shut. The next instant, Bjorn closed the distance between them, claiming her mouth in a fierce kiss that left her breathless. She accommodated him like an eager student, learning the ways of pleasuring her husband through experience. When his fingers found the fragile ties of her nightgown, he broke the kiss to explain, I don't like things like this. I am not into things that are cumbersome. I'll wear different nightgowns from now on, Erna offered hurriedly. No, Bjorn countered, his gaze locking onto hers with dark intensity. Don't bother wearing anything at all, you'll only have to remove it anyway. The bold statement sent heat flooding to Erna's cheeks as he lifted her onto his lap. Her fingers clutched at his robe as his lips found the sensitive skin of her neck, drawing tremors from her slight frame. Bjorn! She gasped, but he showed no intention of stopping. Don't just stay still, Erna, he instructed between kisses. Move, start with your tongue. His direct guidance proved effective as she tentatively began following his lead. When their lesson concluded, Bjorn rose to leave. Erna's small hand caught his sleeve. Stay, she pleaded, adding quickly, I'm not a noisy sleeper. I won't disturb you. He smiled, stroking her flushed cheek. Rest, Erna. We'll have lunch tomorrow at that restaurant you visited with your maid. Brushing a final kiss against her lips, he murmured, Good night, Erna, before departing. Left alone in the dim room, Erna lay back, her body humming with new sensations as she drifted into an exhausted sleep. On the other side, Pavel received a letter from Erna, one she had sent to every wedding guest. The name on the envelope read Erna Dniester, a quiet confirmation that she was now Bjorn Dniester's wife. Pavel smiled faintly. Not long before the wedding, Erna's grandmother had invited him to dinner. On his way there, he had a strange feeling that it might be the last time he could see her comfortably, under the pretense of their friendship. That's why he chose to say goodbye while she was still smiling. She had promised to write to him, but he had said, No. This is the end of our friendship, Your Highness. That's how you'll be happy. At the time, Erna looked confused, not fully understanding what he meant. Now, in the letter, she wrote that she finally understood. Still, she wanted to thank him for all the help he had given her in that unfamiliar city. She said she would never forget his kindness, and that she would always wish for his happiness. With that, she said goodbye to Pavel, her friend, and undeniably the best artist in Lechen. Pavel's thoughts drifted back to that rainy day. If only it hadn't rained so heavily. If only I had found her before the prince. A long sigh escaped him. It was all pointless now. The past couldn't be changed. Erna had become the Archduchess. She had already left for her honeymoon. So now, all he could do was truly wish for her happiness. The ship sailed smoothly through calm waters as Erna peeked into her husband's private quarters. It seemed he was in the shower, so she sat on the sofa, nervously wondering if he'd be mad at her for entering without permission. But then again, didn't Bjorn do the same when he entered her room? It should be fine, just this once. Right? Soon, Bjorn came out, dressed in a bathrobe, ruffling his damp hair back. He paused when he saw her mumbling his name, then walked over and sat beside her. What is it? He asked, casually. Have you ever seen a dolphin before? Erna asked, looking up at him. Yes. Do you like them? No, Erna pouted. But Bjorn, they say it's good luck to see dolphins. And we're about to pass the area where they often show up. Would you like to go see them with me? No. Bjorn's flat refusal contradicted the subtle smile playing on his lips. Erna noticed it, but her face still fell in disappointment. Bjorn looked at her, already guessing where she got the idea. Around the same time on his first honeymoon, he'd gone to see dolphins with Gladys. Back then, too, they told him it was a sign of good luck, that his marriage with Gladys would be a happy one. But that clearly hadn't been the case. If you want to see them, go ahead, Bjorn said. By myself? Erna asked. Yes, he replied. Her shoulders slumped again. Seeing them alone held no appeal. She wanted to share the moment with him. Then, I won't go either. She sulked, staring at the floor. Bjorn glanced at her again, clearly uncomfortable seeing her like that. With a swift motion, he yanked her gently onto his lap. Startled, Erna grabbed his shoulder for support. One by one, her cap, gloves, everything, fell to the floor, removed by Bjorn. What are you doing? She asked, flustered. A husband's duty, Bjorn replied, his gaze locking onto hers. Erna looked into his eyes and saw it clearly, the desire he never bothered to hide. His touches, his kisses, they were passionate. Even if he didn't love her, even if it stung a little, she still wanted to believe that this new bride isn't being ignored by her husband. Just like the ship that was sailing smoothly across the sea, she hoped their relationship would head in the right direction too. Suddenly, she noticed the curtains were still open. The curtains? Shouldn't we close? Bjorn's answer was simple. No need. He couldn't believe she still had the mind to worry about things like that. How could he possibly allow it? He leaned in and captured her lips, kissing her furiously. Erna shut her eyes, giving in to the kiss, savoring every second. Bjorn's lips trailed to her cheek as he whispered against her skin. You're delicious. Warm and silky. You drive me crazy. Erna, her face flushed scarlet. Goodness, Bjorn. You must have lost your mind, she muttered, flustered by his bold words. Bjorn only chuckled above her. Her voice is pretty too, he thought. And when she moans... He stopped himself. He'd save that thought for later. Now wasn't the time for talking. With that, he pulled her in again, capturing her lips once more. When Erna woke up, she found Bjorn sitting beside her, reading a book. He greeted her with a polite, sweet smile. Erna, who hadn't been able to clearly recall much from their first night, now remembered everything, how he had patiently but firmly ensured that she learned everything thoroughly. Even though she'd been embarrassed, Bjorn hadn't let her go until he was satisfied. She now regretted choosing him as her teacher for such a thing, but it was too late for regrets. They had even missed the chance to see the area where dolphins could be spotted. Is it still far from Lars? She asked. Bjorn looked at her, then casually closed his book, setting it aside. He leaned in, his finger gently touching her neck, slowly trailing downward as he explained where they had started, where they were now, and how much farther they had to travel to reach Lars. Erna's face flushed bright red. She quickly grabbed his hand, flustered. You don't have to explain it like that, she stammered. Bjorn laughed shamelessly. Why not? I quite like this map, he teased. Erna could only turn even redder, unable to handle his boldness. Later, they sat at the tea table, Bjorn busy reading his reports. A maid arrived, handing Erna a stack of invitation envelopes, which she, as the princess consort, had to respond to. But she didn't know any of the names on the invitations. Madame Fitz had explained earlier that she could ask the head maid, Karen, for help. But Erna had overheard Karen gossiping with other maids, making bets on how long she'd last in this marriage before leaving, even before getting pregnant. Naturally, Erna felt uncomfortable asking Karen for advice. Her only option was her husband. Fidgeting with the ribbon of her dress, she began asking Bjorn about the names one by one. Bjorn, still focused on his paperwork, answered casually, not really paying attention. Finally, when she asked about the Forrester family, Bjorn hummed absent-mindedly in reply. Feeling reassured by his response, Erna decided to accept their invitation and wrote back that she would attend their party. After a while, Bjorn finished his work and set down his pen. Erna, watching him shyly, quietly complimented his handwriting. Bjorn glanced at her for a moment, then responded with a teasing smile, Your ribbon looks quite nice too. She immediately brightened up, smiling happily and thanking him like a cheerful doll. Bjorn watched her, amused. He had only been teasing her, but seeing her light up from such a small compliment made him pause. Such a naive girl. But she was his now. That smile was because of him, and everything about her now belonged to him. That thought left him feeling quite satisfied. After replying to the invitation, Erna arrived at the party hosted by Lady Forrester. As she entered, everyone's eyes turned toward her, whispering about how the prince's second wife had shown up at an event hosted by his first wife's relative. As Erna walked toward the center, she spotted Princess Gladys standing there. Lady Forrester, flustered, quickly apologized to Gladys, whispering that the invitation was meant as a joke. She hadn't expected Erna to actually attend. Gladys gave a calm smile and replied, It's fine. Her eyes glanced at Erna as she added, She likely doesn't even know which families belong to her circle. Still, she kept her composure. Humiliating Erna here would only reflect badly on Bjorn, and that wasn't something she wanted. So instead, she welcomed Erna with a graceful smile. Erna returned the greeting politely and tried to blend in, though it wasn't easy. The other lady's words were sharp, their smiles cold. She felt completely out of place. But she knew she couldn't just flee, not as the prince's wife. She had to hold her dignity. As the conversations carried on, she gradually realized her mistake. Viscount Forrester's wife was indeed Princess Gladys's relative. That invitation she had accepted so readily had been sent with ill intent. She had accepted it, trusting her husband's brief reply, and now she felt utterly foolish. Embarrassment burned through her. Later, Gladys complimented her with a gentle smile. Your hat is quite pretty, she said smoothly. Erna, feeling uneasy, thanked her. But then, the smile on Gladys's face vanished. Though, I think you should tone down the decorations, she added, her voice soft but pointed. Bjorn has always preferred simpler, more elegant styles. Erna couldn't reply. No woman would want to hear advice about her husband's preferences from his former wife. From across the room, Gladys looked at Erna with quiet disdain, thinking bitterly that, out of resentment toward her, Bjorn had chosen such an immature and naive girl, someone who had no qualities fit for the role of princess consort. Please take good care of Bjorn, Gladys said softly, her innocent face showing no malice on the surface. After our divorce and the loss of our child, he has suffered greatly. Erna trembled, unable to find her voice. Gladys smiled faintly and continued. Let me give you one more piece of advice. Don't make the same mistake you did today again. We'll be reaching Lars soon. You can't afford to be careless there. Today, you escaped trouble only because I was here, but you won't always be so lucky. With that, Gladys stood up gracefully. Enjoy the rest of your honeymoon, she said, then walked away. Erna returned to her room with shaky steps, barely holding herself together after surviving the party. Near her door, she spotted Bjorn standing with his subordinates. He noticed her too, his gaze sharp. Erna met his eyes, but her usual polite smile was gone. She looked quietly upset. Did you enjoy the dockside party? Bjorn asked casually. Yes, she replied stiffly. It was Viscountess Forrester's tea party. Bjorn's brow furrowed. Forrester? His expression darkened, and it became clear he hadn't realized where she had gone. He approached her, his face serious. In the future, consult Karen before accepting any invitations, he said, his tone cold, devoid of any warmth, like he was scolding her. Erna's heart sank. She had only followed his earlier words, trusting him, but now she realized he hadn't even remembered what he'd told her. He wasn't listening, not to her or anything else. Earlier, he'd smiled kindly, acting as if they were a harmonious couple, but now, standing before her, he was distant, just the Prince of Lechen, indifferent to the woman across from him. Still, she couldn't embarrass him, not in front of others. She lowered her head and quietly apologized for not consulting Karen first. Rest, Erna. I'll be back before dinner, Bjorn said with his usual detached manner, then left with the delegation. Erna remained there, standing alone, clutching her hat tightly in her hands. As night fell, Erna stood alone on the deck, her thoughts racing. She didn't quite understand what she was feeling. Was it anger? It felt more like pain. Was it sadness? When Lisa found out what had happened earlier, she'd been angrier than Erna herself, even offering her sweets, saying they might help ease her mind. Erna had known from the very beginning, she was the Archduchess no one welcomed. But somehow, it was the thought that even her own husband wasn't on her side that made her heart ache the most. A sudden thought crossed her mind. Was he really that poisonous mushroom everyone said he was? The rumors called him a troublemaker, a flirt, a bad guy. But the Bjorn she knew seemed different. He had never treated her the way others said he would. Still, doubts crept in. Had she been wrong? She wanted to believe in him. The man who had helped her so many times, whose warm smile and kind eyes she'd foolishly fallen for. But even if she had eaten a poisonous mushroom, she told herself she had to endure it. She had promised her grandmother she would be happy. When they arrived in Lars, Bjorn wasted no time preparing to meet the king. His assistant looked anxious, and so did Erna. Will you be all right? She asked softly. Bjorn raised an eyebrow. If I won't be, will you come with me? If you wish me to, she replied quickly, a little flustered. Bjorn looked at her curiously. Ever since they left the ship, she'd been oddly eager, asking all sorts of random questions. He didn't mind. She looked adorable when she did. Even in bed, she talked so much that he'd had to kiss her just to quiet her down more than usual. He smiled faintly, brushing her lips with his thumb. Don't worry, he said. And if there's a fight, I'll win. But she still looked uneasy. It's because of me, isn't it? She asked, hesitating. Because I married you. The relationship between Lechen and Lars. Before she could finish, Bjorn cut her off, his voice firm. Erna, there's nothing wrong between Lechen and Lars. It's exactly as it always has been. He wouldn't drag her into this. He knew well what he had sacrificed to keep this alliance steady, and he intended to keep it that way. He hadn't wanted to stop in Lars on their honeymoon, but duty came first. I can't help you with anything, Erna mumbled, lowering her gaze. Bjorn's lips curled in amusement. He leaned in and whispered in her ear, Then let me do whatever I want tonight. Her face flushed crimson instantly, and he chuckled, pressing a kiss to her cheek. She always reacted the same way, shy and startled, but he found it endearing. Later, as he climbed into the carriage, Erna came to see him off. Will you be late? She asked softly. Will we still be able to have dinner together? Bjorn glanced at her. Her face looked like a lonely puppy, standing there all alone. He gave a slight nod. At once, her face lit up with a bright, beaming smile. As his carriage pulled away, he glanced back through the window. She was still standing there, waving after him, her smile unwavering. And without even realizing it, he found himself smiling too. Soon, Bjorn arrived at the Lars palace. The king of Lars, also Gladys's father, greeted him with a smile, congratulating him on his recent marriage. Bjorn returned the smile politely and thanked him. Then, casually but firmly, he added his thanks for the offer the king had sent through Gladys to help him reclaim the crown. But, of course, he couldn't accept it, since his wishes clearly differed from theirs. The king's expression twitched slightly. Bjorn's words were polite but sharp, equally humiliating. Still, Bjorn wasn't about to let them interfere in Lachen's affairs again. The king kept his smile and explained smoothly that his intentions were pure. He only wanted to do what the people of Lechen desired, returning the crown to Bjorn. But Bjorn's response was clear. "Leonid is more than worthy of the crown," Bjorn said calmly. "I have no intention of taking it back." The king chuckled, shaking his head. "Bjorn, you really don't look like a man who regrets losing the throne." Bjorn smiled faintly. "I wouldn't have given it up if I planned to regret it later." The king studied him closely. Bjorn reminded him of Philip II, Bjorn's grandfather, once known as the Mad Dog of Lechen, a name that had spread terror throughout the continent. During those wars, Lars had been among the hardest-hit nations. Yet Philip II hadn't stopped until he'd conquered everything, and ironically, after the wars, his reign had ushered in peace and prosperity. To heal old wounds, the kingdoms most affected, including Lars, had sought alliances with Lechen through marriage. When Gladys was chosen as Lechen's crown princess, it was considered a great national triumph. After all, she was marrying Björn Dniester, the crown prince and the man many believed to be the very reincarnation of Lechen's mad dog. Bjorn, like his grandfather, had a sharp, calculating mind, built to conquer. The king sighed softly. "To be honest, Bjorn, as much as I once wished to have you as my son-in-law again, and as crown prince, I also think it's safer for everyone, including Lars, if you stay far away from power." Bjorn's smile deepened slightly. "That may well be true," he replied smoothly. "Lechen needs a ruler who can negotiate and preserve peace, not a conqueror. And luckily, Lechen already has the right person for that role. As for me," Bjorn added casually, "I don't intend to dedicate my life to values I don't believe in." The king narrowed his eyes slightly, intrigued. "Then tell me, Bjorn, if not the crown, what is it that you plan to dedicate yourself to?" Bjorn's reply was simple, his tone light. "Comfort, perhaps," he said with a faint smirk. "And don't worry, our alliance will hold. My brother is more than capable of maintaining it without marriage." Then, rising to his feet, Bjorn glanced toward the door. "Now, would you mind opening that door?" he said, amusement flickering in his eyes. "Otherwise, the Lechen ministers might think their troublesome prince got beaten up by the king of Lars." The king let out a deep laugh. "Well, you're already drowning in enough rumors. One more wouldn't make a difference." Bjorn's lips curled in a grin as he turned to leave. "Normally I wouldn't mind, but as you know, I'm on my honeymoon, so no thank you." With that, he exited, leaving the king chuckling behind him. On the other side, Erna sat there for hours, trying to memorize the names of all the noble families, while Karen stood behind her, quietly wondering why the Archduchess always asked so many questions. After a while, Erna looked up and apologized softly. "I'm sorry for asking so many questions." Karen remained composed, replying firmly, "It is my duty, Your Highness." Erna smiled faintly, her voice honest and gentle. "Since I love and treasure Bjorn, I understand you must be dissatisfied with me," she said, startling Karen. "I know I'm lacking, but I'll work hard. I don't want to be an embarrassment to my husband, so I hope you'll help me." Karen couldn't quite understand why Erna was saying this so sincerely, but after a moment of hesitation, she nodded. As night fell, a maid quietly informed Karen that a message had arrived from the prince. He would be late, but Karen told her to wait and deliver the news later. "She's getting ready right now," Karen said, glancing toward Erna's room. It wouldn't be right to disturb her in the middle. As Karen left with the maid, she was stopped by another maid, one from Princess Gladys's household. Karen's expression tightened slightly at the sight. After that night, Erna spent most of her days alone. The other maids continued to gossip behind her back, whispering about how the prince seemed to be ignoring his wife. Lisa always got angry when she heard such words, but every time, Erna stopped her, not wanting to stir any trouble. Yet, even Lisa could see it clearly. Erna was being neglected. It had been 10 days since they arrived in Lars. Most days, Erna spent alone. Once in a while, she'd have dinner with the prince, but aside from that, it was always just her and Lisa. No visitors, no company. Lisa's heart ached as she watched her mistress. Why had the prince made such a grand spectacle of marrying her, only to treat her like this? In her free time, Erna buried herself in studying the noble families, carefully noting everything down. She also wrote letters to her grandmother, though, to keep her from worrying, she found herself adding in a few harmless lies. Soon, a maid arrived to inform Erna that her bath was ready. She followed them and took her bath as usual, but just then, Bjorn arrived outside and ordered the maids to leave for the day. Once they were gone, he removed his blazer and coat, then lazily sprawled out on the bed, clearly exhausted. The bank merger between Lars and Lechen wasn't easy. He had attended endless meetings and been forced to drink with them. The king's son had been especially annoying, first threatening him when they didn't know Gladys's secret, then crying for forgiveness after learning the truth, blaming it all on fate. Bjorn scoffed at that. Why blame fate when it was clearly their sister's doing? Still, what annoyed him the most was the prince's final remark. "How did you end up with a woman like that?" A woman like that. Those words lingered in Bjorn's mind, irritating him. These people still had the nerve to speak about his wife that way. He had to restrain himself, but it was worth it for the gold and stocks the king had agreed to as part of the deal. He knew every noble in Lars was dying to find out more about the new Archduchess who had replaced Gladys, but they'd never get close. He wouldn't allow it. As he sat there deep in thought, Erna appeared. "Bjorn," she called softly, stepping into the room. "I thought you were going to be late." Without a word, he sat up and offered his hand. She placed her hand in his, asking worriedly about how much he had drunk, if he was feeling all right. Instead of answering, Bjorn simply pulled her into his lap. She let out a small gasp as she stumbled, catching hold of his shoulder for balance. He tightened his arms around her, kissing her neck gently. "Did something happen?" she asked, sensing something was off. "No," he murmured, though he continued to nuzzle into her softly, her scent somehow easing the heaviness in his chest. As he held her, she began to chatter, telling him every little detail about her day. How she had gone for a stroll with Lisa, studied the royal family trees. She told him everything. Bjorn listened quietly, watching her intently. Then, in the next moment, he leaned in and kissed her lips, cutting off her words mid-sentence. This had become his way of silencing her. He held the back of her head gently, deepening the kiss as he slowly laid her down on the bed, his larger frame hovering over hers as their lips met again and again. Tonight, Bjorn wasn't as gentle as usual. Erna could sense it. His touch was rougher, less patient. What pained her more, however, was how foolishly happy she had been when he returned, despite everything. Even now, she couldn't seem to hate this man, no matter how hard she tried. She knew she must look foolish, letting herself care like this. But she had long accepted the way things were, so why did the words of others still sting? As she struggled to hold back her tears, Bjorn finally noticed her pale face, her trembling hands. He called her name softly, Erna, reaching out to her, but she flinched away instinctively. Bjorn froze. That small reaction struck him harder than expected. In that moment, the image of her father, Walter Hardy, flashed across his mind, a man known for raising his hand against his daughter. Did she see him the same way now? But just as quickly, Erna reached for him, her fingers brushing his cheek, calming him. Her voice trembled but remained gentle as she spoke. "It's not that I dislike it," she said softly, her eyes steady, "but could you slow down a little?" In reality, she was simply worried. He had been a little rough, and the scent of alcohol lingered on him. But she wasn't afraid. She knew this man would never hurt her. Bjorn looked at her for a long moment. Her request felt ridiculous in this situation, and yet, somehow he found himself obeying it. He leaned in and pressed a slow kiss to the hand that had been holding his face. What surprised him more than anything was that he didn't dislike it. In fact, the whole situation struck him as absurd, but oddly enough, he didn't mind it. Then Erna, still flushed, wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him closer. "I'm all right now," she whispered softly, "so you can continue." Bjorn let out a low chuckle. This shy little girl, now she was the one teasing him. How amusing. After who knows how much time had passed, Bjorn opened his eyes and found Erna sleeping beside him. He leaned in and kissed her softly, then got up, slipping on his shirt, ready to return to his room. But Erna suddenly stopped him, tugging his sleeve. "Don't go," she said. "Stay. Sleep here with me." Bjorn let out a quiet sigh, this request again. "Erna, I'm not comfortable sleeping with someone else," he said plainly. "Me neither," she admitted, "but isn't marriage about sharing everything? Walking through a thorny path together?" she explained hastily. Bjorn frowned. "Who says that?" "The Archbishop," Erna replied innocently. Bjorn stared at her, deadpan. "The Archbishop has never walked through any thorns. But he's married to God, so we should at least make an effort," she protested, pouting. "Why should I do that?" Bjorn asked, his face serious. "Because you're my husband," she answered firmly. "And what exactly is a husband?" he questioned, narrowing his eyes. Erna quickly answered. "A husband is family, a friend, a lover, a lifelong companion. Basically, everything." Bjorn raised an eyebrow. "Was that also the Archbishop's teaching?" "No," she said with a small smile. "That's just what I believe." Bjorn let out a long sigh and leaned back on the bed. He couldn't argue with her. She was such a chatterbox, but somehow he found himself enjoying it. Looking at her, he smirked. "So, are you also planning to take baths with me since we're sharing everything now?" Erna, realizing she'd been holding onto his sleeve tightly, let go in a fluster. "No, you can go ahead. I'll wait here." But it was clear she was happy, beaming like a bright-eyed deer just because he wasn't leaving. Bjorn watched her for a moment, then suddenly pulled her into his arms without another word. She gasped, her face turning bright red. What are you doing?" He looked straight into her eyes, his voice low. "Don't you think it's unfair to only give without receiving anything? Shouldn't I get something in return too?" She struggled a little, but it was no use. And that's how, on that quiet autumn night, their shared path through thorns truly began. When Bjorn's eyes opened again, he felt something soft and warm, almost like a feather, brushing against his back. It took him a moment to realize where he was. Erna's room. It was her breath, soft and ticklish like a feather, that he'd felt on his skin. Turning his head slightly, he saw her sleeping peacefully beside him, her face calm and serene. A faint smile appeared on his face. It was her who had promised that she wouldn't disturb him while he slept. That was the promise she made on the first night they agreed to walk this thorny path together. And she'd firmly kept that promise, at least at the start. On the first night, she hadn't disturbed him at all. On the second night, it was the same, though the distance between them had grown smaller. By the third night, that distance shrank even more. Now, here she was, right behind him, sleeping so soundly and without a care. Bjorn stared at her, amused. Wasn't this fraud? And yet she looked so peaceful, so defenseless. And when did she even put her nightgown back on? he wondered, glancing over her. At first he'd had trouble falling asleep beside her, but now he slept well enough to even dream. This so-called thorny path didn't seem so troublesome after all. With a quiet chuckle, he reached over and rang the bell, giving his order for 2 teas to be brought to the bedroom. Lisa, who had just delivered 2 cups of tea to Erna's room, walked back with a bright smile. 2 cups again today. To all the people who gossiped behind her master's back, well, this should shut them up. But she couldn't understand why the staff looked so bewildered. Wasn't it normal for a married couple to sleep together every day? Still, the older servants, those who had served the prince for years, looked genuinely surprised, which made Lisa feel that this really must be something special. Curious, she approached Karen. "You won't need to prepare a separate tea for the prince today either," Lisa said, still beaming. Karen looked at her glowing face, silently wondering how someone like Lisa had ended up as the Archduchess's maid. Then she suddenly remembered. Jade, Princess Gladys's maid, had come to see her the other day, asking about the Archduchess's schedule. Karen hadn't wanted to share it, but since Jade was Gladys's maid, she gave her some basic information. But today's request was different. This afternoon, she'd been asked to take the Archduchess to the lake behind the castle. It seemed Princess Gladys was trying to create an opportunity to meet the new Archduchess since they'd hardly crossed paths. Karen wasn't sure what to do. Somehow she felt uneasy about it. Later, after tea, Erna, as usual, came to the entrance to see her husband off to work. Hesitantly, she called out, "Bjorn," he turned. "Do you think I'm unrefined?" she asked softly. Bjorn looked at her as if wondering where that question had come from. She quickly explained, fumbling, "Because I like laces and flowers. I just wondered what you thought of me." Bjorn answered casually, "Why do you ask?" "It's true you're a little behind in fashion, but it doesn't matter, because you're pretty." Her face lit up. "Really?" she asked. Bjorn raised a brow. "You can't possibly not know that. Is this modesty disguised as arrogance?" She shook her head quickly. No, it's not that. I just thought, since everyone has different tastes, I wanted to know how you see me." Bjorn gave her a brief smile and said simply, "You're beautiful, Erna." She froze, staring at him. "Anyone with eyes would think so," he added smoothly. "So wear whatever you like." Thank you," she replied, blushing. Wanting to return the compliment, she added shyly, "You're very handsome too." But Bjorn, ever himself, replied without missing a beat, "I know." Her smile faltered in confusion, unsure how to respond to that. He chuckled, then climbed into his carriage. As he left, she stood there, waving after him, his words echoing in her heart. "You're beautiful." Those words alone were enough to carry her through the loneliness of the day. Elsewhere, Gladys headed toward the lake with her attendants for horseback riding. She wasn't sure whether Karen would actually follow her order, but Karen had always been loyal back when she served her in Lechen, so Gladys had taken that gamble. She knew full well that, as the Princess of Lars, she shouldn't be doing this. But after her father told her to let go of the past and forget Bjorn, after hearing that the king had asked Bjorn about his wife, and Bjorn had calmly replied that she was the woman he cherishes most, Gladys couldn't contain her jealousy. Those words from Bjorn Dniester stung deeply, and that jealousy had driven her to this. As they neared the lake, she saw 2 figures approaching. Her lips curled into a cold smile. In the end, Karen hadn't betrayed her. The Archduchess had arrived. Back at the palace, Bjorn, who was supposed to return late, arrived much earlier than expected. He casually asked where Erna was. Karen stiffened, then answered hesitantly, "The Archduchess has gone for a stroll, Your Highness." She hadn't expected the prince to return so soon. If she'd known, she wouldn't have suggested that walk. Bjorn leaned lazily against the study table, flipping through Erna's notes. He wasn't particularly worried. She was probably just admiring the scenery, watching the animals. And later, she'd likely chatter about it to him in bed. He chuckled softly at the thought, but then, his gaze caught something odd in her notebook. He froze. Without looking up, he asked lightly, "What do you think of Erna?" Karen's face went pale. "Pardon, Your Highness?" she stammered, confused. "It isn't my place to judge." "Is that so?" Bjorn murmured, slowly closing the book. Karen's breath caught. A chill ran down her spine. Bjorn's smile lingered, but his eyes were sharp and cold. "Then why?" he asked quietly. "Does it seem to me that you've already made your judgment?" Meanwhile, at the greenhouse, Gladys led Erna around with a sweet smile, her tone light as she spoke. "This is the place where I received my marriage proposal from Lechen," she said, her voice filled with false fondness. "It was such a beautiful letter. I've never read one like it since." She glanced at Erna with a bright smile. "Your proposal must have been just as lovely, right?" Erna stood there quietly, listening to the shameless provocation. Now she understood. This wasn't coincidence. Karen had been the one who'd suggested the stroll around the lake. Erna had been suspicious of her sudden kindness, but she hadn't imagined it would lead to this. "I received flowers instead of a letter," Erna replied calmly. "A very pretty red rose." Gladys widened her eyes in mock surprise. "Oh my, so you married without even a proper proposal? Bjorn can really be heartless. He's so talented at writing letters, yet he didn't bother for you? He can be quite cold, can't he?" It was obvious what she was trying to do. She wasn't even hiding it anymore. But strangely, Erna found herself calm. Perhaps because this wasn't her first time facing it. She'd already experienced this feeling once, back on the ship. After a moment, Erna spoke, her voice steady. "Princess," she said softly, "why don't you just speak your mind? You asked me here alone. Surely there's something you want to say." Gladys's smile didn't waver, though her eyes glinted with malice. "Oh? I think there's a misunderstanding," she replied smoothly. "I only brought you here to show you these beautiful flowers." She gestured toward a nearby patch of pink lilies. "These are the same flowers I used for my bridal bouquet," she said with a soft laugh. And in that moment, Erna realized why Mrs. Fitz had been so firm about not allowing lilies at her wedding. Gladys kept her smile as she continued, her words dripping with sweetness. "I noticed you're fond of lilies too. You even wear them on your hat. We really have so much in common, don't we? Same taste in flowers. Same taste in men." Then, she let out a soft laugh and offered a mock apology. "Oh, how rude of me to say that. My apologies, Archduchess." Erna remained quiet, simply listening. Gladys's voice softened as she added, "Since pink lilies only grow in Lars, I'll prepare a bouquet for you as a farewell gift when you leave." Her tone shifted slightly, laced with something sharper. "Do you know how beloved Bjorn was when he was crown prince? I wanted to help him regain his throne. If we had reunited, the people of Lechen would have supported him without hesitation. No one is more suited to that crown than Bjorn Dniester." Erna stayed silent for a moment before finally asking, her voice calm, "Why are you telling me all this?" Gladys tilted her head with a small, smug smile. "No special reason," she said lightly. "I simply thought you should know the facts. And the past." As she smiled, her gaze lingered on Erna's face, quietly savoring the sight of the sadness in her eyes. Cherished wife? Wasn't that what Bjorn had called her? Gladys wasn't about to miss the chance to leave a scar. "Given that you've ruined my chance at reunion with him," Gladys said, her voice sharp, "I assume you must have something far more valuable to offer. You're not simply using that man to pay off your family's debts and elevate your status, are you?" Her words were meant to wound, to cut deeper. If she couldn't have Bjorn, then neither should this woman. But Erna looked at her steadily and spoke calmly. "Princess Gladys, may I ask something?" Gladys raised her brows, amused. "Oh, what is it?" Erna's voice remained soft but firm. "To my knowledge, a virtuous lady does not casually address a man who isn't her husband by name. Is etiquette different in Lars?" The color drained from Gladys's face. Erna's gaze didn't waver as she added, "Even if it is, I would appreciate it if you followed the etiquette of Lechen." It took Gladys a moment to process what had just happened. The woman she thought was weak had just answered back. "And, to be honest," Erna continued, her voice steady, "I know very little about how my husband was as crown prince. I grew up far away, in a quiet village. My knowledge of him began only this spring when we met." Her words were clear, without hesitation. "I'm well aware of my shortcomings, Princess. As you said, I entered this marriage with debt. I have nothing of great value to offer him. At least, nothing you'd recognize. But," she paused, her voice softening, "my husband chose me. That alone tells me there's something I can give him. And I'll do my best. For the Bjorn I know." Gladys's expression twisted, her teeth clenched in fury. "Are you challenging me, Archduchess?" she asked through gritted teeth. Erna simply shook her head. "No, I'm just sharing my thoughts." Then, as if she had remembered something trivial, Erna added with a polite smile, "And about the pink lilies, I must decline. I prefer white flowers. And as for the adornments on my hat, I don't plan on changing anything." It was a clear answer to Gladys's earlier mockery on the cruise. Only now, Erna said it with quiet confidence. After all, Bjorn himself had said she was beautiful in anything she wore. She didn't need anyone else's approval. Erna gave a small, graceful nod, then turned to leave. But Gladys wasn't finished. Her voice rose, laced with anger. "Archduchess, do you really think you know everything about your husband? Do you know how cruel, how terrifying Bjorn Dniester can be?" Erna paused, then turned her calm gaze back to her. After a moment, she replied softly, "If Bjorn is really such a terrifying man, then why are you still so desperate to reclaim him?" Her quiet words struck harder than any insult. All the color drained from Gladys's face. She had meant to wound, but in the end, she was the one left defeated. On her way back, Erna couldn't hold it anymore. She threw up everything she had eaten. She had managed to keep her dignity in front of Gladys, but it was too much for her to bear afterward. Lisa could only watch, unable to do anything to ease her mistress's suffering, and it filled her with anger. Her face flushed with fury, Lisa finally burst out. "This can't be just a coincidence. It's obvious. Karen must have been behind this. Your Highness, please, we must tell the prince." But Erna shook her head weakly, her face pale. "No," she said softly. "Don't tell anyone." Lisa bit her lip, frustrated but unable to go against Erna's wishes. At the palace, Karen was already in a state of panic. She paced anxiously, terrified of what would happen once the Archduchess returned. If Erna told the prince everything, she knew her fate would be sealed. She had understood exactly what Bjorn's words meant earlier, when he questioned her in that cold, sharp tone. And she knew well, while siding with Princess Gladys seemed like a smart move to maintain her social standing. Not everyone in the palace was loyal to the princess. Many mistresses who appeared to support Gladys had old grudges simmering underneath. As headmaid, she had deliberately kept such details from the Archduchess. It was clear now. Her intention had been to make Erna an outcast. She had already bowed and apologized to the prince earlier, begging for forgiveness and blaming her ignorance. But when the prince stood right in front of her, saying nothing, simply ordering her to bring tea and walking past her, it had taken everything in her not to collapse from fear. Now she could only worry. If this incident came to light, the prince wouldn't overlook it again. Her heart pounded when she saw Erna returning, with Lisa by her side, supporting her. Erna greeted her as usual, wearing a calm smile. Karen frowned in confusion. Why was she acting like nothing had happened? Could it be she hadn't met Princess Gladys after all? But no, the look of quiet fury on Lisa's face made it clear. They had met. Then why? Why was the Archduchess saying nothing? Nervously, Karen spoke up. Your Highness, the prince has returned. Erna froze for a moment, her eyes widening slightly. Bjorn was here. Inside, Bjorn was still reading Erna's notebook, annoyed and irritated. Because of Gladys, Erna had no place in the social circle. It was frustrating. Just then, Erna entered, greeting him with a soft smile. Though she looked pale and weak as usual, today she appeared even more fragile to him. Are you ill? He asked, eyeing her carefully. She kept her smile. No, I'm fine, she replied calmly. Bjorn didn't press further. But as she noticed her notebook in his hand, her expression shifted. Bjorn, that's my notebook, she exclaimed, hurrying toward him. Bjorn raised the notebook higher, easily out of her reach given their height difference. Touching someone's things without permission isn't very gentlemanly, Bjorn, she huffed, frustrated. It's not as though there's some grand secret in here, Erna, he replied lazily, flipping through the pages. But honestly, with the way you're studying, how do you end up with conclusions like these? This is a mess. His tone was casual, almost teasing. Erna's smile faded at his words, her face falling. I don't know how it looks to you, she said quietly, clutching her skirt tightly. But I really tried. Bjorn paused, finally noticing something was off. He sighed, closing the book and setting it down. When Erna stayed quiet, he called her softly, Erna. She still didn't respond. Erna, who had held herself together until now, finally broke. Maybe this was the last straw. She told herself not to cry, to stay proud, but it was too much. Without a word, he reached out, grabbed her by the waist, and sat her down on the chair, leaning over her slightly. Then, pulling up another chair, he took off his coat and sat beside her. Calmly, he began explaining everything she needed to know about the royal social circle, going through her notes one by one. As he spoke, Erna lifted her head, staring at him in quiet surprise. When he told her to cross out several names, she blinked, confused. But they're all close to Princess Gladys. Why remove them? She asked, puzzled. Bjorn's reply was flat, without a hint of hesitation. Because they've used my money. Her eyes widened slightly at his bluntness. They went through the list carefully, and after a long while, Bjorn finally set down his pen. You can learn the rest from Karen, he said, leaning back. Thank you, she murmured, turning her gaze away in embarrassment. Just a moment ago, she had been angry at him, but now, her fear and frustration had melted away, replaced by a strange fluttering in her chest. Bjorn reached out, gently cupping her cheek, and turned her face toward him. Erna, he said, eyes locked with hers. Say that to my face next time, like always. She blinked, then asked hesitantly. You won't be busy in the next country, right? Bjorn raised an eyebrow. Why? Since it's my first time traveling. I want to do a lot of things, she confessed softly. Like what? He asked, amused. Her answer, after a moment of thought, was simple, yet earnest. Walking together, visiting new cafes, trying different teas, and let's talk a lot. Bjorn couldn't help but smile. Such a simple, innocent wish. All right, he said, his fingers tracing her cheek gently. Let's do that. They arrived in Philia, their second stop on the honeymoon. Lisa sat in a cafe with her master, sipping tea, but she was fuming, clearly annoyed by the prince. Originally, today was supposed to be an outing with Prince Bjorn and Erna, but because of an unexpected meeting with his friend last night, their plans were cancelled. Apparently, all the high-ranking noblemen who arrived yesterday had turned into anything but noble this morning, including the prince himself. So once again, it was Lisa accompanying her mistress around, even though her master looked so lovely today. All Lisa's hard work getting her ready felt like it had gone to waste. Why is there a line over there, Your Highness? Lisa asked, glancing toward the crowd nearby. They're lining up to climb the cathedral dome, Erna explained with a gentle smile. There's a myth that if you visit there with your loved one and listen to the bell together, your love will come true. Then you must go with the prince, Your Highness, Lisa said excitedly. Yes, I will, Erna replied, blushing softly. The truth was, she had already mentioned it to Bjorn while they were heading to Philia. It had been during a quiet moment in bed. She'd hesitated at first, but then shyly told him, In 10 days, it'll be my 20th birthday, Bjorn. Bjorn, who had been leaning over her, listened as she softly revealed her wish, to visit the cathedral on her birthday. He had simply smiled, cupped her face, and kissed her deeply, his breath heavy. Erna had already learned that Bjorn was most generous in moments like that, so it was the perfect time to ask for something she truly wanted. As she sat there in the cafe, she wondered again if she should remind him, since a few days had passed already. But he had smiled at her and listened carefully back then. Surely he wouldn't forget, right? With that thought, Erna quietly returned to enjoying her tea with Lisa. Bjorn, quietly reading a book in his spare time, suddenly heard footsteps approaching. He could tell right away it was Erna. He had learned to recognize her just by the sound of her steps, soft and patient when she walked with the staff, then quicker once she was alone. As expected, before he could think any further, Erna peeked inside and called out, "Bjorn!" He smiled, glancing up at her, just as he had guessed. She sat beside him, as usual, chatting about her day's activities. Casually, she also mentioned visiting the sewer museum with Lisa. Bjorn's expression froze. "What? Where?" he asked, visibly shocked. Erna nodded and began explaining how they'd gone there, even laughing as she shared how the guide had shown them ways to find things from the sewer. Bjorn listened, a strange look on his face, quietly thanking his friends who had kept him from taking her there himself. Still staring at him, Erna narrowed her eyes. "Are you trying to get away from me because you think I'm dirty now?" she asked, pouting. Bjorn slid back on the sofa, dodging her playful accusation. She slid toward him, not letting him escape. "Even though you got drunk and broke our promise?" she continued, pouting even more. Bjorn slid again, now pushed to the edge of the sofa. Erna grabbed his hands firmly, still pouting. "Even though you left me to travel all alone?" she asked, leaning closer. This time, Bjorn simply grabbed her and pulled her down onto him, laying her across his lap as he leaned back on the sofa. "Your poor hat must be sad," he teased, laughing. "You made it visit the sewer, Erna." He reached up, casually removing her hat, then her gloves, dropping them onto the floor one by one. When his hand moved toward her stockings, Erna quickly grabbed his wrist, her face flushing red. "Could you please at least appreciate how I look in this dress first?" she pleaded, flustered. "Lisa worked so hard getting me ready." Bjorn only grinned, eyes lingering on her. "But you're prettier with nothing on," he said, bold and shameless as always. Erna's face turned as red as a tomato. How can you say something like that so easily? What if I said that to you?" she stammered, only to instantly regret it, realizing this man had no shame and would only answer more shamelessly. Bjorn grinned, clearly amused. But before he could speak, she quickly covered his mouth with her hands. "Don't say anything. I refuse to hear your answer," she declared, flustered beyond words. Thankfully, Bjorn granted her wish, saying nothing. But of course her relief didn't last long, because what followed was far more dangerous than the words she'd been so desperate not to hear. The day before Erna's birthday, Bjorn informed her that he would be going hunting with the Prince of and wouldn't return until tomorrow. She was a bit surprised by the news, almost pouting at the thought. How could he go hunting right before her birthday? Had he forgotten? "Will you be back tomorrow?" she asked, her voice cautious. "I'll be back around lunchtime," Bjorn replied with a small smile. Erna nodded, relieved. Based on her experience during this trip, he only attended social events out of duty. After hesitating for a long moment, Erna finally spoke up. "Bjorn, there's something I would like from you." He raised an eyebrow. It was rare for her to ask for anything. "What is it?" "A letter," she said softly. "Would you write me a letter tomorrow? I'll treasure it." Bjorn looked at her, puzzled. "A letter?" He didn't know it was Gladys's words that had planted this wish in her heart. "If there's something you want me to say, just ask. I'll say it," he replied simply. "No, Bjorn." "Writing a letter is different," she mumbled. Bjorn stood, ready to leave. "We see each other every day, Erna." "What's the point of a letter?" he said flatly. She didn't know how to answer. Before she could say anything more, he leaned down and pressed a goodbye kiss to her lips. "Goodbye, Erna." She nodded, but somehow she felt like a child who'd just been scolded for throwing a tantrum. As Bjorn walked toward his waiting carriage, Erna lingered by the doorway, watching him. She stood there, unsure, until the carriage disappeared from sight. But in the end, her last bit of pride wouldn't let her lift her hand to wave. Bjorn went hunting with the Prince of but while the prince was busy talking about business, Bjorn had no interest in such talk. Not when he was on his honeymoon. After some time, they encountered a deer. It stood there quietly, its eyes wide and soft. Bjorn paused, staring at it. For some reason, it reminded him of Erna, small, timid, always pouting like that. When Bjorn didn't move, the Prince of raised his gun. "Are you not going to hunt it?" he asked. Bjorn lifted a hand, stopping him. His gaze stayed fixed on the deer ahead. "No, don't shoot. It's cute." The simple words sent a chill through the prince and the others nearby. The infamous mad Prince of Lechen calling something cute. Who would believe it? Meanwhile, on the day of Erna's birthday, she kept stepping out onto the balcony, glancing toward the gates, hoping to see Bjorn return. Each time she came out, she built a tiny snowman to pass the time. But Bjorn didn't come. Even when she had afternoon tea alone, she kept glancing out, holding on to a small hope that he'd appear. But in the end, he didn't. She spent the whole day waiting, and it was too late now to tell anyone it was her birthday. It would only feel foolish. So, she quietly put on her hood and slipped out without telling anyone. She thought of her last birthday, when she was back home, sitting at the dinner table with her grandmother, smiling warmly. Those days seemed far away now, but if Bjorn wasn't going to take her, then she would go alone. Determined, Erna made her way through the snowy streets toward the cathedral. Back at the palace, Karen's face went pale as she read a letter from Mrs. Fitz. It mentioned today was the Archduchess's birthday. Karen froze in shock. She'd read the letter too late. She had failed in her duty. She remembered serving tea to Erna that afternoon. The Archduchess hadn't said a word about her birthday. She'd only looked out toward the balcony, like a little child waiting for something. Panicked, Karen hurried to the maid's quarters looking for Lisa. She found her braiding another maid's hair, seemingly unaware. Karen's heart sank. No one knew. No one, not even Lisa, had known it was the Archduchess's birthday. When Erna reached the cathedral, she found herself surrounded by couples. Everywhere she looked, they were holding hands, whispering sweetly, and kissing under the bells, waiting for the chime that was said to bring lasting love. She had wanted to be alone here, but the place was crowded, filled with lovers. The world seemed full of people in love, just not her. She kept telling herself not to feel sad. There would be another birthday next year. She could celebrate then. But no matter how many times she repeated it, her heart still ached. The thought that Bjorn had simply forgotten, hadn't even remembered in the first place, made her chest tighten. She felt foolish for believing he cared, for thinking he might remember something like this. No matter how much she wanted to deny it, this was her answer. She meant very little to him. Meanwhile, back at the palace, the atmosphere had turned chaotic. The maids searched every corner of the palace but found no trace of the Archduchess. Karen ordered everyone to stay calm and warned them not to jump to conclusions. But seeing Lisa crying and blaming herself only worsened her headache. She had to think of something before the prince returned. But just as she was about to speak, a maid rushed in, breathless, announcing, "The prince has returned. He's asking for the Archduchess." Everyone froze, faces drained of color. They had no choice but to inform him. Karen approached, bowing deeply. "Your Highness," she said carefully, "the Archduchess has disappeared." Bjorn, who had been standing by the window, quietly looking at the small snowman left on the balcony, turned around slowly. Disappeared? His voice was calm, but his eyes narrowed. Why? It was only then that they realized the prince had no idea either. He didn't know today was his wife's birthday. At the cathedral, Erna sat for a long time. When she finally made her way to the door, she froze. The door wouldn't budge. Her eyes widened in panic. It was locked. She was trapped at the top of the cathedral. She banged on the door, shouting for help, but no one answered. The place had already emptied out. She felt foolish, pathetic even. What had she been thinking, staying up here so long? She should have left earlier. Desperate, she rushed to the railing, trying to call for help below, but it was too high. No one could hear her. In her panic, she dropped her handkerchief and stumbled back in fear, terrified she might fall herself. Shaking, she sat down on a bench, forcing herself to calm down. Then, to make matters worse, the snow began to fall. She laughed bitterly through her tears, whispering to herself, "Maybe this isn't so bad. This way, I won't have to see him until tomorrow." But that was only if she could survive the freezing night ahead. And there, under the falling snow, Erna broke down, crying, helpless and alone. When Bjorn arrived at the bottom of the cathedral, he insisted on going up alone. His attendants were uneasy, protesting that it was too dangerous for the prince to climb those slippery stairs by himself. But Bjorn's decision was firm. "Wait here, I'll go alone," he ordered, leaving no room for argument. Climbing the long, winding stairs, Bjorn thought back to what the head maid had told him about Erna's disappearance. He had found it ridiculous at first. How could the Archduchess of an entire nation simply run off just because no one remembered her birthday? If she wanted everyone to know, she could have just said it. Then it hit him. She had told him. Back on the cruise, during one of their nights together, she'd mentioned her birthday, quietly, shyly. It had been days ago, but she had told him. His chest tightened. That was how he ended up at the cathedral tonight. It sounded absurd that she'd be here, on this snowy night. But something inside told him he wouldn't be wrong, and honestly, if he didn't find her here, he had no idea where else to look. Step by step, he climbed higher, annoyed yet amazed she had managed this on her own with her tiny steps. But she was stubborn. He knew that better than anyone. If she wasn't his wife, he might have turned around long ago. Finally, he reached the top, panting. The door was locked. Without hesitation, he pulled out the key, unlocked it, and pushed the door open. "Erna!" he called out, stepping inside. At first, he saw no one. Then, turning to the left, his eyes landed on a small figure sitting on a bench, huddled beneath a hood, her head buried low. His heart sank. "Erna!" Bjorn called again, stepping toward her. She looked up at him, her eyes swollen from crying, her cheeks flushed red from the cold. Bjorn froze for a moment, staring at her pitiful state. How troublesome this woman was. And yet something about her pulled him in. He let out a quiet sigh and stepped closer. "Happy birthday. 20 years old, Erna," he said softly. At his words, the ones she'd been longing to hear, her tears spilled again. But as he neared, she suddenly flinched and cried out, "Don't come near me!" Bjorn halted in place. Erna stood, staggering slightly on her feet, but her voice was steady, even as it trembled. "Don't come near me," she repeated. Her chest ached. This man, her husband, was cruel. She had wanted him to forget. She had wished for him not to come. "Why did you remember? Why did you come?" she demanded, her voice breaking. Bjorn remained silent, simply watching her. "Why?" she asked again, her voice cracking as she choked on her tears. She hated him. She resented him. But no matter how hard she tried to deny it, she was in love with this man. She knew he didn't love her back. She understood that better than anyone. And yet, this man always appeared like her salvation, her prince, who came every time she was lost and alone. A single kiss from him could sweep away all her sadness and pain. She knew it was foolish, but she couldn't stop herself from feeling that way. It hurt, but still. She didn't want it to stop. He was a terrible man, and she was a fool for loving him. "Leave," she whispered, covering her face to hide her tears. "I don't want to see you." She felt pathetic. She couldn't even find her handkerchief now. Bjorn, who had been standing motionless, finally moved. Without saying a word, he stopped in front of her, pulled out his handkerchief, and gently wiped her tears. Quietly, he cupped her face, warming her cold cheeks with his hands. Sobbing, Erna looked at him, her voice breaking as she finally let her heart speak. "I waited for you," she cried, her words trembling. "I thought you'd come. I waited for so long. Couldn't you think of me as someone just a little more special than the others?" Her sobs grew harsher. "I'm not asking for love. Just a little more." Bjorn stared at her tear-streaked face, his expression unreadable. Just then, the bell rang, its chime echoing through the snowy night. This was the bell she had come here to hear with him. "Could you kiss me?" she asked softly, her voice almost lost in the sound of the bell. Bjorn let out a quiet, amused breath. "But you just said you didn't want to see my face." "That's true," she admitted honestly, eyes cast down. "Then?" he questioned again. "But we kiss with our eyes closed," she murmured, her voice small but resolute. The bell wouldn't ring forever. They had to kiss before it stopped. Bjorn didn't say another word. He reached out, cupping her cold face with his large hands, and kissed her deeply, without hesitation. Her heart ached, but still, it fluttered. She realized then, this was love. Painful, foolish, and just as terrible as the man before her. Later, they made their way down the steps. Erna, though weak and trembling, managed to walk carefully behind him. But at this slow pace, it would take too long. Without a word, Bjorn shrugged off his coat, draped it around her, and then, in a swift motion, lifted her into his arms. "If you don't want to see me," he muttered, "then close your eyes." Erna pouted but said nothing, glaring at him through her tears. She really hated this man. Down below, the palace staff finally spotted them, and all let out a breath of relief seeing the prince carrying the archduchess in his arms. Erna buried her face in her hood, hiding herself. Bjorn, unfazed, climbed into the carriage, still holding her close. He sat down, keeping her in his lap as she clung to him like a frightened child, his arms wrapped tighter around her, quiet, steady. He was simply relieved. He had found her. And just like that, the carriage rolled away, carrying the Archduke and Archduchess back to the palace. After that day, Erna fell ill and rested for 3 days. Sitting at the tea table with her, Bjorn teased, "I'm just glad you didn't turn into the ghost of Ophelia." Then, with a more serious tone, he added, "If there's anything you want, tell me. If you don't say it, I won't know. But I did tell you. And you keep forgetting." Erna pouted like a child. "Oh, that," he sighed. "Don't you think it's a bit strange to bring up something important at a time like that?" "It is strange," she admitted, fidgeting with her teacup. "But that's the only time you actually listen." Bjorn felt slightly attacked, but considering how he'd behaved, maybe she wasn't entirely wrong. "Then tell me everything now, Erna. I'll listen," he said softly. He didn't want to see her crying like that again. Then, "I want to have dinner with you tonight, if you're free," she said quickly. "All right," Bjorn replied with a confident nod. "And if you're not busy tomorrow, I want to travel with you too," she added boldly. "No," he said flatly. "But you said you'd listen," she countered. "I did, and I refused," he replied coolly. "Are you teasing me again?" She huffed, pouting. Bjorn stood to leave, but before he reached the door, she called out again, "And sometimes I want to hear romantic things too." She figured she might as well get everything out while she had the rare chance. Bjorn turned with a smirk. "Romantic, huh? Then, shall we return to the bedroom?" Her face flushed red, but she stayed firm. "Then, see you at dinner." He nodded, smiling as he stepped out and boarded the carriage. After that small incident, things returned to normal. No unnecessary emotional entanglements. Erna remained easy and transparent. And that, Bjorn thought, worked well. Maybe the marriage was rushed, but he had made the right decision. Later that afternoon, a jeweler from Ophelia arrived with an array of luxurious pieces, elegant jewels, delicate accessories. Erna was stunned. It turned out Bjorn had ordered them to make up for forgetting her birthday. There were so many she felt dizzy. When Bjorn returned from work and noticed the jeweler was still there, he asked why she hadn't chosen anything. "I already have so many beautiful things from our wedding," Erna said simply. Bjorn sighed and was about to tell her to just pick one anyway, but then she looked at him and said, "Why don't you choose for me? You have good taste. And if it's from you, I'll treasure it." He stared at her, a little stunned. Then, in the Ophelian language, he ordered, "Bring the most expensive piece." The jeweler returned with a breathtaking diamond necklace, its centerpiece a brilliant blue gem that reminded him of Erna's eyes. Erna accepted it with a radiant smile and a soft thank you. It was a gift from her husband, pretty, simple, and sincere. After a few days of official duties, Bjorn was finally free. He spent his time at the palace reading books, sipping tea, and keeping Erna close in his arms like a man truly on his honeymoon. "Aren't you bored just lying around like this?" Erna asked, seated on a nearby chair. "I'm preserving my stamina, Erna," Bjorn replied lazily, eyes still on his book. "For what?" she asked, puzzled. Bjorn looked up from the sofa, his tone shameless. "To do all the things we do in there, Erna." Her cheeks flushed instantly, and Bjorn chuckled, clearly pleased by her reaction. Erna glanced at him again, only to find his robe loosely draped over his shoulders, exposing his bare chest. Though it wasn't the first time she'd seen it, something about it in broad daylight made her flustered. She stood up and moved toward him, tugging the robe closed. "What are you doing?" Bjorn asked, confused. "It looks unseemly," she murmured, still adjusting the robe. "But I happen to be quite confident in how I look," he said nonchalantly. Despite her efforts, the robe did little to hide his figure. He reached out, grabbed her hand, and pulled her onto him. "You should preserve your energy too, Erna," he whispered, gazing up at her. Lying on his chest, she asked softly, "We're going back in a week, right? Isn't it a little disappointing to just be stuck indoors like this? Haven't you already seen enough of this city?" Bjorn asked, pulling at her scarf playfully. "But we haven't done much. Can't we go out this afternoon?" she asked, her voice hopeful. Bjorn laid her down gently, hovering above her. "And what exactly would we do outside, Erna? We could explore more. Buy some gifts for our families too," she said, flinching slightly as his fingers brushed her cheek and trailed down her neck. "A gift?" he asked, pressing a kiss to her skin. "Yes, for my grandmother, and the others too. I want to choose them myself," she added, trying to stay focused. He sighed, knowing he couldn't refuse her when she got like this. "All right," he agreed. In an instant, Erna wrapped her arms around him and hugged him tightly. "Thank you. You know, you're nicer than you look. You always help me when I need it. Of course, sometimes you upset me. But I'm grateful for everything." She reached up to gently caress his cheek. "But what about me? What do you think of me?" Bjorn smirked, kissing her cheek and cupping her face. "You're very pretty. Every part of you is pretty. And," he added, his voice low, his hands trailing lower with dangerous intent. Before he could finish whatever teasing remark was about to follow, Erna pulled him into a hurried kiss, firm and flustered. Anything to stop him from speaking. But his grin only widened. "As I was saying..." She kissed him again before he could finish, and he laughed, clearly enjoying his wife's flustered reaction. Later, as promised, Bjorn went out with Erna in the afternoon. But instead of joining her, he chose to sit outside and read a book, lazily flipping pages while sipping his tea. "You can go ahead and get anything you want for gifts," he said. Lisa, as usual, couldn't hide her frustration. All her effort to get Erna dressed up nicely, wasted, again. Erna, meanwhile, looked around the shops. "If I could get some advice, what kind of gifts should I get for the royal family?" she asked, hopeful. Bjorn sighed. "Well, I'm sure they already have everything they want. Not exactly helpful, but also not entirely wrong." "Then what about you?" she pressed. "What kind of gift do you like?" He looked up at her and replied flatly, "Money." She stared at him, incredulous, completely useless. Eventually, she left to shop on her own. Later, bored of his book, Bjorn wandered up to the third floor where Erna was browsing the art store. He was about to walk in when a thought suddenly struck him. Pavel Lore. Was she buying something for that artist friend of hers? Just then, Erna spotted him and walked over, cheerful. "Do you want anything from here?" He shook his head. "No." He turned away, leading her out of the store without another word. But his eyes lingered on the painting box behind the display. Erna hummed happily beside him, unaware. Bjorn said nothing, but for some reason, that paint-set gnawed at the back of his mind. On their final night in Philia, they were invited to a farewell banquet hosted by the royal family. The maids surrounded Erna, dressing her carefully. She wore the necklace Bjorn had given her, the crown gifted by her mother-in-law. And as she stepped toward the entrance, she saw Bjorn waiting, looking effortlessly regal. His eyes softened as they landed on her. She looked like a fairy. As they entered the grand banquet hall, Erna felt overwhelmed by the crowd, her breath catching. But then she looked at Bjorn, who was right there, holding out his hand. She took it, and that small warmth steadied her. That night she would remember forever. The night on the deck under the lights, and the calm strength of the man beside her. Eventually, they returned to the mansion of the Schuber, their honeymoon officially behind them. "Erna," Bjorn's voice called out in the early morning light. "Wake up. Didn't you go on and on about wanting to see the fountain turn on for the first time this summer?" Still half asleep, she blinked, then suddenly remembered. She shot up. "Bjorn, you should come too," she called excitedly. He stepped out onto the balcony in his morning robe, and together, they watched the fountain come to life. The splash of the water glistened in the golden light, beautiful, powerful. Erna's eyes sparkled in awe. Bjorn watched her quietly. Summer had come. The third season, with his wife. Later, they sat in the garden enjoying their tea. Erna chattered on about the concert from the night before, giggling as she recalled how kind everyone had been to her. "It's all because they've borrowed money from you," she said, grinning. "Honestly, it made me a little greedy. I wish every noble would owe you something." Bjorn chuckled. "Then we share the same dream." "No, wait," Erna said quickly. "I didn't mean it like that. I know what it feels like to be in debt. I'm still one myself, aren't I?" Bjorn leaned back, amused. "So, are you still planning to pay me back with those little flowers you made?" "Of course," she nodded proudly. "I meant it. I've even saved up a little. I'll show you." Bjorn glanced at her, her eyes sparkling with confidence. It was a ridiculous idea, really. But she looked so pretty smiling like that, he didn't say a word. Then Erna remembered something. "Oh, and your sister, Duchess Louise. She helped me a lot too." Bjorn, preparing to light a cigar, replied flatly. She was just doing her duty. Don't let it fool you. She loves Gladys, and she hates you just the same. Erna's face fell instantly. Bjorn glanced at her and noticed her expression shift, but he didn't take his words back. It was the truth. Still, something about the sadness on her face lingered in his mind. And then he remembered something else, how she never complained about his smoking. Even when the smoke bothered her, even when she coughed quietly beside him, she never left. Without another thought, he put the cigar back down. Last year, around this time, we met for the first time, Erna said softly, looking out at the garden. Really? Bjorn asked. Yes, she smiled. I had just arrived from Buford. You suddenly showed up at the station and, somehow, I got pushed forward and saw you up close. Bjorn blinked, clearly not remembering. I saw you a few times after that too. Lisa told me who you were when I asked. Bjorn laughed. I'm sure she didn't have anything flattering to say. No, it's not like that, Erna said quickly, flustered. You're a terrible liar, Bjorn smirked. Why didn't you say hello back then? If I had... Would you have greeted me? She asked, tilting her head. Bjorn leaned in, elbow on the table, hand to his chin. I might have done more than that, you know. Bjorn, she pouted, scolding him. Don't ruin a beautiful memory. I only meant a handshake, he teased. What did you think I meant? You're lying. Oh? He smirked. Then, what do you think I meant, my lady? She blushed, flustered again. He clapped lightly. Congratulations on becoming a ruffian, my lady. Rolling her eyes, Erna quickly changed the topic. By the way, I made you a flower, remember? Did you keep it safe? Bjorn paused, clearly confused. A token of our promise, she reminded him sweetly. Only then did he realize she was talking about that fake flower she had given him, the one he'd tossed into the ashtray long ago. Probably, he said, his face unreadable. That beaming smile of hers. Why did she care so much about a fake flower? Bjorn wondered. The spring sun cast a lazy warmth over the garden, stirring a thirst in him, one not quenched by tea. The frustration of not being able to enjoy a simple cigar mixed with a strange, growing feeling he couldn't quite place. He knew addiction could be dangerous, and yet, here he was again, unable to hold himself back. With a brief glance, he signaled the butler, who, understanding without a word, quietly retreated with the other maids. Bjorn stepped toward his wife and gently pulled at the ribbon of her hat. Bjorn? Erna looked at him, confused, unaware of the turmoil brewing inside him. He placed her hat aside, then bent down and kissed her. She hesitated. Bjorn, people can see us. There's no one here, Erna, he murmured against her lips, kissing her again, this time slower, deeper. Still, she pulled back slightly. But, there's a window above. I don't want to be seen like this. Bjorn said nothing. He led her a few steps behind the tall tree at the side of the garden, the branches dense enough to hide them from view. With that assurance, his kisses deepened. And now, Erna kissed him back, but when his hand trailed lower, she broke the kiss, breathless. What are you trying to do now? Something a ruffian would do, my lady, he answered, holding her tighter. I don't want to do anything out here. Can we go inside? She asked, flustered. Bjorn didn't respond. He simply kissed her again, more fiercely. His lips moved down her neck, trailing heat with every touch. Pressed between the tree and his body, Erna trembled, wrapping her arms around him to steady herself. Bjorn looked down at the woman in his arms. A part of him knew he shouldn't be greedy with someone as fragile as her. And yet, he already was. Erna tilted her head, catching a glimpse of the spring sky above. It was beautiful. And so was he, making her forget everything else. Bjorn, aware of how wild he was acting, felt like an animal in heat. But seeing her there, flushed, breathless, delicate like spring itself, he couldn't stop. Spring was indeed far too beautiful. Later, Erna brought out her old chocolate box, the one she had been using to store her savings. Bjorn examined it carefully, almost suspiciously. Why don't you ask Mrs. Fitz for a proper safe, Erna? But I like this, she said with a bright smile. Isn't it cute? Then she opened the lid, proudly revealing the neatly arranged bundles of notes inside. See? I told you I was saving. Look how much I've got. Bjorn stared at the contents in disbelief. She wasn't exaggerating. What's wrong? Erna asked, tilting her head. Bjorn pressed a hand to his forehead. Even his grandmother, who despised vulgarity, had a bank account. Yet here was his own wife, stashing money in a worn cookie tin. As a banker, it was a blow to his pride. Just then, Mrs. Fitz arrived to inform him, Your Highness, the director from the Art Academy is awaiting your response regarding the portrait commission. Have you decided on an artist? Bjorn replied casually. I'm fine with the one the director recommended. Understood. Then I'll inform them we've accepted Pavel Lore, Mrs. Fitz said with a nod. The name made Erna visibly tense. Bjorn noticed immediately and said, Wait, give us a moment before confirming. Mrs. Fitz bowed and stepped out. As soon as the door closed, Erna turned to him. Bjorn, can we choose a different artist? Why? He asked, eyes narrowing slightly. She hesitated, then answered honestly. Pavel is my friend. I don't want to see him, in that way, as someone working under us. Bjorn didn't respond right away. He understood her reasoning. There was no need to insist on Pavel Lore when there were countless other talented painters available. And yet, something about it gnawed at him. He knew, if it hadn't been for that rainy night at the station, if he hadn't arrived first, Erna might have gone with Pavel Lore, might have become his bride. It had only been a matter of seconds, a fragile chance. Bjorn rang the bell. Mrs. Fitz returned, and Bjorn gave his decision with a calm but firm tone. We'll proceed with Pavel Lore. There was no need to insist on Pavel Lore, but there was also no reason to avoid him, and Bjorn wanted to see this through. The next day, Erna arrived at the event she herself had hosted as the Archduchess of Lechen. As she greeted the noble ladies, a few of them asked casually, "Why didn't you wear the necklace the prince brought you from Philia?" Everyone was looking forward to seeing it. It's such an expensive piece. Erna smiled politely. Since it's just a small event, I didn't think it was appropriate to wear something so extravagant. At a side table, Princess Louise, Bjorn's younger sister, sat quietly, sipping her tea. But both she and Erna knew the truth. The women weren't truly interested in the necklace. There was sarcasm behind their words. To them, Erna was merely a decorative archduchess, enjoying luxury funded by her husband. There was no point trying to explain herself. She simply had to be more careful. As the event ended and the guests began to leave, Erna turned to Princess Louise. "Thank you for helping me today. I really appreciated it," she said earnestly. But Louise's reply was cold. "I was only here because of my brother. Please don't misunderstand this as friendship. I'm a close friend of Gladys, after all." She paused, then added bluntly, "And was it really necessary to cause such an uproar by purchasing that necklace abroad? Also, please stop sending those letters asking for friendship. They're unnecessary." Erna, slightly flustered, tried to explain. "I just wanted to ask how you were doing. Isn't that normal between family or friends?" Louise responded sharply, "We're not in that kind of relationship, Your Highness." With that, she left. Erna stood still for a moment. Bjorn had warned her. He was right. Princess Louise would never truly accept her. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, Bjorn was reading a report he had ordered long ago. It was regarding Walter Hardy, Erna's father. Ever since their wedding, even during their honeymoon, Bjorn had been quietly receiving updates. At first, Walter had kept a low profile, dabbling in minor investments. But, as time passed, he was growing bolder. Today's report confirmed it. Walter Hardy had begun using his son-in-law's name to attract investment funds. It was still in the early stages, but he had already lured in several people under the guise of having Bjorn's backing. His wife's extravagant public lifestyle only added to the credibility of his reports. Bjorn had predicted this when he decided to marry Erna, considering Walter Hardy's past. For now, he had no plans to interfere. But if Walter crossed the line, he'd be ready. The day had finally arrived for the portrait to be painted. Bjorn sat in the living area waiting for Erna, his gaze drifting to the trophy displayed on the shelf. It was the one he had drunkenly handed to her before their wedding. A pink ribbon was tied to it now. He chuckled to himself. Just a few days ago, it had a blue ribbon. He remembered asking her why she kept changing it. Her answer had been simple. There were too many identical trophies in the house, all won by him, so she'd marked hers to tell it apart. The reason had been so silly he'd laughed until his cheeks went numb. Now, seeing the pink ribbon, he had a feeling she was changing it to match the seasons. As he was lost in thought, the Archduchess Erna Dniester appeared, looking like an angel. Bjorn turned to take her in, but his eyes landed on her neck where a simple pearl necklace rested. "What about the necklace I gave you?" "Just thought, this one might suit today better," she answered hesitantly. "Is that so?" "I don't think so," Bjorn replied bluntly, glancing toward the maid in silent command. Erna had wanted to wear that necklace. It was precious to her, being the first gift from him. But she'd avoided it today, afraid it might make her appear flashy and extravagant. She didn't want to be seen as a shallow archduchess. Soon, Lisa returned with the necklace. Bjorn took it from her and, without another word, fastened it around Erna's neck himself. "Now it's perfect," he said quietly. Downstairs, Pavel Lore arrived at the palace, taking in the grandeur of the royal residence. He hadn't wanted to come. But his master had insisted. Refusing a royal request was not an option. Of course, part of him had wanted to see Erna, to know how she was doing. But he knew seeing her again would only complicate things. While he stood deep in thought, the Archduke and Archduchess entered hand in hand. Without delay, Pavel began his work. As they posed for the portrait, he noticed Erna fidgeting nervously. "You can look up a little, Your Highness." Pavel guided gently. She tried, but remained awkward, just as he remembered. When they were younger, he had always known she'd make a beautiful model, but she would become rigid the moment she realized someone was painting her. That was why he'd always tried to capture her in nature, without her noticing. Bjorn adjusted her posture slightly, tilting her face just so, and helped position her hands. "Now we're ready, Mr. Lore," he said, looking straight at Pavel. "Ah, right," Pavel replied, slightly thrown off. It was rather bold of the prince to do things his own way, but he had to admit, Erna now looked like the ideal subject, just as he had imagined. And the prince, too, was a flawless model. He continued painting in silence for a long time. Eventually, he suggested a short break, noticing Erna growing tired from holding her posture for so long. Bjorn agreed, and Erna left the room to rest. While Pavel adjusted his materials, Bjorn lounged on the sofa nearby, swirling a drink in hand. "Cigar? Drink?" he offered casually. Pavel declined politely and returned to his work. A short while later, Bjorn stood and approached the easel, watching silently. Pavel stiffened slightly at the prince's sudden closeness. "No need to stop. I'm just watching. Bjorn said, his voice calm but unreadable. Pavel continued painting, though the prince's presence weighed on him like a quiet pressure. Bjorn's eyes drifted to the side, toward the artist's supplies. There it was. The same paint box he had seen in the art store back in Philia. Before he could say anything, a maid entered. "Your Highness, the Archduchess has returned." When the portrait session ended, Pavel politely said his goodbye and took his leave. Erna stood there, frozen. There was so much she wanted to say, but not a single word came out. Later, Karen found her on the balcony, quietly nibbling on chocolate. "You shouldn't eat too many of those," Karen said gently. "It's not good for your health." "I didn't eat a lot," Erna replied, with a soft smile. Karen hesitated, then finally voiced what had been on her mind. "Your Highness, about the necklace. Please don't mind what people say." She knew the rumors. Everyone who'd been on their honeymoon trip knew that necklace was a gift from the prince, even if the Archduchess had begged her husband for it, which she hadn't. Why should she be criticized? If any other noble lady had received a jewel like that from her husband, it would have been celebrated. But because it belonged to Erna Dniester, people made a fuss. It bothered her, Karen admitted silently, because she remembered how troubled she was choosing that gift back then. Erna looked at her with innocent eyes. "Are you worried about me, Karen?" "Well," Karen faltered, not wanting to admit it outright. "Thank you, Karen." Erna smiled again. She meant it. It warmed her heart. When they returned downstairs, Mrs. Fitz approached. "Your Highness, about dinner tonight. Should I prepare something specific?" "I'll speak to Bjorn and let you know," Erna replied gently. But Mrs. Fitz hesitated. "Actually, the prince has already left. He said he might be late." The next day, when Bjorn opened his eyes, it was already afternoon. Whenever he came home late, he avoided going to Erna's room, not wanting to disturb her sleep. Still, she always nagged him about it later. Sometimes, she even looked like she was going to cry. As he got out of bed, sipping his tea, a maid informed him that the Archduchess had gone out. He didn't react. There was no reason to worry. He couldn't say for sure what that artist felt for his wife, but he was certain of one thing. Pavel was nothing more than a friend to Erna. And she had given him that art box purely out of friendship, nothing more, because Bjorn knew this woman loved him. And yet, what was this feeling? Why this strange anxiety? Was it jealousy? He scoffed at the thought. Jealous? Of that artist? Wasn't that ridiculous? On the other side, Erna had arrived at Bjorn's grandmother's residence. She sat in the living area, playing with the cat. "I think I must take my leave now, grandmother," she said with a smile. Duchess Arsène sat across from her, still wondering how long this girl planned to keep this up. She had first come to visit just after the honeymoon, but the Duchess had refused to meet her. She still resented her grandson for becoming such a disgrace after divorcing Gladys, and his new wife was just a reminder of that, so she didn't want to see Erna. That day, Erna had sat in the waiting room for 2 hours, then left, leaving behind a gift in the hall. The Duchess had heard the rumors that the prince's new wife was a girl who enjoyed luxury, so naturally she assumed it would be something expensive, a bribe to win her favor. But when she opened the box, she was stunned. Simple items, a pair of indoor slippers, a shawl, a modest brooch, even a tiny cushion for her cat, utterly confusing. Was this girl trying to play some trick? Then she heard that Erna had given Bjorn's father a reading desk, and his mother a pair of flower scissors, not jewels, not imported perfumes. Had she forgotten that her husband's parents were the king and queen? She'd even gifted Leonid a glass strap. That made the Duchess laugh out loud, and that's when she decided to meet this peculiar, pure-looking Archduchess during her next visit. "I'll be direct," the Duchess had said that first time. "What's your purpose in visiting?" Erna answered honestly. "Bjorn's birthday is coming soon. I came to invite you, grandmother." "You do know I haven't seen your husband in years?" the Duchess said coldly. "Yes," Erna replied, still calm. "That's why I want to give this to him. It will be my first gift to him." "Did your husband put you up to this?" she asked, her voice sharp. No, please keep this a secret from him," Erna said quickly. "It's supposed to be a surprise." The Duchess had meant to argue further, but Erna's bright smile somehow took all the fight out of her. And so, it had been 2 months now. Erna came every Wednesday. When the Duchess refused to see her, she would simply sit and play with the cat for a while, then quietly leave. And whenever she was allowed to sit with her, Erna would talk, mostly about useless things. But most of it was always about her husband. It seemed Bjorn had chosen an annoyingly persistent wife. Even after being told point-blank not to come again, she would just smile and say, "Then I'll see you next week, Grandma," and walk out as if nothing happened. When Erna arrived home, she wished she could have stayed out longer. After everything that happened, from last night to this morning, she didn't want to see Bjorn, not yet. As she stepped into the entrance, Mrs. Fitz informed her, "His Highness is waiting for you." Without a word, Erna followed the path to the dining room. She had been patient, endlessly so. Despite all the broken promises, the late nights he came home drunk, she endured it. And just when she thought it couldn't get worse, Bjorn always found a way to surprise her, just like he had that morning. He had come home late, clearly drunk. Erna was still waiting at the entrance and asked softly, "Can you be a little more reliable as a husband?" Bjorn leaned in close. "Erna, what do you think you married? A saint?" He scoffed. "You married a sinner, so don't expect something I'm not." That's not what I meant, she tried to explain, but he cut her off. Since you married a man like me, shouldn't you love him anyway? Isn't that a wife's duty? He said as he walked past, running a hand through his hair. When he reached his bedroom door, Erna reminded him gently. Bjorn, we promised to sleep in the same bed. Bjorn paused. That's enough, Erna. I'll listen to my noble wife's nagging tomorrow, he muttered coldly before shutting the door behind him, leaving her standing there alone. Now at the dinner table, silence hung heavy between them. Why are you so quiet? Bjorn finally asked. I'm just tired, Erna replied, picking at her food. Tired from what? Where did you go today? He asked again. I don't want to tell you. I have my own life too, she said calmly. That irritated him. She used to tell him everything, without him even asking. Erna, stop wasting your time on meaningless things. Just focus on your duties, Bjorn said flatly. What kind of duties? Being a doll for you? She asked, her lips trembling. Well, that doesn't sound bad, Bjorn replied, uncaring. I don't want to, she said, rising to her feet. That feeling, this helplessness, it gnawed at her. She didn't want to be just a doll he could discard someday. I'll do my best in my own way, she added quietly. Bjorn had said those hurtful things on purpose. They gave him a twisted reassurance, proof that he still held her heart. It was a cruel, secret pleasure. Sit down and finish your meal, he said sternly. But this time, Erna didn't back down. She wiped her tears and said, No. I have those meaningless things you mentioned to attend to. With that, she turned and left the table. A maid stepped forward and placed the final dessert on the table. Take it away, Bjorn said coldly, his voice dark. After dinner, Bjorn sat in his study, going over his papers when Mrs. Fitz entered. Do you have something to say? He asked without looking up. No, I just came to check on you. Though I find it amusing to see that even your highness has marital quarrels, she said, bowing slightly. Bjorn let out a short laugh. That wasn't a fight, he replied, thinking one kiss would be enough to make Erna smile at him again. Your highness is a good person, Mrs. Fitz said sincerely. I know, Bjorn said casually, standing up and heading toward Erna's room. Mrs. Fitz watched him go. She had served him most of her life. His first marriage had appeared flawless from the outside. But was it really? Watching him now, she saw a different side of him, one she had never witnessed before. Perhaps this was the real Prince Bjorn, the version that didn't exist in his past marriage. But whatever the truth was, she knew better than to voice it. If the prince had made a decision, he would hide the truth behind it, no matter what. Bjorn now stood before his wife's room and knocked a few times, but the voice from inside made him pause. Please leave. Bjorn's eyes widened. He immediately reached for the doorknob, but it was locked. Open the door, Erna, he said firmly. No, came the reply, sharper than he expected. The price to get into my bed is expensive. Bjorn blinked. What? I'm telling you, Erna said, voice muffled but clear. My bed isn't a place you can just crawl into whenever you want, and then leave like nothing happened. Bjorn stood frozen. Did this little deer of his just throw a tantrum? He started banging on the door, irritated. Erna, open the door. You better open it right now. Servants nearby watched in stunned silence as the prince pounded on the door to the Archduchess's room. But no answer came. Bjorn's anger boiled over. Do you think I can't get in if you don't open the door? He roared like a wolf. All the servants froze in place, terrified. Was the prince really going to break the door down? They murmured nervously among themselves, holding their breath. And as expected, Bjorn stormed forward to do just that. But the staff rushed to hold him back. Your Highness, please calm down, they pleaded. Do you think I'll lose something from this? Bjorn snapped furiously. Well, I don't lose anything either, came Erna's voice from inside. So please, just go away. I don't want to see you. The servants gasped quietly, their eyes wide with fear, silently praying for Erna to stop provoking him. Erna didn't stop there. I've locked the door connecting our bedrooms too, so don't bother trying to come through there. Bjorn's fury flared. Has she gone mad, he thought? Did I raise a crazy deer? If you don't come out right now, you'll never see me again, he threatened. But the reply that came from behind the door left the staff struggling to suppress their laughter. Thank you for being considerate, Your Highness, Erna snapped back. But if you need a doll, ask your nanny to find you one. A pretty one, just the way you like it. Bjorn scoffed. Let's see who loses the most here, he muttered, and turned to leave, refusing to beg his wife to let him in. And so, the fight continued. As he turned away, the staff quickly scattered in all directions, afraid of the prince's simmering rage. Congratulations on your first marital quarrel, Your Highness, Mrs. Fitz said calmly, standing unbothered. And if you really do need a doll, do let me know. Bjorn's temple throbbed from frustration. His earlier smug confidence, when he told her, we don't fight, was now shattered. In a final burst of irritation, he slammed the nearby door and left the corridor. The remaining staff looked down the hallway where he disappeared, still stunned. Who could have imagined their ever-composed prince would one day lose his cool like this? A few days later, Erna sat making her artificial flowers when Lisa came over, concerned. Your Highness, please rest. You just threw up, Lisa said gently. I'm okay, Erna replied with a smile. Besides, I don't want to just sit idle. Lisa sighed, still worried. It's just a little sad we can't sell these flowers anymore, now that you're the prince's wife. Erna thought for a moment, then suggested, what if we gift them to the maids and staff instead? Lisa looked doubtful. But some of them talk behind your back. I know, Erna said simply, but I still want to give them. Who knows, maybe they'll start to like me, even if just a little. Lisa smiled faintly. Would you give one to His Highness too? No, of course not, Erna huffed. But the truth was, she had started the fight out of anger. But the way it turned out wasn't what she wanted. At first it felt good standing her ground, but as days passed her worry grew. On the third day she even unlocked the door, thinking that if Bjorn returned she'd gradually forgive him. But that man never came. He slept, ate, and worked alone, acting as if he didn't have a wife at all. So Erna stayed stubborn too. And just like that, their fight dragged on without any progress for a full week. That day Mrs. Fitz arrived with news. Your Highness, the royal family will arrive at Castle Schuber on the day of the World Expo opening ceremony, she said. Also, here's the guest list for the twin prince's birthday party. It will be held 2 days after the ceremony. Erna took the list in her hands. She knew this event was important. It was her first time hosting something this big, and every eye would be on her. She began reading carefully, but then suddenly she felt queasy. Her face paled. She rushed to the bathroom and retched hard. Mrs. Fitz blinked, now realizing the Archduchess had been throwing up all morning. Your Highness, I think we should call the royal doctor, she said firmly. I'm fine, Erna tried to wave it off. I'll just take some medicine. No, Mrs. Fitz stopped her. Don't take anything. And forgive me for being bold, but hasn't your cycle been late, Your Highness? Erna froze. Come to think of it, it was late. Before she could say anything else, Mrs. Fitz turned to the butler. Send for the doctor, immediately. Elsewhere, Bjorn rode across the hillside, taking in the breathtaking scenery. As he got down from his horse, something about the view reminded him of her. He thought back to 2 days ago. He had run into Erna while she was out walking with her maid. At first, he thought she might finally break the silence and apologize, even just a little. But no. She looked him straight in the eyes, and then walked right past him, lifting her parasol to block her view. That woman. She'd ignored him completely. The irritation and sting of it settled deep in his chest. He'd decided then and there. Fine. He'd go back to the way things were before he married her. Reading, writing in peace. No more thinking about her. As Bjorn returned to the palace, a butler came running toward him. Your Highness, he called out breathlessly. You should hurry to Her Highness. The examination must be over by now. Bjorn removed his cap, confused. Examination? Haven't you heard? The butler grinned. Congratulations, Your Highness. The news says, you're going to be a father soon. Bjorn's eyes widened. Those words struck him like lightning. It brought him back to that memory from 4 years ago, the last time he heard the same thing. Inside Erna's room, Mrs. Fitz and the doctor stood beside her bed, relieved to confirm it was nothing serious. Erna, however, was red with embarrassment. After all the fuss, calling the doctor and worrying everyone, her period had simply arrived late. And now she had no idea why everyone was still hanging around. It wasn't like she was a patient. Just then, the door burst open. Prince Bjorn stormed in, walking straight to her bedside. Are you okay? Are you pregnant, Erna? He asked, breathless and visibly worried. Erna blinked at him, stunned to see him after so many days. He hadn't forgotten her after all. And in that strange moment she almost wished she had been pregnant, if only to hold on to his concern for a bit longer. But the truth was far too awkward to admit. After the others left, Bjorn stayed behind and sat beside her. Mrs. Fitz had already informed him it was a false alarm. There was a quiet pause before Erna finally turned to him. Why are you still here? Bjorn leaned back and folded his arms casually. To embarrass you, of course, she frowned. Are you happy now then, seeing me like this? Not yet, he replied shamelessly. Try getting more flustered. You're good at that. And also at flailing. And stomping. Erna sat up in frustration. You know that wasn't me. Oh? Then are you blaming someone else now? He teased. No, that's not what I meant, she fumbled. Bjorn burst into laughter, clearly enjoying the banter. It was just like old times. Erna blinked, realizing how quickly everything had returned to normal between them. How easily he pulled her out of her anger. Rest, Erna. You're still sick. Even if it's not pregnancy, Bjorn said, getting up. She lay back down with a small huff, puffing her cheeks and glaring at him. Just moments ago she'd been furious with this man. But when he came rushing in, genuinely worried, somehow she felt relieved that he had come. I'm sorry I caused a scene that day, Erna said quietly, lying down. It wasn't your fault, Erna, Bjorn replied, sitting beside her. When you heard the news? What did you think? She asked, curious to know. Before entering the room that day, Bjorn had stood outside for a long while. He knew it wouldn't be like that day 4 years ago, but still, anxiety had filled him. Then finally he'd walked in and seen his fragile wife lying there, with Madame Fitz looking equally anxious. When he found out it was just a rumor, a false alarm, he had felt disappointed. But something had changed. Hearing those words again, you're going to be a father, no longer brought back the painful memories of that time. Instead, seeing his wife's embarrassed face made him laugh. It made him realize. Someday he really would hear those words for real. And now he wondered, what would it be like to become the father of this woman's child? Well, it's late. Rest, Erna, he said, leaning down to kiss her softly. But she caught his hand. You're leaving? She asked. You said the price of getting in your bed is expensive, Bjorn replied calmly. That's true, but, well, you're rich, she muttered hesitantly. He chuckled and sat on the bed beside her. Then, will you stay? She asked, watching him. But Bjorn wasn't looking at her face. His eyes had wandered lower. Only if you let me touch that, he said shamelessly, eyes on her chest. Erna's cheeks turned red as she slapped his hand. Stop teasing me! The next morning, Bjorn awoke in her bed, finally. But the space beside him was empty. As expected, he found her in the garden. Ever since summer began, Erna had taken morning walks, and that white dress she chose today? He thought it was an excellent choice. Just like that, the small incident passed, and peace returned to Bjorn's world again. The next day, Bjorn handed Erna a passbook for her newly opened bank account. Her eyes widened in anxiety. Bjorn, the money I kept in my chocolate box, it's all gone? Bjorn chuckled. It's not gone, Erna. I just moved it. Your old chocolate box only keeps your money safe. But in my bank, your money grows. Her anxious face lit up. It can grow? She asked, her voice full of wonder. With interest, he confirmed. Beaming, Erna nodded seriously. Then I'll keep this passbook inside the jar, so it stays extra safe. Bjorn raised an eyebrow. You still using that old chocolate box? It was a gift from my grandfather on my 8th birthday, she said gently. I promised him I'd keep smiling, always. Bjorn looked at her quietly. He knew parts of her past, but maybe not everything. Her father had left when she was 5. Her mother died before she turned 8, raised by poor grandparents. Yet she never lost that bright smile. That promise to her grandfather. She had kept it. Shouldn't you go to work now? Erna asked. Bjorn shrugged lazily. I could take a break, since it seems you'll provide for us now by selling those flowers if I don't. No, Bjorn. Go work hard, she said firmly, so I can earn better interest. He burst out laughing. Greedy little wife. She pushed him toward the door, and Bjorn thought to himself, he should definitely use this excuse more often. In bed, too. Later, Erna visited Bjorn's grandmother. I heard you and Bjorn had your first fight, Duchess Arsene said, reading her book. Yes, Erna nodded. But I won. The Duchess raised a brow. You? You won against that boy? Erna nodded proudly. Lisa even won a big prize from betting on me. The Duchess chuckled. Tell me, child, why do you like Bjorn so much? Of course he's handsome, so in that aspect, you've made an excellent choice. It's not because of that, Erna said quickly. Don't lie to me. Or are you trying to say you fell for his character? Erna hesitated, unable to answer. If she looked past his looks, his cold words alone certainly weren't enough to make her fall for him. So I'm right, aren't I? The Duchess said, clearly amused. Maybe a little bit, Erna admitted shyly. The Duchess laughed out loud. You wear your feelings on your face, child. I can read what you're thinking already. Well, at least my grandson didn't marry someone dull. They walked together as the Duchess showed her old photographs. After a while, the Duchess turned serious. Child, listen carefully. Even if your husband is handsome, you must learn to hide your feelings now and then. Pretend to be indifferent. He's acting the way he is because you're too easy to read. Pardon? Erna blinked, confused. I'm saying, play hard to get. Oh, I'll keep that in mind. Erna smiled awkwardly, unsure how to apply that. She handed over the invitation for Bjorn's upcoming birthday. I'm not going, the Duchess said flatly. But Erna smiled again. Still, I'll wait for you. With that, she adjusted her hat and politely took her leave. 2 days before the World Expo event, royal families began arriving at the Schubert Palace. Erna welcomed them all gracefully, and as she sat observing each member, she realized how much they resembled one another in subtle ways. There was Prince Christian and Princess Greta, Bjorn's younger siblings, and even Princess Louise's daughter, who bore a striking resemblance to both her mother and Bjorn. Meanwhile, Bjorn had joined his twin brother, Crown Prince Leonid, at the pool table. Our father seems to approve of your wife, Leonid remarked, lining up his shot. He actually uses the gift she gave him. Bjorn recalled that their mother had also praised Erna's gift. Though it hadn't been his intention to seek their approval, he was glad because it had made Erna happy. Archduchess seems like a good person, Leonid added. But didn't you once say you didn't like Her Highness? That's because I didn't know her then, Bjorn replied casually. Then why don't you try being a good husband too? Leonid asked, making his point clear. What are you talking about? I'm actually a pretty good husband, Bjorn said with his usual overconfidence. Leonid raised a brow and smirked. He didn't argue, just scoffed quietly to himself. A good husband? That was debatable. On the day of the World Expo event, Erna and Bjorn arrived in an open carriage. Bjorn led her up to the stage where the entire royal family was already gathered. Erna glanced around. Leonid, Louise, Greta. Why is everyone so tall, she thought. And more importantly, why is everyone blonde? Even Princess Louise's husband had platinum blonde hair. Come to think of it, Princess Gladys was also blonde. Is this some kind of royal requirement? She wondered to herself, amused by her own pointless train of thought. Soon, the photographer began setting up his camera to capture the royal portrait. Erna, feeling small among all the tall figures, tiptoed to appear just a little taller. Bjorn noticed. Though she was trembling slightly, she was still determined to tiptoe her way through it. He placed his hand around her shoulders, gently pushing her back into her original posture. She pouted and glared at him, unable to complain in front of everyone. His grin only widened, his cute little dear was trying so hard again. And with a flash, the grand royal portrait was taken, capturing every member of the royal family. As the event began, various new machines were introduced, signaling the progress of technology. Hand in hand, Erna and Bjorn strolled through the exhibit halls. Bjorn brought her over to one machine. "This is a telephone," he explained. "You can talk to someone far away, even in another city." "Really?" Erna's eyes sparkled. "Then, could I talk to my grandmother with it?" "Well, it'll take a while to install a line to that village," Bjorn replied truthfully. Just then, another machine caught her attention, the typewriter. Her eyes lit up watching the letters appear so quickly on paper. The exhibitor smiled and invited her to try. She hesitated but raised her finger cautiously. Bjorn watched curiously. She always avoids the newspaper. I thought she'd turn away. Maybe she does like this kind of thing after all. Erna managed to type out a short sentence. Delighted by her little accomplishment, she rushed over to tell Bjorn about it. He smiled at her, glad to see her finally at ease, smiling freely and unafraid of the crowd. Later, they entered the exhibition zone with large animals. Erna clung to Bjorn's arm, trembling at the sight. Seeing her anxious expression, Bjorn pulled her close, placed his hand gently on her head, and kissed her softly. It was just a quiet, open show of affection, a little moment of romance between newlyweds. After their venture at the expo ended, Erna and Bjorn made their way back toward the palace. But as they stepped outside, Erna spotted a large crowd gathered near the exit. Voices grew louder, people were cursing her, blaming her for taking Princess Gladys's place. She heard every word, but she kept her head high. She couldn't afford to show weakness. Bjorn walked beside her silently, but then, in an instant, he sensed something. Without a moment's delay, he pulled Erna into his arms, shielding her. Someone from the crowd had thrown an egg, meant for Erna. It splattered on Bjorn's coat instead. Prince Leonid and Christian rushed toward them in alarm. "Bjorn!" Leonid called out. Erna stood frozen in shock, unable to process what had just happened. The man's voice still rang in her ears. "You temptress! You ruined the royal family!" Bjorn dropped his ruined coat to the ground and made his way toward the man, rage burning in his eyes. But Leonid caught him by the arm just in time. "Bjorn, stop. There are people watching," he warned. Bjorn didn't hear a word. That was until Lisa's scream cut through the crowd. Everyone turned to see Erna collapsed on the ground. Bjorn ran back immediately and knelt beside her, calling her name, trying to wake her. She didn't respond. He lifted her into his arms and carried her to the carriage, without saying another word. Meanwhile, in Lars, Catherine Owen stood outside a publisher's office. Disappointment etched across her face. Another rejection. Another publishing company had refused the manuscript she carried. Her brother, Gerald Owen, once a genius poet adored by the literary world, was now treated like a forgotten name. She had discovered the manuscript that spring while cleaning his room. At first, she had been grateful when the Lars Academy offered to preserve Gerald's home and turn it into a memorial. But everything changed when she found the pages hidden beneath the floorboards. It was a love story, a quiet, beautiful tale of longing, and at its center was Princess Gladys. That day, Catherine realized the truth, and she made a decision. If the publishers in Lars wouldn't touch her brother's story, then she would cross the ocean. She would go wherever she needed to. She would not let Gerald's death be in vain. Back at Lechen, Bjorn stood beside Erna, who was still unconscious from the shock she had suffered earlier. He knew she would recover soon, yet he still felt a pathetic sense of anxiety. It was just an unfortunate incident caused by a madman, one who would soon face punishment. Bjorn had known from the start that Erna would have to endure things like this. After all, she could never truly defeat Princess Gladys, an invisible enemy. She would lose again and again simply because she had become Bjorn Dniester's second wife. But this life was still her best option. Otherwise, she would have been sold off in the marriage market to the highest bidder. Instead, she was now a princess, and that was because he had saved her. So she had to endure it. Bjorn had no intention of giving up the incredible political profit that came from maintaining Gladys's saintly image. In return, he would give Erna plenty of benefits. Tomorrow, she would smile again, only for him, and that was the greatest purpose of this beautiful woman. The next morning, the queen informed the king that Erna was doing well. The king expressed relief that the poor child was recovering. Just then, they noticed someone carrying a large bouquet of flowers. The person stopped in front of Crown Prince Leonid Dniester. "Happy birthday, Your Highness," Erna said, peeking from the right, holding out the bouquet of flowers. "Oh, thank you," Leonid replied, surprised. "I'm happy you like it," Erna said with a warm smile before walking away. Prince Christian, still watching her, muttered hesitantly, "Isn't Her Highness cute?" "Christine, the Archduchess, is Bjorn's wife," Leonid reminded him. "That makes her your elder, I know that." "But can an elder be cute too?" Christine argued. Leonid only smiled, because, well, Christine wasn't wrong. As Leonid turned to pass the bouquet to the butler, Christine added thoughtfully, "Leonid, doesn't this mean Bjorn will also get a bouquet, right?" "I think so," Leonid replied. "Then we should have gone to watch that," Christine said with a laugh. Watching Bjorn's reaction would have been fun. Inside the bedroom, Erna brought a bouquet to the bed. "Happy birthday, Bjorn." Bjorn, just waking up, looked at her in surprise. "The weather's so nice today, and I made this myself this morning," she said happily. Bjorn sat up with a smile. I can see that, Erna. Don't you like it? The crown prince seemed to like his, she said excitedly. You gave one to Leonid too? He asked, surprised. Yes, because it's both of your birthdays. But yours is slightly bigger, she added with a warm smile. Bjorn laughed at her clarification. Come here, Erna, he said, pulling her into his arms. I just hope today's banquet goes smoothly, she said with a trace of worry. It's fine, Erna. Even if it doesn't go perfectly, Bjorn assured her. No, Bjorn. It's your first birthday with me, so it's important to me, she said quickly, lifting her head. Bjorn stared at her, taken aback by her reaction. The memory of her first birthday came to mind. How could he forget? All the firsts were important to her. Overwhelmed by the feeling, he pressed a kiss to her lips. She looked startled at first, but soon smiled, her love for him shining clearly in her eyes. It reassured him. Erna would always return to being herself, and as long as she stayed that way, peace in their lives would remain. That evening, the banquet for the prince's birthday was prepared, guests filling the hall. Erna's eyes, however, stayed fixed on the door, waiting for one particular guest, the gift she had prepared for her husband. Mrs. Fitz suggested she change the seating arrangements since it was nearly time to begin. But Erna insisted on waiting a little longer. Finally, the guest she awaited arrived. Duchess Arsène stepped into her grandson's birthday banquet for the first time in years. Shock rippled through the hall. Leonid, his sister, and especially Bjorn himself. Whispers spread, wondering if the Duchess had finally forgiven the prince. Erna walked up to greet her, but the Duchess's brows furrowed. I only came to check on you after hearing about some lunatic attacking you. But as I can see, you're perfectly fine. My time was wasted, she said bluntly. Erna simply smiled brightly. Thank you for coming. From the side, the queen approached happily. I didn't know you were coming? I didn't come here for anyone, the Duchess made clear. I'm just here as the Archduchess's guest, right? She asked, turning to Erna. Yes, welcome. I'm happy you came, Erna replied with gratitude the day news spread of Prince Bjorn committing adultery and seeking divorce from Princess Gladys. Duchess Arsène had been so furious she slapped her grandson, a moment still talked about in town to this day. That same day, she announced she would never speak to Bjorn again. She had kept that promise. Until now. Bjorn glanced at his grandmother, who was now seated beside him. This is how I am, grandmother. You have to accept it, he had told her back then. Duchess Arsène had been so hurt, tears streaming down her face in utter disappointment. Seeing those tears had been the hardest part for Bjorn to endure, but deep down, he knew. No matter how many times he went back in time, he would have made the same choice. I can see you've gained quite a few more wrinkles, Bjorn remarked, attempting to start a conversation. I'm impressed you have the nerve to say that, when this is the first time. We've spoken in years, the Duchess shot back with matching sarcasm. And with that, the prince's birthday dinner came to a close. After the meal, the queen praised Erna's efforts and congratulated her on the party's success. Overwhelmed, she even said she felt indebted to the Archduchess. Erna quickly waved her hands, saying she had only done what she should, though. Meeting Duchess Arsène had almost felt like meeting her own grandmother. The queen noticed the warmth in Erna's voice and realized how much she must miss her real grandmother, whom she hadn't seen in 6 months. Knowing the Baroness would never visit, as this was her granddaughter's husband. His home. The queen suggested Erna visit the Varden residence with Bjorn. Erna's face lit up with a bright smile as she thanked the queen wholeheartedly. The queen, however, couldn't help but feel conflicted. She knew this naive child had suffered much in marriage because of Gladys, yet, as a mother, she selfishly hoped Erna would continue to endure and remain by Bjorn's side. Later, as Erna was about to leave, Viscount Hardy, her father, approached. Before he could make her uncomfortable, a voice called from behind. Erna. It was Bjorn. Seeing him, Erna instinctively moved behind him, seeking cover. I'm just here to have a nice chat with my daughter, her father explained, holding a cigar. The smoke made Erna cough. Bjorn's eyes shifted to the Viscount. I see. But unfortunately, we'll have to postpone this conversation. As you can see, my wife isn't feeling well, he said firmly. The Viscount kept staring, but Bjorn turned and led Erna away. He knew exactly how cunning the man was. But for now, he let it go. After all, it was only because of this man's greed that Erna had become his wife. For that alone, Bjorn could forgive him. For now. Bjorn, the queen said we can visit my grandmother. Would you come with me? Erna asked hopefully. Is that what you want? He asked. Yes. I won't take too much of your time, she promised. All right, he replied, pulling her into a kiss. That feeling, knowing she couldn't refuse him and that he was her king, was enough to satisfy him. Having this one woman was an unusual, but fulfilling joy. On their way to Buford, Erna's voice rang through the carriage. We're almost there. Bjorn just kept looking at her. She had said it more than once already, but she looked so cute in her excitement that he almost wanted to believe her. The road to Buford was long and rough, making it impossible for him to even take a nap, but at last, they arrived. Upon seeing her grandmother, Erna ran straight into her arms. You're acting so unladylike, Erna, her grandmother chided gently. The sight made Bjorn feel like the villain responsible for their long separation, which, in part, was true. Apologies for being rude earlier, and thank you so much, Your Highness, for coming all the way to see this old woman, Baroness Varden greeted warmly. Thank you for welcoming me, Bjorn replied respectfully, noting the resemblance between the two women. A maid led them to Erna's room, suggesting they switch to a larger one since the bed was small. It's fine, Bjorn said with a smirk. If anything, I'll have my wife sleep on top of me. Bjorn, don't joke like that, Erna shouted, and the maid hurried away in embarrassment. But I meant it, he added firmly. Later, as they stood by the window, Erna said she would take him to her secret spot in the valley. She also thanked him for coming and for saving the house, arranging everything so perfectly. Bjorn only smiled, knowing she shouldn't be thanking him. His mother had managed all the arrangements, while he had simply provided the funds. His eyes drifted to the photo frames on the table. Is that you? He asked. Yes, and this is my mother, Erna said, picking up one frame. Bjorn was taken aback. Her mother looked almost exactly like her, except for the hair color. Another picture, a rough sketch from her young adulthood, was clearly drawn by Pavan Lore. Even without being an artist, Bjorn could see the feelings behind the drawing. Yet Erna still called him a friend. Naive, he thought with a smirk. When Erna began preparing her night clothes, she asked Bjorn to turn around so she could change. No, he replied, arms crossed. Erna sighed, but began loosening her gown anyway. She knew she couldn't win against him in this matter. His sharp eyes followed every movement. He had seen her bare countless times, and yet, why did he still react this way? If he could draw, he would have captured this moment on canvas. A wolf's howl broke the silence. Bjorn went to the window, and Erna followed. That must be your friends, she said, lightly joking. Don't worry, they won't come here. In this season, they have plenty to eat. And if they do get close, you can subdue them with a blank shot. There's a gun in the study on the first floor. You know how to shoot? Bjorn asked, surprised. A little? I can only fire in the air, though, she admitted. That made him laugh. How could she look so innocent and fragile while saying things like that? In one swift motion, he pulled her into his arms. He had only come here thinking he was doing her a favor, but it was turning out to be far more fun than expected. Lying back on the bed with her still in his arms, he teased, Do you want to try subduing me too? Erna's cheeks flushed red. How can you say things like that? This is my childhood home, filled with precious memories. So, he replied, still teasing. I refuse to hear such things here, she said firmly. Before she could continue, he pulled her face close and silenced her with a kiss. The days in Buford were so peaceful that Erna started calling it the miracle of Buford, until reality caught up with her. One morning, she opened the bottom drawer and found a stack of newspapers. The headlines read that the most hated person in Lechen was the Archduchess, who had recently been attacked by a madman. Erna, have you found the red thread? Her grandmother's voice came from behind. Why are you collecting this? Why are you reading things like this? Erna asked, her voice sharp with anger. You know I like to do crossword puzzles when I'm bored. That's why I keep them, Baroness Varden explained calmly. But Erna was overwhelmed. Deep down, she knew her grandmother might just be curious about how people saw the Archduchess, but she had promised her to always be happy. Now that she knew her grandmother was aware of her pitiful reputation, shame burned in her chest. That shame turned into frustration, and she burst out. I'll throw these away, she said, grabbing the papers and running outside. She needed to get rid of them as far from her as possible. Bjorn, who had just finished reading, went looking for his wife, especially since she had begged him earlier to take a walk with her. Outside, he found Baroness Varden sitting in the garden. He bowed politely before taking a seat beside her. Erna will be back soon, the Baroness said before he could ask. She knows the routes here well, so there's no need to worry, Bjorn nodded. You're good at reading people, he remarked, realizing she had answered his unspoken question. Perhaps, she replied with a small smile. My husband had blonde hair like you, and my daughter, Erna's mother, took after him. Erna and her mother were so much alike, except for the hair color. Though they never thought much of it, Erna had taken it differently. Her brown hair came from her father, and she always feared her family would be reminded of him because of her. As a child, she decided she wanted to change it. Little Erna had gone around asking the staff how to make her hair like her mother's. One maid, annoyed, told her she could if she stayed in the sun long enough. Erna believed it. She sat outside from sunrise to sunset, and when nothing changed, she cried bitterly, blaming herself for taking even a short break because the heat was unbearable. She's grown now, Baroness Varden said softly. But to me, she's still that child who cried until her nose turned red. I hope she can live a happy life and be proud of her brown hair. Noticing movement behind Bjorn, she added, Do you think her brown hair is beautiful? Bjorn smiled. Yes, ma'am, very beautiful. Erna stopped in her tracks, having overheard their conversation. Did you have a nice walk? Baroness Varden asked. Yes, grandmother, Erna replied, stepping to stand beside Bjorn. The Archduke was worried about you, the Baroness said with a small chuckle. There's a festival in the village. Why don't you two go? As suggested, they arrived at the festival, but Bjorn had some work to finish, so he excused himself, telling Erna to enjoy in the meantime. She sighed, nodding. thinking perhaps the miracle of Buford had come to an end. As usual, she enjoyed the festival with Lisa, while Bjorn wrapped up his work earlier than expected, 20 minutes ahead of time. Deciding to return to his wife, he scanned the crowd and soon spotted her, clapping happily at a show. He stood behind her quietly. Lisa noticed him first. When Bjorn signaled for her to leave, she hesitated, but one sharp, wolf-like look from him made her step away. "Lisa, you know," Erna began, turning, only to stop when she saw her husband standing there instead. "Isn't a miracle so fickle? Just when you think it's gone, it makes you believe again. Just like this man." Bjorn had returned to her like magic. He even brought her honey-coated almonds, her favorite, and together they wandered among the stalls. The festival itself was nothing extraordinary, but with him, it felt special. Erna had always been curious about this festival, though she pretended otherwise. Her grandparents disapproved of it. Years ago, the young Hardy lady had come here in secret and met the Viscount, son, who fell for her at first sight and courted her passionately. Her parents didn't approve of him, but they had no choice and allowed it because of the baby she was carrying. So, Erna understood why her grandparents disliked this festival. It had ruined their daughter's life. Bjorn, glancing sideways, asked a nearby man, "What's all this commotion?" The man grinned, explaining that a contest was about to begin to select the best man of Buford. A race where a man must carry his wife on his back, with a large prize for the winner. Bjorn's interest sparked. "Can I sign up?" "Yes." "If you have a wife," the man replied. Bjorn extended his hand to Erna. "Then, let's go, my wife." Erna, of course, had no desire to join, but found herself standing next to him anyway. One of the other contestants complained, saying Bjorn's wife was half the size of his own, and that Bjorn looked too young for it to be fair. "That's none of my concern," Bjorn replied coolly. "Besides, that's life." The referee, hearing the complaints, suggested Bjorn start 10 steps back. Bjorn agreed without hesitation, confident it wouldn't matter. "Bjorn, we shouldn't do this. You need to protect your royal reputation." Erna tried again. He smirked. "Who cares, Erna? No one here recognizes me." And with that, he hoisted her onto his shoulder. "Remember one thing, House Dniester never plays a game it might lose, so you'd better cooperate." The race began. Despite the 10-step delay, Bjorn quickly pulled ahead. Erna, surprised by his speed, decided to support him. When she noticed a man about to catch up, she urged him to go faster. He did, crossing the finish line first. "Bjorn, we won!" Erna beamed. He looked at her amused. "Weren't you acting all noble earlier? Now you look excited." "Of course I am. Dniesters don't lose, right?" she replied with new confidence. They were awarded a grand prize of Buford crops and fruits. Erna receiving a Lily of the Valley necklace and Bjorn a bottle of Buford wine, declared the prince and princess of that year's festival. "Erna," Bjorn said with a grin, "I guess I was destined to be a prince. No matter what I do, I end up one." "So shall we go, my princess?" Erna nodded, smiling brightly. As they reached home, Baroness Varden welcomed them, asking if they had enjoyed the outing. Erna felt a little embarrassed, remembering her behavior that morning, how she had taken out her anger on her grandmother. "I'm sorry, Grandma, for earlier," she said, hugging her tightly. Bjorn stood silently to the side, watching the scene. Baroness Varden knew it hadn't been the wisest choice to raise Erna hidden away in the countryside. But after what happened to her daughter, she had kept her protected. Now a small part of her regretted it. Had she raised Erna like other noble ladies, maybe her granddaughter wouldn't have to feel sadness like this. On a bright day, surrounded by tall, lush trees, Bjorn and Erna went for a picnic. While Bjorn lay back lazily, Erna wandered about, gathering lilies. She returned to sit beside him, raising her glass of wine to clink with. It was a special day, their first anniversary since they had met. Erna drank, getting tipsy, mumbling about her favorite flowers. Bjorn glanced at the sky. Exactly 1 year ago, he had met this woman. Back then, he had thought she was a temptress with experience in luring men. How wrong he had been. "Thank you, Bjorn, for marrying me, for saving me," Erna said, slightly drunk. "It always reminds me how much I owe you." He looked at her. So simple, so naive. He had married her for those reasons, yet something was changing inside him. A strange, restless thirst. Erna poured herself another glass, wanting to toast again, but he snatched it from her hand. "Erna, you're drunk," he said. She pouted, reaching for the bottle, but he was faster. Pulling her onto his chest as he leaned back against the cushions, he held it out of reach. "I mean it, no more." Seeing no victory, she simply lay there against him. "Bjorn, I understand why you drink. It feels nice. I like it. And I like you too," she murmured. "Is that so?" he asked. "Yes. I hate you sometimes, but I like you a lot. Sometimes I wish I could keep you in a cookie jar." Bjorn laughed aloud at her innocent confession. "By the way, Bjorn, do you think I've gained a lot of interest by now? On my money?" she suddenly asked. "Huh. Why so sudden?" he thought, frowning. "What would you do with it?" he asked. "First, I'll give you a gift. So, what would you like? Excluding money?" Bjorn chuckled, turning toward her. "If excluding money." That's difficult. Just think of one thing. In that case, you. If you wrap a ribbon around yourself, that's enough of a gift, he said with a smirk. Of course, you wouldn't be wearing anything else. At first, she thought it might be love. But no, it wasn't. Still, she felt oddly relieved. At least, he wanted her. You're so difficult. But I want you to be king to me, she said, raising herself up and slipping off her scarf. Bjorn straightened as well, eyes widening in shock when the woman in front of him began undoing each layer of clothing with surprising ease. What are you doing? He asked, his voice heavy with disbelief. Didn't you say I look prettier when I have nothing on? She replied, turning toward him, her hands still at work. So, I'm getting pretty, she added with a small smile. His eyes only widened further as he watched the scene unfold. It's strange. I got all dressed up to look pretty, but this is what you like. So, Erna's words trailed off as she removed the last piece of clothing. Was he drunk? No, he hadn't had nearly enough to blame this on wine. The servants weren't due for some time, but that wasn't the problem. Bjorn's brows knit in unease as Erna suddenly looked down, realizing she had forgotten to wrap herself with the ribbon as he'd teased earlier. She pulled loose the tight knot from her long braid, slipped the ribbon free, and tied it around her neck. Tilting her head toward him, she said softly, Here. I'm pretty now, so please take me. I'm giving you this gift, so please be nicer to me. Bjorn moved over her, pushing her back against the cushions. And then, he finally understood the meaning behind the words she sometimes mumbled in bed. This woman, who usually trembled with embarrassment, was smiling now, smiling as if she loved his attention. She looked beautiful, the shadow of leaves above casting delicate necklace-like patterns over her skin. Bjorn pressed his lips to hers, tasting the wine lingering on her mouth. She kissed him back more ardently than usual, her hands brushing through his hair, and down his neck, her laughter light and innocent. So unlike her actions. Bjorn slid down with ease, a grin tugging at his lips. Erna, realizing where he was headed, called his name to stop him, but she was too late. His hands gripped her legs firmly, moving as he pleased. Restless from his earlier teasing, Erna huffed as he lifted her and settled her on his lap, holding her close. It felt strange, like flowers blooming inside her, and she liked it. Leaning forward, she kissed him. She didn't know what else to do, but his lips were so soft that she kept kissing, licking, and gently nibbling them. Bjorn's eyes widened at her boldness, and soon he pulled her down with him, lying back on the cushions. Erna smiled brightly before sliding down herself, this time shocking him with where she was headed. Erna! He called out, but she didn't listen, continuing her movements. Bjorn lay there in a mix of surprise and agony. Whatever they'd done to that wine? The Buford wine truly was the best, not just in Lechen, but perhaps in the entire continent. There had been times when he was content to lead, knowing she was shy and uncomfortable, coaxing her with a few kind words and a smile to get his way. But today, it felt different. Maybe it was because they were in her hometown, the place where little Erna had grown up and played. Enough, Erna, he said, trying to stop her. Does it hurt? She asked, glancing up at him. No, but just stay still, Bjorn replied, covering his face, trying to calm himself. She climbed back onto him, placing her lips over his. So this is how you taste, Bjorn, she murmured after pulling away. He stared at her silently as she traced his lips with her fingers. To be honest, I'm not sure I'd call it delicious, but it's nice because it's you, she added, leaning over him. Bjorn exhaled sharply. Had he raised a beast instead of the innocent little deer he thought he married? Heat surged through him, and he grabbed her, pulling her closer. She clung to him as if holding on for dear life. Laying her down beneath him, he couldn't understand what had changed, only that his unanswered feelings made him more hurried, more intense. Erna's arms tightened around him, tears welling in her big eyes. She looked so beautiful that he couldn't help but kiss her, pouring all of his tangled emotions into it. After who knows how long, they lay together, Erna draped over him, still flushed from wine. Bjorn, how come you're warm, huge, hard, and still soft too, she mumbled. Bjorn laughed in shock. That's enough, drunken Erna, he sighed. I'm a lady, so I know I shouldn't use such harsh words, she admitted. But I like you so much that I'm tempted to say them anyway. His grin widened as he wrapped her tightly in his arms. She had given him such a satisfying gift. He supposed he had no choice but to be nice to her. At home, nausea hit Erna hard. Lisa, worried, suggested calling a doctor, just as Bjorn walked in. There's no need, he declared. The Archduchess is simply suffering from a hangover. Bjorn, don't say that, Erna exclaimed, flustered. When Lisa left to give them privacy, Bjorn shrugged. But it's the truth, Erna. Still. Now I'm embarrassed in front of Lisa, she muttered. Really? That's surprising. Yesterday you didn't seem to get embarrassed easily. Erna quickly averted her gaze. I don't know what you're talking about. But she remembered everything. How shamelessly she'd acted in the forest. How disheveled. She must have looked when he carried her home, and her grandmother's expression. She'd gone to bed early, claiming she felt sick, just to avoid everyone. My modest lady, be honest. I know you remember everything, Bjorn pressed. Well, maybe half of it, she admitted hesitantly. Bjorn chuckled. Fine. If that makes you feel better, then half it is. Just make sure you're well enough for dinner tonight. He patted her head. That's when she remembered. They were leaving tomorrow. Truthfully, she didn't want to return to the chaos, where everyone saw her as the ruiner of the royal family. But there was also this man. Her salvation. Her prince. If he was with her, she could endure it. As she stared at him, he smirked. Don't just look at me like that. Say whatever it is. The memory of all the silly things she'd told him yesterday flashed through her mind, making her burn with embarrassment. Bjorn tapped her nose. Why so quiet now? Yesterday you were talking just fine. That part, I think I don't remember very well, she lied. Bjorn laughed hard at her answer, and though she was embarrassed, she couldn't help but feel happy. In Lars, Catherine Owen faced yet another rejection. She tried to make her case, but the publisher refused to risk everything by making the story of an artist public, especially one that could cause an uproar in the royal family. He even advised her not to tarnish Gerald Owen's name by revealing that he had been the princess's lover and the father of her child. Catherine knew that publishing this would ruin her brother's image, but it was his last wish. She refused to let that woman continue to thrive, cloaked in nobility built on the pain and tears of others. As she left the office in fury, someone called out to her. Turning, she saw a man offering her a business card, the same man she had noticed earlier inside the publisher's office. She glanced down. It was a publishing company in Burnett. Burnett? That was the capital of Lechen, the prince's home. Elsewhere, preparations for the farewell dinner were underway. Bjorn suggested to Baroness Varden that she spend her summer in Schubert, but she smiled and declined. It was enough for her that they had come to visit. Erna, too, wished her grandmother could be there, but perhaps it was better for her to stay away from the city. She promised to visit again with Bjorn before the year's end. The next day, Bjorn and Erna departed. Before they left, Baroness Varden turned to Bjorn. Keep Erna safe and take good care of her. Of course, he replied, with a respectful nod. Baroness Varden waved goodbye with a heavy heart. Back at Schubert, Lisa entered Erna's room and found her dozing off. Erna quickly apologized, pressing a hand to her forehead. But Lisa reassured her there was no harm in resting when tired. Still, not everyone in the palace felt the same. It had started when Erna was spotted dozing during an opera. Since then, people had blown it out of proportion, using it as another excuse to criticize the Archduchess. Your Highness, let's go see the gift, Lisa said excitedly. Gift? Erna asked in surprise. Yes, His Highness purchased many items at the exhibition. You'll be shocked. Lisa led the way. The same morning, Bjorn, wake up, Erna said, trying to rouse her husband, who had only just fallen asleep after coming home late from a night of poker. What is it, Erna? He asked drowsily. There are a lot of items that arrived from the exhibition. They told me to take them all, but I can't. We need to talk, she said worriedly. Talk about what? Bjorn frowned. About the gifts. There are too many of them. I can't keep them all, she explained. Isn't this woman strange? Most would be happy to receive so many gifts from their husband, yet here she was, looking troubled. Why? He asked, sitting up. Because people, she muttered. Erna. People. He started, his tone sharpening, but he stopped himself. Then, with a straight face, he told her, They will say whatever they want, no matter what you do. I know that. But there's no need to give them a reason, she argued. It annoyed Bjorn. He had spent a small fortune buying all those items, so wasn't it unfair for her to treat them this way? And he knew exactly why she acted like this, which made it even more irritating. Then do you plan to stay like this forever? Acting like a corpse for the rest of your life? Even if you do, people will still badmouth you, he said, brushing his fingers over her cheek. He knew his words would sting, but she was the Archduchess and his second wife, destined to be painted as the villain. Don't let it get to you, Erna. The more you react, the more they'll bother you. Just let it go. Is your life also like that? She asked quietly. Yes, Erna. And you must endure it. Because you chose this, he replied sharply. Meanwhile, Mrs. Fitz, usually calm, had a headache. The sheer number of things Bjorn had purchased was overwhelming. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that nearly every item he had shown interest in was now in the mansion. That included a massive elephant statue, taller than a man, and even the typewriter Erna had once admired. But Bjorn! Why did you buy a giant elephant statue? Erna asked curiously. An elephant? Bjorn repeated in surprise. I bought something like that. As they were discussing it, a knock came at the door. A man entered, clearly carrying something important. Erna, sensing the seriousness, tried to leave. But Bjorn caught her by the waist. Yes, go ahead, Bjorn said, turning to the man. The man hesitantly handed him a report. Bjorn read it with deep focus. Is something wrong? Erna asked. No, he replied shortly, handing the report back. The man left quietly. Are you sure everything's okay? She asked, anxious. Yes, he said, pulling her close and kissing her fiercely. He wasn't lying. Everything was okay for now. But Walter Hardy was still in control, and the day was coming when Bjorn would have to put a stop to it. And when that time came, it would require a lot of unpleasant, dirty work to get it done. At Fairbank, the man apologized, explaining there was nothing more he could do. Walter Hardy sat in front of him, stunned, his voice rising in fury. Have you forgotten who I am? I'm Prince Bjorn's father-in-law. Who owns this bank? The man nodded calmly. I'm well aware, sir, but it was His Highness himself who decided on this matter. You don't have solid collateral. The color drained from Walter Hardy's face. How can he ask for collateral when he has my daughter? He shouted. He couldn't believe it. How could the prince humiliate him like this? Storming out of the bank, he noticed how quickly the people who once tried to befriend him now avoided his eyes. Everything had been going smoothly, until Bjorn Dniester ruined it. And, for such a small amount of money compared to the worth of the bank, then a thought struck him. Could it be that Bjorn was losing interest in his second wife? She wasn't even pregnant yet, so it was entirely possible. Bursting into his home, he called for his wife. Didn't you give Erna the medicine? He demanded. His wife explained she had tried to slip it to Erna during the prince's birthday banquet, stressing how important it was to get pregnant and keep the prince's attention. But Erna had furiously told her never to speak of her husband that way. What else can I do? His wife sighed, sipping her tea. Walter's anger grew. She doesn't have much time before being thrown out. If happens, how will I get more money? He snapped. His wife then offered another idea. She had received several expensive gifts from nobles eager to get close to the Archduchess. For all the hatred she faced, there were still many who wanted her favor. One man in particular was desperate to make their acquaintance, and his wealth rivaled that of the highest nobles. That was enough to tempt Walter Hardy. At the palace, Bjorn returned to his room after freshening up and found Erna already asleep. She had always been diligent, but lately she'd been sleeping more. Lying beside her, he wondered how a woman like her could be the daughter of a man like Walter Hardy. The same woman who once wanted to change her hair color to avoid being associated with him. It didn't matter to him. She was his Erna, and he liked her natural brown hair most of all. He kissed her, and her eyes slowly opened. Bjorn, she murmured. Without answering, he moved on top of her, deepening his kisses. When his lips trailed to her neck, she moaned softly, more sensitive than usual. Not there, Bjorn, she whispered. Why? He asked, still kissing her. Because the dress I'm wearing for the picnic, she explained shyly. Amused at such a small worry, he respected it, trailing his kisses to places the dress would hide. Her soft moans filled the room. Maybe it was her slight fever making her feel warmer than usual, but he was going crazy, unable to move as freely as he wanted. Still, the look in her eyes and the sound of their heartbeat felt just as good as any pleasure. He loved everything about this woman. And maybe, he thought bitterly, God created a man like Walter Hardy just so she could end up in his arms. Pathetic as the thought was, it mingled with the pull of uncontrollable desire. Later, when Bjorn's eyes flew open, it was already the middle of the night. He blinked, slowly turning his head to the side, only to find the space beside him empty. In an instant, he sat up. Where could she have gone at this hour? The thought of her disappearing made him freeze for a moment. He knew she was somewhere in the palace. His worry was illogical, but a strange wave of anxiety spread through him. Throwing on his bathrobe, he stepped out and noticed light spilling from the reception hall. Pushing the door open, he found exactly what he expected. Erna sitting at the typewriter, surrounded by the gifts he'd given her. For a moment, he simply took in the sight. But then his brow furrowed. Was that ridiculous giant elephant behind her? It was obvious now the seller had slipped it in, but he let it go. After all, everything here was for her. He remembered Mrs. Fitz trying to remove it, but Erna had insisted on keeping it. Since they were all gifts from Bjorn, she was determined to use them all in the best way she could. Still, what was she working on so intently that she hadn't even noticed him? Aren't you tired? He asked, knocking lightly on the table. She looked up. I couldn't get back to sleep, so I thought I'd practice on the typewriter. Planning to become a typist or something? He teased. No, she said. I'm just trying to make use of your gifts. And it's faster than writing by hand, but I can't use it for letters, because it would look like a receipt and hurt a lady's reputation. Bjorn chuckled. I assume Madame Fitz told you that. Erna nodded. But, Bjorn, once I get good at typing, can I write you a letter? She asked, eyes shining with hope. A letter? Bjorn blinked. Yes. Since you like receipts, I suppose you wouldn't mind, she answered honestly. Her remark made him laugh aloud, leaving her unsure whether that meant yes or no. Let's go, Erna. It's getting late, he said, offering his hand. Earlier she had felt down, thinking she was only useful to him in bed, but now, as she placed her hand in his, she felt more certain. Maybe she could hope for his love too. The next day, Mrs. Fitz handed Bjorn a letter that looked suspiciously like a receipt. Please read it. It's from Her Highness, she said. Bjorn took it, but she didn't leave, just stood there, staring at him, as if insisting he read it immediately. He sighed. First my grandmother, and now even Mrs. Fitz. Erna must have a real talent for seducing old ladies. He began to read. My dear Bjorn, she thanked him for every gift and promised to treasure them forever. Once autumn came, it would mark 1 year since their marriage. She wrote about how much she enjoyed being married to him, how with him she had stepped out of her tiny world and into something bigger. She wondered if he had enjoyed it as much as she had, asking if their memories meant the same to him as they did to her. She hoped they could open many more doors together and promised she would become someone useful to him. Your wife, Erna. Wife. Yes, his wife. The word repeated in his mind, over and over. Mrs. Fitz urged him to write her a reply, but Bjorn waved it off. Later. We live in the same house. What's the point of writing a letter? Mrs. Fitz sighed. Of course, he wouldn't. He'd always been stubborn. Ever since childhood, he'd hated writing letters. When he was crown prince, he was once forced to write a diplomatic letter. His teacher, upon reading it, had warned him never to use language that sounded like a declaration of war again. Of course, Bjorn could write a good letter if he wanted to, but convincing him was near impossible. In the end, a poet was hired to write on his behalf, and that's how the Prince of Lechen gained the reputation of being a man of beautiful words. Those who didn't know the truth always believed the beautiful letters were from him. The next day, Bjorn and Erna attended a picnic hosted by Princess Louise's husband's family. During the carriage ride, Erna was unusually quiet. Normally she would be excited, but today she seemed distant, making Bjorn wonder why. Soon, Princess Louise greeted them warmly. Thank you for taking the time to come, she said to Bjorn. I'm only here because Erna accepted the invitation. Thank her, he replied casually. Erna opened her mouth to say there was no need to thank her. Then she froze. Her eyes had caught a man nearby. Pavel. Bjorn followed her gaze. Louise noticed. Oh, I invited him, she explained. I saw how beautifully he painted the two of you, so I asked him to paint my child. Erna glanced at her husband. She remembered clearly. When their portrait had been painted, she realized the truth. Bjorn detested Pavel, and today, she was already feeling unwell from the journey, her stomach aching. Seeing Pavel only made it worse. As Erna sat there, feeling unwell, drowsiness slowly took over. She began to doze off, and of course, the surrounding ladies immediately started whispering. Princess Louise, sensing the murmurs, made an excuse on her behalf, saying her sister-in-law was simply too fragile and that they were all concerned. She stood to help Erna up, but before she could reach her, Bjorn stepped forward, offering Erna his hand and leading her away from the gossip. He took her behind the garden to a quiet, secure spot he had already set up so no one would disturb them. Erna worried about what others might think, but Bjorn, lying back lazily, told her not to care. She removed her cap but still felt guilty. Lately, she had been falling asleep in public far too often, embarrassing herself and him. Bjorn reached out, pulled her by the waist, and she lay beside him. It was comfortable. Looking at him, she realized she could now tell the difference between his polite mask of a smile and his real one. And this was real. She wanted to see it more often, but sleep overtook her, and she drifted off. Bjorn watched her, peaceful in slumber. Normally, she was always so worried about appearances. Was she unwell, he wonders? A man approached, calling the prince for an urgent matter. Bjorn signaled for silence, then placed a shawl over Erna before leaving with the messenger. The man explained it was about Walter Hardy, and that the lawyer wished to see him. When Erna's eyes opened, Bjorn was gone. She thought about going back, but without him, she didn't want to. She missed him. In the end, she decided to look for him. As she neared the river, she overheard men talking. This season feels boring, one said. Maybe because we don't have any lady like Miss Hardy this year, another replied. Miss Hardy. They meant her. Yes, I'd love to start another bet, but unfortunately, there's no one like her now, one added. Erna recognized them, Bjorn's friends from the club, the same men who had once sent her letters trying to court her. I still can't believe the great Bjorn won his second wife in a poker game, one said, making her freeze. I'm sure he planned it. Played the handsome prince, rescuing a beauty every time she got in trouble. But we can't blame Miss Hardy. No one could beat him. Another laughed. Her legs felt heavy. He's got so much money, yet he insists on winning every bet. Though in this one, after marrying her, he's probably spent more than he won. Guess he lost money in the end, one mused. Oh, come on. He got a beautiful wife in return, so you can't say he lost. Besides, it benefited him. Now she's the public enemy, and his name's out of the gossip columns. He's calculated. He'd never do anything that brings him loss, another countered. Erna's eyes filled with tears. Her mind froze. No, it can't be true. She told herself she just needed to see Bjorn, and everything would be fine. Then someone called, "Oh, there's the prince." Bjorn walked up and joined the group. The men joked, asking for tips on how he always won. Bjorn grinned. No tip will help you, unless the woman is blind enough to fall for you. It was the final blow. Erna's legs gave way and she collapsed onto the ground. So it was true. Everything they'd said was true. She was just a prize he'd won at a poker game. When Bjorn returned to the spot where he had left Erna sleeping, she was gone. Only the small packet of candy she'd been carrying around lately remained. He took one and popped it into his mouth. It had the same sweet taste he'd been noticing whenever he kissed her these days. Earlier, he had met with the lawyer, who assured him that Walter Hardy's fraudulent business would soon be eliminated. Bjorn had stressed that it must be done quietly. He didn't want Erna to find out and be discouraged. Checking the time again, he frowned. Wasn't it too late for her to still be out? She should have been back by now. Just then, Lisa arrived. She looked confused when he asked, "Where's Erna?" "I just stepped out for some work while she was sleeping," she replied worriedly. That was all Bjorn needed to realize. Something was wrong. Erna was gone. Meanwhile, Pavel, who had set up his easel by the riverside, spotted a staggering figure wandering nearby. On closer look, he saw it was Erna. Alarmed, he rushed over. "Erna, what happened?" he asked, panicked. Her hair and clothes were a mess, her face pale. "Did you come alone? Where are your husband and servants?" he pressed. She trembled and claimed she'd just gotten lost, that she wanted to return but didn't know the way. Pavel could tell she wasn't telling the truth, but seeing her condition, he didn't push. Instead, he removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. "Sit here. I'll go get someone," he said. He knew if he returned to the party with her in this state, gossip would explode. As much as he wanted to help, he had to be careful. Elsewhere, Bjorn and his men were searching for Erna. Word had already spread. The Archduchess is missing. The ladies buzzed with talk until one pointed and said, "Look, over there!" All eyes turned to see the Archduchess. But who was the man beside her? Wasn't that the artist? Bjorn froze. All color drained from his face. "Erna!" he called, his voice sharp enough to make those nearby tremble. Her hair was messy, her clothes disheveled, her pale face framed by the coat she wore, likely the artist's. Logically, there was no reason to suspect anything, especially since a butler was with them. But logic didn't matter. Fury rose in him. The sight of another man standing beside his wife, looking so calmly confident, it grated on him. His fist clenched. Thoughts he didn't want to think hit him all at once, feeding the anger. Then, without a word, Bjorn stepped forward and punched Pavel hard. Gasps erupted around them. Erna's eyes widened. "Bjorn, don't— Why are you doing this?" she cried. Pavel, glaring, retaliated with a punch of his own. The scene descended into chaos. Men rushed to pull them apart. Some warned Pavel that striking the prince could land him in serious trouble. Others told Bjorn to stop before damaging the royal image by brawling in broad daylight. In the middle of the shouting, Lisa's cry cut through. "Her Highness, she's throwing up!" Everything went still. Both men froze. Bjorn was at her side in an instant. "Erna!" he called, but she was too weak to answer. He scooped her into his arms and strode to the carriage, taking her away from the chaos. On the way back to the palace, the carriage was silent. After a while, Erna turned to him. "Why did you do that?" He didn't answer. "Bjorn, why did you do that to Pavel?" she asked again. At the sound of the name, he turned his head sharply, his eyes cold. "Quiet, Erna. Don't say another word," he ordered. She fell silent. It wasn't anger she felt, just a deep, aching sorrow. Today, she had learned she was nothing more than a trophy he had won, while she had given him her whole heart. What she once thought was her salvation now felt like a cruel joke. He had a terrible reputation, yet could have married any noble woman he wanted. So why her? It all made sense now. This marriage was never about love. But how could she blame him? He had saved her house, paid her father's debts, and was still cleaning up the mess her father left behind. Even if he had only married her to claim a trophy and solve his own problems, she should be willing to endure it. What she had gained from him was still more than she could have ever hoped for. Bjorn was a calculating man. He didn't tolerate useless things. As she looked out the window, she realized they were passing the same spot where she had once waited for him so excitedly, holding her favorite flower. He had accepted it that day, and she had foolishly imagined he might wear it someday. Now she understood. He must have thought she was pathetic back then. Her eyes filled with tears at the thought, and she tried to cover her mouth to muffle her sobs. "Don't cry, Erna," Bjorn said, glancing at her. "Why are you crying, when I'm the one who looks like a fool?" He sighed. He knew she had done nothing wrong. It was him. He had ruined everything, making a scene over nothing. And the worst part? Even knowing that, he couldn't stop himself. Back then or now, he couldn't control his emotions. And that made him even more irritated. When they returned to the palace, Mrs. Fitz took Erna with her and informed Bjorn that she would call the doctor and that he was being summoned by the king. "Now?" Bjorn asked, frowning and loosening his tie. "Yes. He ordered you to come to the main palace as soon as you returned," Mrs. Fitz replied. Bjorn, still in his disheveled state from the fight, arrived as ordered. Leonid instructed the man sitting before them to explain everything to Bjorn. The man trembled under the gaze of all three men of Dniester and began to speak. He reported that earlier today, a man named Hans Weber, owner of a trading company, had gone to the police to report someone who lured him into helping gain power in exchange for a bribe. The case had already made the front page of the evening newspaper. "He's suing the Archduchess. The investigation will begin soon," the man said. "I see," Bjorn replied with a nod, his face showing complete indifference to the fact that the Archduchess, his wife, was being named. Leonid's temper flared. "Bjorn, do you even understand the seriousness of this situation?" he shouted in frustration. "Once the matter is investigated, the real culprit will be caught. Bjorn answered calmly, already making his way out. Bjorn? Leonid called, trying to stop him. Leo? Bjorn said, removing his brother's hand from his shoulder. I've had a terrible day. Unless you want to fight me too, please, leave me alone. That made Leonid pause, wondering what could have happened to make Bjorn like this. When Bjorn returned to the palace, his first question was about Erna. Mrs. Fitz informed him she was still with the doctor, which confused him. Why was the doctor still here? Congratulations, Your Highness, Mrs. Fitz said with a bright smile. You're going to be a father soon. Bjorn froze in place, shocked by the unexpected good news. After the longest day of his life, it was the last thing he expected to hear. The news about the Archduchess's name being tied to the scam spread quickly throughout the mansion. The maids whispered in corners, ashamed to admit they served an Archduchess accused of fraud. Some murmured she was lucky, pregnant on the very day the article was released, while others pitied the prince, saying he couldn't abandon a pregnant wife. Yet there were also those who doubted him, pointing out he had once abandoned his previous wife, even after she bore his son. In the Archduchess's chambers, Mrs. Fitz gently reminded Erna to take care of her health as the doctor ordered. Erna obeyed silently, finishing every meal on time. In the past days, her pregnancy and her father's scandal had shaken the kingdom. Her own name had even been included in the lawsuit. That night, when she first learned she was pregnant, Bjorn came to her room. I heard you're pregnant, he said, so indifferently that Erna didn't know how to respond at first. She only nodded. It was not the reaction she had expected. Bjorn looked at her quietly for a while, then gave her a customary smile. Take a good rest, Erna, he said, before walking out. Her mind raced as she watched him leave. Did he only see her as a trophy, so the child didn't matter to him? Or was he still upset over the fight with Pavel? She sat staring at the closed door for a long time, hoping he would return. But he never did. Later, she learned the truth. Her father had scammed a man, forging letters in her name and even using the Archduke's seal. No wonder the victim believed it was her. Shame burned in her chest. Her father's greed had dragged the royal family through the mud. Yes, in time the investigation would prove her innocent, but no one could deny the scammer was still the Archduchess's own blood. I was a fool, she thought bitterly, even craving Bjorn's love, forgetting my reality. Lisa entered the room. Your Highness, you have visitors, she announced. Erna's hands trembled. She already knew who they were. The police had come for the investigation, just as Bjorn had warned. Elsewhere, the advocate watched the man everyone called mad, the prince himself. Bjorn had personally selected the best royal lawyers to build a defense. The advocate had advised it wasn't necessary, but the prince refused to listen. Public anger was fierce. They demanded the Archduchess appear at the police station for questioning. To them, she had disgraced the royal family. But Bjorn stood firm, unmoving. His wife was fragile in her first trimester, and the doctor had ordered strict rest. If you summon her to the station, he told them, then you must take full responsibility for whatever happens to the child in her womb. That defiance only enraged the public more. They criticized him. Why treasure this scamming Archduchess when he had once cast aside Princess Gladys and their son? But Bjorn ignored it all, pressing his legal team harder. In the end, the madman won. The Archduchess might be under fire, but the child she carried was the Archduke's child, the king's grandchild. Bjorn had forced the matter his way despite the storm of criticism. The advocate still remembered the order that left them all stunned. Follow the law. Do not spare Walter Hardy, just because he's my father-in-law. And most importantly, protect my wife. Make sure she never has to leave this mansion. That is my only demand. The man was left utterly confused. The prince was fighting so fiercely to prove his wife's innocence. It didn't seem like he planned to divorce her, yet he was ready to abandon her family completely. What were his true intentions? No one could understand. Walter Hardy sat in the police station, still utterly confused. He could not believe it. The man sitting across from him, upright and composed, had truly sent his wife's father to prison. You don't look as bad as I expected, Bjorn said with a smirk. 4 days ago, the police had come to Hardy's house with an arrest order. He had tried to resist, to make a scene, but it was useless. The Archduchess was declared another victim, and Walter Hardy found himself behind bars. He had known he couldn't hide behind his daughter forever, but how could the prince treat his father-in-law this way? How can you do this to me? Walter Hardy demanded. Bjorn's smirk deepened, his lips curving in mockery. You framed your own daughter, and yet you have the nerve to ask me that? Walter Hardy flinched. Realizing his position, he hurriedly apologized. Just this once, let it go. At least for my daughter, and the grandchild she carries. Bjorn's smirk hardened, his tone cold. My wife no longer has a father, Viscount Hardy. Walter froze in shock. So calling yourself the grandfather of my child? Ridiculous. Don't you think? Bjorn's eyes were icy as he tossed a set of papers across the table. An agreement. Relinquish your rights as Erna's father. Disappear and never show yourself again. Walter's face twisted with fury. Who are you to decide that? You may be her husband, but you have no right to enforce this. Bjorn's voice turned sharp. You abandoned her once yourself, so why hesitate now? If you agree, I'll do my best to keep you out of prison. but you'll leave the city and you'll never return." "I refuse," Walter shouted. "I will never agree to that." Bjorn leaned back calmly. "Very well. Then I'll leave your daughter. Once I do, you'll no longer be the royal in-laws." Walter's eyes widened. "Are you really going to leave her? Why? You thought I couldn't?" Bjorn asked, amused. Raising a brow, he stood with confidence. "Viscount Hardy, you overestimate yourself and your daughter. Don't forget, I once left the Princess of Lars, even after she bore me a son." "Do you really think I wouldn't abandon your daughter, too?" He adjusted his hat, his voice smooth and dangerous. "So think carefully about what's best for you. And remember, I'm not a patient man." With that, he slammed the door, leaving Walter Hardy speechless. Elsewhere, Catherine Owen sat with a publisher, still in shock. Her late brother's final book was finally ready to be published, uncensored. "The Lars version will release first," the publisher explained. "And once it gains popularity there, we'll release the Lechen version. But for maximum attention, we should wait until the Archduchess's matter calms down." Catherine nodded with quiet satisfaction. "Yes, I understand." At the mansion, Bjorn slid the covers from the window, letting in the pale light of morning. Erna spent most of her time resting now, just as the doctor advised. Watching her so weak pained him. It was already too much for her to endure. And now this child seemed to be pressing her further into the corner. But he couldn't blame it. In the end, the baby had also saved its mother. Even without the child, he would never have let the world prey on his woman. But the truth was, Erna's pregnancy had given them the leverage to endure. Bjorn chuckled softly to himself. The child in her womb was already proving its worth. No doubt. It was a true Dniester. "Bjorn," Erna whispered as she woke, her eyes blinking open. "You're back? I thought you were busy." She pushed herself up slowly. "I met Walter Hardy today," Bjorn announced, adjusting his tie. Erna froze, her heart pounding. Was this it? Was he going to abandon her? But then his words came, calm, deliberate. "Erna, you no longer have a father. The name Hardy will be erased from your life completely." She stared at him, stunned. What do you mean?" Bjorn explained how he had made a deal with Walter Hardy, that it was the only way to secure her position. Erna lowered her eyes, hesitant. After a long silence, she finally spoke. "Bjorn, before I give you my answer, I need to ask you something. The truth is, I already knew." "Knew what?" Bjorn asked flatly. "The reason why you married me," she whispered. "That bet? I know everything." Bjorn didn't answer. He only looked at her, calm as ever. "I was the trophy you won with your friends," she continued, her voice trembling but steady. "That's why you began seeing me. Why you married me. You didn't want to be tied to Princess Gladys, didn't want the public talking. And then you found me, a woman who could be your shield. I was lacking in every way, so that was my only use for you." She bit her lip hard to stop her tears. If he got angry now, she couldn't let the conversation end here, not after finally saying it. Bjorn was silent for a while, then finally asked, "So?" Erna blinked in shock. That was it? So indifferent. As if it wasn't even worth hiding from her. Would he have made the same decision if she wasn't pregnant? The thought made her stomach twist, but she couldn't falter now. "What I mean," she said carefully, "is that right now, I have no use for you. And your life has only become more complicated because of me. So if you feel that way, then I will stop being greedy, stop coveting this position, or yearning for your love." Bjorn frowned. "What?" "If you wish," Erna whispered, "then I'll accept your decision to divorce me. So please, Bjorn, tell me how you feel. Then I will give you my answer." Bjorn let out a sharp laugh, crossing his arms. Sometimes she really does sneaky things like this, yet with that innocent face of hers. He smirked. "So what is it you want? Do you want me to apologize to you, or confess my love?" "That's not what I mean," Erna said quickly, shaking her head. "A divorce?" Bjorn's grin vanished, disbelief flashing across his face. Here he was, running himself ragged trying to fix the mess her father had created, and all this time, she was thinking about divorce? His jaw tightened. She must have overheard about the bet during the picnic, then run off before meeting Pavalor. That damned artist probably comforted her, wiping her tears, promising her an escape again. Bjorn knew nothing like that happened, but the thought burned him anyway. "If I hadn't won that bet, you'd have been sold off to some old man," Bjorn spat. "So shouldn't you consider yourself lucky I did?" "Oh, but then, there was Pavalor. Is that it? Are you disappointed you lost the chance to elope with him because you became my trophy?" "That's not true." Erna's voice rose, anger flashing as she cut him off. "Pavel and I are just friends. Don't say things like that." "Friends? That's not what he thinks, so don't pretend, Erna," Bjorn scoffed. "Being that naive is a crime, you know." "Bjorn, please stop," Erna begged, her voice breaking as tears streamed down her face. But he didn't stop. What man would risk his future for a woman if he really wasn't interested in her? His words cut deeper than he intended. He knew that, yet he kept going. "If you're so selfless that you're willing to divorce me, then tell me, what happens to that child?" Erna hugged herself, trembling. I will raise it. Are you kidding me?" Bjorn let out a bitter laugh. I'd gladly give you a divorce. But the child stays with me. And once you leave, you'll never see that child again. So tell me, can you do that? But Erna choked out through her tears. That's not what you did before. Those words struck him like a blade. His eyes narrowed. Before? Do you mean Gladys? He asked with a sharp, sarcastic grin. Bjorn had built this image himself. The man who cheated, who abandoned his wife and son. A burden he had chosen to carry for life. But for some reason, hearing Erna believe that lie made him feel like a fool trapped in his own snare. Yes, it's true I let her keep the child, he said coldly. But she was a princess. You? You're just a country girl from some remote village. I will never allow my child to be raised in some backwater town. So unless you're confident you can live without ever seeing that child again, you'd better not demand divorce from me. Got it? He straightened, his tone firm and merciless. And since you wanted the truth, here it is. I married you because you were a harmless, beautiful woman who could entertain me without disturbing my life. Just like those fake flowers you keep making. So stop this nonsense, protect your position, and have our child safely. That's your duty. Erna covered her face with her hands, sobbing at the cruel words of the man she loved. Bjorn tilted her chin up, forcing her to meet his eyes. Now, it's your turn. Answer me, Erna. Her lips trembled as tears streamed down her cheeks. After a long silence, she whispered, All right. Bjorn gave a short nod, satisfied, before turning and walking out, leaving his wife behind in tears. As he closed the door, her muffled sobs still reached him, making his chest tighten uncomfortably. He had come intending to comfort her, to reassure her, knowing how anxious she had been. But the moment she spoke that one word, divorce, everything had shattered. At least now, he told himself bitterly, she would never dare to think of leaving him again. He had made that much clear. Meanwhile, in Buford, news from Schuber quickly spread. I can't believe she doesn't want you to come to Schuber, the maid sighed. Even after you offered to go when you heard about the pregnancy? That doesn't sound like Miss Erna at all. I'm just glad her husband is taking care of everything, Baroness Varden replied. The thought of Walter Hardy still made her angry, but at least now Erna was finally free from him. After all, Prince Bjorn himself had announced that the Archduchess had severed ties with her father. For that, Baroness Varden was deeply grateful. My lady, the maid suggested carefully, how about we bring Miss Erna here? When they visited, I saw how much the prince cared for his wife. If you asked, perhaps he'd allow her to come. Baroness Varden paused, considering. It wasn't a bad idea. At first, she had worried greatly when Erna married the prince, a man rumored to be cruel. She never fully believed the rumors, but she knew well that he was a difficult man. Every gesture of his carried arrogance and pride. And yet when he was with Erna, he seemed different, almost ordinary. Just a man enjoying his honeymoon with his wife. Her worries had faded after seeing them together that summer. Mrs. Grabe, Baroness Varden finally said with a small smile, bring me a pen. I need to write a letter to the prince. In Schuber, Erna sat quietly in front of her guest, Duchess Arsene. It's Wednesday, so I'm dropping by. Don't mind me, the Duchess said lightly, before turning to another guest, Leonid. Her sharp eyes landed on the large flower arrangement he had brought. And what are you doing here? And what is that ugly thing? She asked bluntly, pointing at the bouquet. Leonid answered calmly. I had some spare time, so I came to visit the Archduchess and my niece or nephew. You do know the baby won't be born until next year, right? Duchess Arsene raised a brow. Oh yes, I know, Leonid replied, unbothered. But I can already see it with my mind's eyes. That made the Duchess laugh. All right then, tell me, what is your nephew or niece like? She asked, amused. I think they'll be a good child, just like their mother, Leonid said with a warm smile. Erna glanced at him. That smile. It resembled Bjorn's so much, yet Bjorn hadn't shown her that smile once since their argument. Thank you for coming by. And the flowers? They're beautiful, Erna said with gratitude. Duchess Arsene scoffed. Terrible choice in flowers she dismissed before presenting a stack of gifts she had brought. All these are for me? Erna asked, surprised. Not exactly. For the child, the Duchess replied with a smile. But in truth, there were more things for Erna. Her favorite cookies and tea, soft slippers, a larger gown, a fun puzzle, and a pretty cushion. Though far from her grandmother, Erna felt the Duchess cared for her just as much as Baroness Varden did. Open the rest with your husband, the Duchess advised. Just then, the announcement rang through the hall, the prince has arrived. Erna's eyes widened. She flinched, dropping her spoon into her tea. The Duchess, sharp as ever, instantly noticed her granddaughter-in-law's change. Bjorn entered, strikingly handsome as always. Erna, you look tired. Why don't you go rest? The Duchess suggested, watching her reaction. Yes, grandmother, Erna whispered. She stood, quickly passing by Bjorn without meeting his eyes, and left the room. Bjorn, why don't you let her stay with me for a while? The Duchess asked. There's no need. This is where Erna belongs, Bjorn replied, taking a seat. The question clearly unsettled him. Had Erna asked to leave? Björn Dniester, Duchess Arsene's voice turned cold. You're treating your wife like Charlotte on your lap. Bjorn frowned. Charlotte? He repeated blankly. The cat, Leonid reminded. Oh. Bjorn only nodded in understanding. The Duchess's mind, however, was far from amused. She remembered when Erna once spoke about her husband, glowing with affection. But today she had seen Erna avoid him, her eyes empty, her spark gone. The Duchess sighed. Her grandson was handsome, yes, but God had denied him a balance of inner and outer grace. For now, he had only his looks. The child certainly would be a looker too, but the Duchess could not hide her heavy disappointment. After the Duchess and Leonid left, Bjorn went searching for his wife. Where is Erna? He asked sharply. Karen trembled under his gaze. Her Highness is in her room. I believe she is taking a bath. Bjorn said nothing, only strode off. Karen's head spun. Nowadays, the prince's expression was so dangerous. She hurried to warn the other maids not to make a single mistake. As Bjorn walked through the mansion, his thoughts churned. His grandmother had asked about taking Erna to her estate. And earlier that day, a letter had arrived from Buford, Baroness Varden suggesting Erna stay there for a while. Deep down, Bjorn knew the old woman only worried for her granddaughter. But those words Erna had once spoken, "If you wish, I will accept your decision to divorce me," still stung like poison. Twisting in his mind, they made his thoughts dark. Was Erna using them just to get away from me? He knew it was a ridiculous suspicion, but he couldn't stop the anger rising in him. Fueled by that fury, he reached the bath. Just as he moved to enter, Lisa stepped in front of him. Her Highness hasn't finished her bath yet. Please wait outside. And, the doctor advised, not to do it until next month. He was very strict about it, she said nervously. Bjorn frowned. Did this maid take him for some beast in heat? His eyes turned cold. Perhaps he should dismiss her right now. But then, a soft voice came from inside. It's all right, Lisa, Erna said gently. But, Your Highness, Lisa tried again. I'm fine. Please, give us a moment, Erna assured her. Lisa hesitated, then obeyed, leaving reluctantly. Bjorn's cold gaze followed her out. Loyalty was admirable, but standing in his way was not. Finally, he stepped inside. Erna was still soaking in the hot water, staring at him with wide, innocent eyes, her arms covering herself. Bjorn stopped, his anger evaporated in an instant. He only looked at her, everything else forgotten. After a while, he asked suddenly, When will your stomach get bigger? The question was so out of place, Erna just blinked at him before answering softly, It's already a little bigger. But the doctor said it'll be more noticeable in a week or two. He crossed his arms. Is that so? I can't really tell the difference. But your bosom definitely looks fuller. He said it like a casual observation, almost analytical. Erna didn't know how to respond to that. Embarrassed, she sank lower into the water, trying to cover more. Do you have something to say? She asked. Only then did he remember why he had come. But now that the anger was gone, his earlier suspicions seemed absurd. His grandmother and Baroness Varden had spoken out of concern. Erna had nothing to do with it. How ridiculous I was, he thought. Let's have dinner together. I'll order the servants, he muttered, rubbing his temple. Then, without another word, he left. But the image of her soaking in the water lingered in his mind, making his grin widen despite himself. Crazy, he thought. I'm completely crazy. That evening, when Erna entered the garden, Bjorn was waiting with a warm smile. For a fleeting moment, it felt like the old days, days filled with sweet lies. But to her, it felt empty. Still, she forced herself to smile back. To become the pretty flower this man wanted her to be. There was a time she desperately wished not to be ignored, but now, she no longer cared. If this was what Bjorn wanted, then this was what she would give. That was all that mattered. As dinner started, Bjorn informed Erna about her grandmother's letter and how she wanted Erna to stay in Buford for a while. Erna had earlier stopped her grandmother from coming to Schubert because she knew it would only hurt her more. But if she herself went there, then... Did you write her back? Erna asked. Yes, Bjorn replied. I told her it would be better if you stay here. The doctors here will be close, so it'll be good for our child too. But I'll bring Baroness Varden here. No, Erna said softly. There's no need. I like the way things are now. She smiled as she spoke, but the words had no meaning. And, as she sat there, she thought maybe this was how Bjorn had felt all along, going through the motions. Maybe she finally understood him. Earlier, she had been so foolish, finding meaning in every gaze, clinging to hope for his love. But in the end, being a good wife turned out to be simple. Just like this. Erna, Bjorn called out. I'm really fine, so don't worry, she said with that same smile. Bjorn looked at her. He knew that awkward smile of hers wasn't genuine, and that it would be hard to go back to how things were before. Still, he believed she just needed more time, and everything would be okay. He had taken care of everything. He had made Walter Hardy disappear from her life. Getting him out of jail, handling his needs afterward, it had cost him a large sum of money. But all the while, he had only thought of Erna. He knew he could not erase Gladys's shadow, but he could wipe away the stain left by Erna's father, and that was exactly what he had done. He had willingly paid for her dreamy gaze, for her smiles meant only for him. So why? How could she? These questions lingered in his mind, as he looked at the woman sitting across from him, a woman who now seemed hollow, as if her soul had slipped away. "Erna," he called again. She turned her head at his voice. "Smile," he said, looking straight into her eyes. And she did. The smile wasn't real, and Bjorn knew it. But even so, it was enough for now. Everything would be fine once their child was born. For now, he had the right to enjoy her smile, even if it was made of glass. As Erna's condition improved, she decided to visit her in-laws who were staying at the summer mansion. After her father's scandal, the guilt of not apologizing weighed heavily on her. She needed to do it right away. Earlier, she removed all the flowers from her hat, leaving only one. Lisa looked at her. "My lady, what about these flowers?" she asked. "I don't think I need them anymore," Erna replied. Even artificial flowers never wilt. Yet to her, they had lost their charm long ago. When she arrived at the summer castle, Princess Louise was there as well. The first thing Erna did was bow her head and apologize for all the trouble her father had caused. The queen gently told her to forget about it, that none of it had been her fault. But Princess Louise didn't miss the chance to add, "The one who suffered most in this whole matter was my brother Bjorn." Erna lowered her gaze. What else could she say to that? The princess then changed her tone, congratulating Erna for the resolution of the matter, and on her pregnancy. The queen asked warmly about her health. "I'm feeling better," Erna said softly. Louise raised a brow. "What a good baby you have. It gave you morning sickness when you needed to hide in the castle. And as soon as that was over, it settled down. Though I suppose I'm relieved. I remember how bad my nausea was when I was pregnant. Gladys too." Erna sat quietly, unable to say anything. But the queen would not stay silent. She scolded her daughter sharply. "Enough, Louise. If you're going to behave this way, leave." The princess quickly apologized, claiming it was just a slip of the tongue, that she got carried away talking about pregnancy. She glanced at Erna, who looked guilty. But to the princess, that expression was only an act to protect her position. Just then, a servant brought in a plate of fresh fruits and placed it in front of Erna. "I heard your baby likes fruit," the queen said with a kind smile. "Mrs. Fitz told me. What matters most is your health, so focus on that, Erna." She added gently, "I'll send more fruits to your place, just for you. Don't share them with Bjorn, consider them my gift." Erna's eyes grew wet. A gift just for her. She felt overwhelmed. "What's wrong? Do you feel unwell?" the queen asked in concern. "No, not at all," Erna said, shaking her head quickly. "Thank you." And she smiled, genuinely, for the first time in a long while. When Bjorn returned from work, Mrs. Fitz informed him that the Archduchess was at the summer castle. He only nodded before stepping inside, taking in how calm and quiet the castle felt. Later, seated in his study, he went through the pile of letters, each one an invitation, each one trying to lure the Archduchess away from the castle. It frustrated him. He wondered when Erna would return from the summer castle. "She will be back soon," Mrs. Fitz said, as though reading his thoughts. Bjorn gave a short grin. "When did you learn to read my mind?" he asked, amused. The doctor also confirmed that the baby is growing just fine, Mrs. Fitz added, doing her duty. "Madam Fitz, what if the child is too big?" Bjorn asked suddenly. "What do you mean?" She looked at him, puzzled. For days now, he had noticed Erna's body changing. When her thin dress clung to her, her belly was visible, subtle, but real. The body he knew so well had shifted, and for the first time, it struck him deeply. The child was growing inside her. He remembered how, when she caught him looking, she'd quickly cover herself with a shawl. "What I'm saying is," he continued, "she's small, I'm big. What if the child resembles me, and grows too large?" Mrs. Fitz smiled reassuringly. "All babies are born small, Your Highness. And since you were twins, you and your brother were even smaller." Bjorn leaned back with a grin. "Is that so?" he said. But just then, the door burst open. Leonid strode in, his face unusually grave, stripped of its usual calm. "Leo? What is it?" Bjorn asked, surprised. Leonid didn't answer. He simply stepped forward and placed a book on the table. Bjorn glanced at the cover. Love and Abyss. Why on earth was Leonid reading such a book, he wondered, until his eyes fell to the author's name. Gerald Owen, the late lover of Princess Gladys. At Lars' castle, Gladys sobbed hard, yelling at her father to stop it. The king looked at her worriedly, asking her to calm down first. From the side, her brother shouted, "How can Lechen do this, even after receiving such a large sum of money and benefits?" The king of Lars replied calmly. "It was Gerald Owen's sister who did this. How can we blame the royal family of Lechen?" "But the book was published in Lechen. Why not hold them accountable for not stopping it?" her brother shouted again. The king let out a heavy sigh. It had become a headache. Björn Dniester had already taken so much from him, concessions in maritime trade, mining rights and more, in exchange for covering up Gladys's mistake. The king had accepted, because the secret could have ruined both Gladys and the royal family of Lars. But he should have known back then that keeping it buried forever was impossible. They had underestimated Gerald Owen. When that poor poet died, the king had been relieved, believing Gladys's secret would be buried with him. He had never expected Owen to leave behind a final work, one that detailed everything, and that his sister would publish it. The book quickly gained popularity and became a hit, spreading across the sea. Even if they destroyed every copy now, they could never stop the rumors already running wild. The shameless princess who married the Prince of Lechen while carrying the child of a Lars poet. The crown. Prince who gave up his crown and volunteered to become the villain even though he knew the truth. Every newspaper in Lechen was covering it. "Father, please, stop this. Protect me and my son Karl's honor," Gladys cried out to her father. The king looked at his spoiled daughter, regretting how he had indulged her because she was his youngest, but it was too late for regret. He ordered his son to go to Lechen. He knew he couldn't blame Lechen for this, but they had to find some excuse to cover it up. At Lechen's capital, inside Burnett Castle, Leonid placed a stack of newspapers in front of Bjorn, today's edition. Bjorn glanced at them and grinned. "At least they used a nice picture of me, well, except that one from my graduation days. There's no way to silence the truth." "You understand that better than me, don't you?" Leonid asked. Bjorn simply nodded. The dead poet had turned everything upside down. That afternoon, Bjorn and Leonid headed to the royal castle in the capital. The book, published by a small company, had quickly gained popularity and spread throughout the continent. At first, people questioned its validity, but all doubts vanished when the poet's sister came forward with his handwritten script. Since that day, every single day had been filled with turmoil. It had been several days now since Bjorn stayed in the main castle, as per the king's order, until the situation calmed down. Everyone, even the ministers, had been shocked, unable to hold proper discussions at first. But slowly, progress was made in managing the public and discussing how to handle the diplomatic mess. Somehow, Bjorn felt a strange relief. Once the shock of the poet's words faded, he finally realized emotions within himself that he hadn't recognized before. Things felt different now compared to when he first decided to take the blame and give up the crown, believing it more profitable than the truth. Back then, he never regretted it. He had gone from beloved crown prince to troublesome, problematic prince, and he was sure he felt no regret. Until Erna, the woman he brought into his life for convenience, had left him confused. Erna had tried so hard to live under Gladys's shadow, even though it was hopeless. It bothered him to watch her struggle, and it became worse when he found out she was pregnant. It was too late, but now he finally knew what regret felt like. He hated the helplessness whenever he was with her, hated how she began to look at him as if he really were the troublemaker the rumors painted him to be. That helplessness suffocated him, but with this uproar he saw an opportunity. At last, a way to deal with it. Bjorn made his decision. He would return to Schubert today. He had left that day after Leonid brought him the book, and it had already been a week since then. He hadn't even had time to say goodbye. He left before she came back. He wondered how much her belly had grown by now. Meanwhile, at Schubert, Erna's eyes stayed fixed on the door. Bjorn hadn't returned today either. Ever since she realized he had rushed to the capital, she had been waiting for him every day. She couldn't believe what was happening. Lisa had brought her a book, one she had read over and over again by now. But she didn't want to understand through the book. She needed to ask Bjorn. She wanted to hear the truth directly from him. It was pathetic, she knew, but she still trusted him, depended on him, and waited desperately. If the cruel yet beautiful words of the poet were all true, then who was Bjorn Dniester really? Did she even know the man at all? They had been husband and wife for a year. He was the father of her unborn child. Yet suddenly he felt like a complete stranger. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard footsteps. Her heart jumped. Was it him? The door opened. It really was him, Bjorn Dniester. Standing calmly in the doorway, the man calmly entered the room, walked all the way to Erna's bed, and stood before her. "You look tired. Are you okay?" she asked, worried. The question made Bjorn smirk. Was he okay? He didn't know. This summer had been unusually heavy for him. First Walter Hardy's scandal, then Erna's pregnancy, and now the sister of a dead poet stirring such a roar. He had been so busy dealing with it all that he hadn't even noticed summer was almost over. In the end, he had fixed everything, but overworked himself so much he felt like he was about to break. Maybe he really was tired, he thought, rubbing his temple. The meeting with the ministers earlier had dragged on endlessly. Leonid even suggested he stay the night in the capital, but Bjorn refused and got on the carriage anyway. His stubbornness had everything to do with this woman. He just needed to see her. Even if she was asleep, it didn't matter. He only wanted to see her face. "Did something happen? Is that book causing you trouble?" Erna asked with concern. She hesitated, then added softly, I also read it. I wanted to wait for you to tell me about it, but I couldn't be patient. I'm sorry. Sorry." She apologized, even though she was the one most wronged in all this, Bjorn thought bitterly. "But I wasn't planning to accept the truth from a book," Erna continued carefully. "So, Bjorn, if you want to tell me about it?" Bjorn raised his hand, untying the ribbon of her gown. Erna gasped in shock as he leaned down to kiss her. "Bjorn," she whispered, startled. "Later, Erna." "Just a little later," he said in a low voice, kissing her furiously. As his lips trailed down her neck, Erna tried to remind him, her voice trembling. "Bjorn, the baby." He looked up at her. "It will be next month soon, Erna," he murmured. He remembered the doctor's advice, but hadn't that been long enough? He knew how cautious she was, and he felt the same. She was fragile, and he couldn't be too greedy. "It's okay. I'll be careful," he assured. He knew how pathetic he sounded, but he couldn't stop. He kissed her again, pouring out all the emotion pulling at his chest. He was desperate for her warmth. And those blue eyes, shining with tears, looked so beautiful they pushed him further over the edge. "Bjorn, you have something to tell me," Erna whispered again, cupping his face. "I will," Bjorn murmured between his kisses. "I will tell you, Erna." He knew he needed to explain his past. He had been explaining himself to everyone else these past days, but just for this moment, he wanted a break. Just for now, he wanted to hold her. To be in her arms, as much as he needed her in his. The kisses on her neck and shoulder burned hot against Erna's skin. She had read that book over and over again while waiting for Bjorn these past few days. She had spent the last year as the villainess who stole Princess Gladys' place, ignorant of the truth that shattered her into pieces. But even in those moments, she thought of Bjorn, of how he must have felt when his wife gave birth to another man's child, and yet he covered her sin and gave up the throne. No matter how much profit the kingdom gained from it, the pain Bjorn must have suffered could never be erased. Erna's mind raced with those thoughts as the man clinging to her lifted his head and smiled. It was a rare smile, the devil's smile of the man she loved. Suddenly, Bjorn lay against her, lingering at her neck, breathing in her very essence. It had been so long since he'd felt such peace. The warmth was so comforting that he soon drifted to sleep. "Bjorn," Erna whispered, turning to him. But his breath was already even. He had fallen asleep. Tightening her clothes, she sat up. Somehow she was reminded of her place, to smile, to be obedient, just like those artificial flowers, existing only for Björn Dniester. A cheap flower he had paid too much to purchase. Erna rose to fetch the large container of water, then sat back beside her husband, gently wiping the sweat from his body. It had been so long since she'd looked at his face this closely. Earlier, when he walked into the room, she had wondered what kind of expression he would wear, what words he would say. She could never imagine this arrogant man apologizing. But this she never expected. She only wished he had told her. She would have accepted being the villain in the public's eyes, if only he had told her. She had endured so much, yet even though this man witnessed his wife's pain and shame up close, he still chose to keep it a secret. If the poet's story had never been published, he would have let her live. Her entire life as a fool, lying to her, and to their child as well. That very thought broke Erna. Tears fell uncontrollably, landing on the man's face. She hurriedly wiped them away, afraid he might wake. Usually, he was such a light sleeper that she always had to be careful around him, but today he slept as if unconscious. He must have been exhausted. She lay beside him, overwhelmed by the terrible sense of betrayal, and yet, still, she could not hate this man. She remembered their first night, how she stayed awake just to watch him sleep. Those small things had once made her feel as though they were truly husband and wife, but now, could that really be called love? She covered her mouth to stifle her sobs. She felt hopeless, bound to Bjorn for the rest of her life. Just like when she once wondered how many fake flowers she would need to make to repay the debt she owed him. And because she could not repay him with flowers, she herself became one. A flower meant to exist the way he wanted her to be worth the price he had paid. But there was the problem. She no longer believed she could be a flower that never withers. As she gazed at the man beside her, his eyes suddenly fluttered open. Erna froze. What should she do? Was he awake? So many questions spun in her head. But he only raised his hand, pulled her into his arms, and fell back asleep, holding her tightly. His embrace was still as comforting as ever. So, for now, she chose to feign ignorance. She told herself that tomorrow morning, Bjorn would explain everything, and she would once again become a pretty flower for him. One day, their baby would arrive, and everything would be okay. They would become the perfect family, living happily ever after like in the fairy tales. And, with those thoughts, woven from both hope and lies, Erna found peace in his arms. Inside the main city, Bjorn's friends witnessed the scene of people burning portraits of Bjorn and Gladys in rage. One of them sighed, unable to believe these were the same people who just last week had hoped for their reunion. "Will Bjorn be okay?" one asked. "Well, he kept it a secret this long. There's no need to worry about him," another replied. "But I'm not sure about the Archduchess, but surely she already knew about it," someone else suggested. "Of course. What husband would keep something like that from his wife? And she volunteered to be the villain. Must be true love," the man said. Just then, another man came running with breaking news. The opera singer, who was rumored to be Bjorn's lover after his divorce from Gladys, had admitted it was all a lie. Meanwhile, in the castle, Bjorn sat at the breakfast table, reading that same news. Mrs. Fitz entered, urging him to pause his activities for a while before he made himself sick. He only laughed. "If I get sick, you can sing me a lullaby," he teased. He had paid a lot to keep that singer's mouth shut, but in the end, she broke their contract. It didn't matter now. In fact, it wasn't a bad thing for Erna to know. After waking up in Erna's room last night, he had realized just how pathetic he had been. As his mind cleared, the feeling of self-hatred only grew heavier. He hadn't wanted to wake her, so he left silently. She already knew everything from that book. What was the point of saying it again? But if she wanted to hear it from him, he could certainly do it for her. He decided he would tell her everything at dinner time tonight. "Don't you have something to tell me, Your Highness?" Mrs. Fitz asked gently. Bjorn looked at her, his gaze warm. His mother had once suggested he should confide in Madame Fitz, but his love for his old nanny was different. It wasn't that he didn't trust her, he trusted her completely. But spoken words never stayed secret. The best way to keep something hidden was to remain silent, and to minimize how many people knew. He had only told his father, mother, and brother, because they were the ones who stood to lose the most. "You're pretty, even as an old woman, Madame Fitz," Bjorn said suddenly, smiling. Startled, she blinked. "Your Highness? I'm fine, Madame Fitz. No need to worry, and I mean it." He gave her his carefree smile, looking straight into her eyes. She nodded at last, her heart heavy yet proud. Bowing deeply, she whispered, "You've been through so much, Your Highness." Later, after dressing, Bjorn left for work, determined to return as soon as possible. Inside the mansion, one of the maids cried out, "How could Princess Gladys do this?" Lisa stayed quiet, just listening. She still couldn't believe how quickly people's words had turned upside down in only a week. The prince, once mocked as the poisonous mushroom, was now praised as a hero who sacrificed himself for the country. And the Archduchess, once ridiculed, was now seen as a saint, a woman who had knowingly volunteered to be the villain. The other maids began blaming Gladys for all their rude and improper behavior toward Erna. Some even murmured that the prince should regain the crown. Lisa's anger boiled over. "This is ridiculous," she shouted. "You were all responsible for your own actions. Don't just blame Princess Gladys, you were just as bad as her." But the maids only persisted. "It was because the princess fooled us." Lisa clenched her fists, ready to argue more. But before she could, the bell from the Archduchess's room rang out sharply. The urgent sound made her heart race. Without another word, she ran toward Erna's chambers. At Friar Bank, Bjorn's meeting with the ministers dragged on endlessly, reviewing investments across various departments until finally everything was settled. As the session ended and the ministers began leaving, they murmured among themselves, amused that the prince had shown up at the bank even after the recent uproar. Truly, they said, the prince's love for money was legendary. Looking at him, who would believe he had been the victim of a marriage scam? And more than that, would he return as crown prince? The question lingered in their whispers. Bjorn also rose to leave, but before stepping out, he suddenly turned to one of the men, his assistant at the bank. "Don't you have a child?" he asked, startling the man with a sudden change of subject. "Yes, I have 2 sons and a daughter," the man replied, bewildered. "Good," Bjorn smiled faintly, slipping on his gloves. "Then may I ask you for a favor?" At Schuber Mansion, Mrs. Fitz hurried into the Archduchess's room, and the sight before her froze her in place. The Archduchess lay in pain, while Lisa was already there, crying loudly as she clung to her mistress. Snapping herself back together, Mrs. Fitz rushed to Erna's side, calling her name. The night before, Erna had felt intermittent pain, but with Bjorn beside her, she endured it. His presence had always been her greatest comfort. But the next morning when she awoke, he was gone, nowhere to be seen. At least, she told herself, she still had her baby with her. She ate her breakfast as usual, but soon the pain began to return. Deciding to lie down, she thought it would pass. After all, her baby was strong like its father, able to endure anything. Surely it would be fine. But the moment she stood to open the curtains, she felt something warm trickle down her legs. At first, shock froze her. She blinked several times, unable to understand what was happening. And then she realized. It was blood. Her heart stopped. Panic surged. "Bjorn!" she cried, her voice trembling with fear, tears welling up as she staggered toward the bell and rang it desperately. She kept calling his name, as if his presence alone could protect their baby, even though she knew he wasn't in the mansion. "The doctor will be here soon, Your Highness. We've also sent word to the prince. He will come quickly," Mrs. Fitz assured her, wiping the sweat from her pale face. "You must endure it a little longer. Do you understand?" Erna nodded faintly, but her mind raced. Would everything truly be all right? Was her baby leaving her because she was too weak? The pain deepened, and with a piercing scream, she clutched the pillow tightly, tears running down her cheeks. At the department store, people were startled to see him, Prince Bjorn himself. It was a rare sight to witness the prince shopping in person. "It is very crowded, Your Highness. Are you sure?" the attendant asked cautiously. Bjorn simply nodded and stepped further inside. The store staff hurried to greet him with utmost respect. "Will you be picking out a toy for your baby?" one of them asked. Earlier, when Bjorn had asked his assistant what gift would be best for a pregnant wife, the man had looked surprised but answered carefully. Flowers, baby toys. The suggestions had been so ordinary that Bjorn felt disappointed. Yet, he also knew Erna. No matter how extravagant the gift, she would only feel troubled. Perhaps something simple really was best. "What do you think would be the right choice?" Bjorn asked, his gaze drifting toward the display. "Do you think it will be a son or a daughter, Your Highness?" the lady asked politely as she began showing him options. Before Bjorn could reply, several women from the crowd nearby called out excitedly, "A son! A daughter! Twins!" Bjorn couldn't help but grin at their guesses. Twins, especially, seemed impossible to imagine. 2 children growing inside Erna's small body. Truthfully, It didn't matter to him whether it was a son, a daughter, or both. Still, now that the question was raised, he found himself wondering, what did Erna think? What did she hope for? And, most of all, whose features would their child resemble more? Unaware, as he pondered these thoughts, the very woman he thought of was enduring everything alone. "I am sorry, Your Majesty. The Archduchess was too frail to begin with, and she bled too much," the doctor explained hesitantly. The Queen, already there, panicked. "There isn't any other way?" she asked, then turned to Mrs. Fitz. "What about Bjorn? Isn't he here yet?" Mrs. Fitz answered with guilt in her voice. "I sent someone to inform him, but apparently by the time the messenger reached the bank, His Highness had already left." The Queen's head spun. Of all times, why now? Mrs. Fitz, stricken with guilt, could only add, "I should have stopped him from leaving this morning, even though it would not change the outcome. At least his presence would have comforted the Archduchess, who kept calling for her husband." The doctor's voice pressed the urgency. "Your Majesty, if you need to decide, it must be now. At this point, we are only prolonging the Archduchess's suffering." From inside, Erna's cries calling out Bjorn's name reached them, breaking the Queen's heart. It was a decision she never wished to face. Elsewhere, Bjorn entered a candy store, calmly selecting the sweets Erna had been craving these days. Seeing him there, the people whispered in awe how rare it was to see the prince in person. To them, it only proved how deeply he adored the Archduchess. At the counter, the cashier hesitated, handing him a small box tied with ribbon. "Your Highness, I cannot take your money. Please, accept this instead. As an apology for all the misunderstandings about the Archduchess." Bjorn glanced at the box. Erna would be happy to know people were softening toward her. But he refused. "I appreciate your kindness, but perhaps another time." He placed the money down firmly. Before leaving, he added, "It would mean more if you gave it to her yourself." At the mansion, the doctor proceeded with the procedure. Erna, drenched in sweat, weakly asked, Is it all right?" He avoided her eyes. Her mind raced. Only one name remained in her heart, Bjorn. She never had the chance to ask if he wished for a son or a daughter. She never dared to ask if he ever wondered whom their child might resemble. Afraid he would only give her that awkward, distant smile. There were so many things she wanted to do with him. So many dreams she kept to herself. She loved alone, dreamed alone, and gave up alone. If only I had been content, being the flower he wanted. Perhaps then, everyone would have been happy. But I forgot my place. Her thoughts ended there. The pain, the child, everything was gone. Bjorn, meanwhile, returned from the city carrying gifts. Looking at the flowers, his mind strangely at peace. Walter Hardy was gone, Gladys's shadow erased. Everything seemed fixed. He only thought of filling Erna's world with blindingly beautiful things for her and their child. But as he stepped down from the carriage, bouquet in hand, Mrs. Fitz came rushing out. She seized his wrist, her voice breaking. "Your Highness," Bjorn froze at her expression. "The Archduchess had a miscarriage." The words drained all color from his face. He stared at her, wide-eyed, unable to breathe. "She has been calling for you the whole time. You must go to her," Mrs. Fitz urged. Bjorn's body finally moved. He dropped the bouquet and his hat to the ground, rushing inside. Mrs. Fitz bent down, lifting the fallen flowers with a heavy sigh. When Bjorn reached the room, he froze at the sight before him. The place was a mess. Doctors and nurses, their clothes stained with blood, bowed at once to the Archduke. The doctor stepped forward, bowing deeply. "I am sorry, Your Highness." Bjorn said nothing. He only strode straight toward Erna's bed, where she lay unconscious, her face pale as paper. But the doctor's voice stopped him. "She must rest as much as possible," he explained nervously. "That is why I prescribed sedatives. I have no excuse, but if I had been more... Get to the point." Bjorn cut him off sharply. The doctor swallowed. "Her body is too fragile. And the child was not strong either. But we managed to avoid the worst from happening. She will recover. Once her body heals, she can still have another child." Bjorn's jaw tightened. He gave only a short nod, and the room fell silent. One by one, everyone left, leaving him alone with her. He sat by her side. The air still reeked of blood and disinfectant. His chest tightened. He wanted nothing more than to take her away from this place. The truth pressed down on him. Their child was gone. He couldn't even name what he was feeling. Only that none of it mattered as long as Erna was alive. That was enough. Her hands were cold in his. He sat there until, at last, they warmed slightly in his grasp. Only then did he stand. His eyes landed on the baby stroller gifted by Duchess Arsène, surrounded by toys and little clothes. His throat went dry, suffocated by the sight. Without a word, he turned and shut the door behind him. Outside, the Queen and others waited, tense and silent. Bjorn stopped before his mother. The rest bowed, offering apologies. He gave a brief nod of acknowledgement. As long as Erna is safe, nothing else matters, he told himself. Miscarriages happen. With time, her body would heal. With time, the pain would fade. He had to believe that. "Clean everything in the Archduchess's room," he ordered curtly. "Make sure it's all gone." Hours later, Erna's eyes finally opened. The first thing she saw was him, his hair disheveled, his expression taut. The room was spotless now, everything erased. Perhaps along with her child, her tears and anguish had vanished too. That was why she felt calmer than she expected. Nothing was left. "I want to change my room," she said quietly, scanning the walls around her. She couldn't stay in a place filled with such memories. "All right," Bjorn answered immediately. He only wanted her to be okay. She gave him a faint smile. Thank you." She was still dazed, yet in that moment, she wondered if her smile was pretty enough to satisfy him. Bjorn only sat there, tense and silent, staring at her as if trying to hold back everything he couldn't say. As time passed, about a month after the incident, Erna adjusted to her days, waking up early for walks, eating on time, resting properly. Her health improved quickly, though at times her body still felt weak, leaving her nauseous. The staff around her had also grown friendlier. She remembered how they once bet that the new Archduchess wouldn't last even a year. Erna sometimes wondered who had won that bet. If it had been Lisa, then perhaps she was now nothing more than Lisa's little trophy. Outside, the news still carried demands for Bjorn to return as crown prince. Erna, however, wondered what her husband truly wanted. It had been a long time since they had a proper conversation. They shared one meal together every day, sat across from each other, exchanged a few words. But when she tried to recall those conversations, there was nothing. Empty silence wrapped in polite exchanges. Letters kept arriving from the public. Some offered apologies, some praised her, and some even shared their own stories of miscarriage to comfort her. She knew it was mostly formality, yet it still eased her heart. They assured her that one day she would give birth to a healthy child. And she knew, as long as she remained married, she was expected to give Bjorn an heir. But the memory of those painful days still suffocated her. Even now she trembled at the thought. A knock broke her thoughts. Mrs. Fitz stepped inside. "The prince would like to have lunch with you," she said. Erna's hands tensed. She looked at her for a moment before finally replying quietly, "All right." Outside, Bjorn sat waiting for his wife. He knew nothing was truly okay, the tension between them heavy. And he had decided today he must end it. He had been sleeping alone for a long time now. Erna no longer woke him in the mornings, an early riser herself, but strangely he found himself rising early too. The bed felt too large without her, the silence pressing on his chest until it was hard to breathe. He was confused, annoyed, and yet came to one conclusion. It was time to return everything to normal. "I'm sorry I'm late," Erna said as she arrived. Bjorn looked at her. She still seemed pale and too thin to him. They sat for lunch, and silence quickly settled again. Bjorn glanced at her, realizing he needed to speak, though Erna seemed not to mind the quiet anymore. She had been like this all autumn. At first he thought it was relief, but now he wasn't sure. "Did you take a long walk?" he asked, breaking the silence. Calmly, she replied that she had gone to the riverside, though not far. "Why don't you learn to ride instead? I can buy you a decent horse," Bjorn suggested. The silence stretched again. Bjorn waited. He had all the time in the world for her answer. At last, Erna gave a small smile. "I appreciate your suggestion, Bjorn, but I like the way things are now, so don't mind me." Her words unsettled him. He could see her smile was not genuine, not pretty enough, and she knew it. She could not fake it any longer, and he hated those made-up smiles. For the past month, their meals had always been like this. Bjorn kept trying, offering her things like today's suggestion of a horse, expensive gifts, solutions. But Erna didn't need them. She suggested visiting Duchess Arsène instead. Bjorn countered, saying they could invite the Duchess here. It would be better. But Erna insisted on going, since the Duchess had come so often these past weeks. Now that she had recovered, it was only right she pay the visit. Inside, she also longed to leave the castle, even just for a little while. From summer through autumn, she had not stepped out, and now the walls suffocated her. The strength of her own urge to leave even startled her. Bjorn studied her for a moment, then said, "All right, go ahead." "Thank you," Erna replied, smiling with that same doll-like smile. "I am fine. I am sorry. I'm tired of you parroting such empty lines," Bjorn said suddenly, frustration slipping through. Erna lowered her gaze. She knew he was trying. She knew what he wanted wasn't grand, only for her to be by his side as a faithful wife. And yet, she couldn't do it. Everyone in the mansion treated her kindly, her needs were met, life was peaceful and cozy. But she didn't know how to be that wife anymore. "The new bed will arrive tomorrow," Bjorn said, raising his glass. "Tell Madame Fitz if you need anything changed in the decoration." Erna looked down. In truth, she wasn't ready. "Bjorn, she began. "Do you still need more time?" "How much longer?" he asked, reading her expression. She knew if she asked, Bjorn would give her more time. But how long? A week? A month? She didn't know anymore. "You said husband and wife must share the same bed no matter what," Bjorn reminded her. "Have you already forgotten how the Archbishop told us to walk the thorny path together?" Erna stared at him. They were husband and wife, yet their view of that bond was never the same. That truth made her miserable. His gaze and voice were sweet, almost like love. And once, she had wished for that. But now, it only brought despair. She nodded hopelessly. The next day, Erna arrived to meet Duchess Arsène. Bjorn had a prior commitment, so he couldn't accompany me," she said apologetically. "Good thing," the Duchess replied with a smirk, sipping her tea. "I didn't want to see him anyway." They sat together, chatting about many things. But as the Duchess looked at Erna, her heart ached. She could see how much the young woman was withering inside. "You don't have to try so hard, child," she advised gently. The Duchess remembered the day Isabel told her Erna hadn't known the secret either. That discovery had filled her with fury. She had called them all cowards, the king, the queen, even Crown Prince Leonid, and all three had lowered their heads in guilt. She understood why Bjorn had done what he did, and the weight behind it, but still, it was hard to accept. And if it was hard for her, how unbearable must it have been for Erna? "I'm fine, Grandma. I mean it," Erna said softly, trying to reassure her. But the Duchess knew better. She could see clearly what a terrible liar Erna was. As they continued talking, a maid entered and bowed. "Prince Bjorn has arrived." Erna froze, eyes widening in shock. Bjorn was here. When Bjorn arrived, they sat for dinner together. Everyone ate in silence. Bjorn's gaze lingered on the woman before him. Erna only nibbled at her food, eyes down, never once looking at him. He had canceled his entire schedule just to attend this dinner, hoping to see her smiling, laughing, and at ease. Instead, she still felt so far away, so distant that it was driving him mad. From the corner, Duchess Arsene observed her grandson carefully. She had invited Erna in hopes of persuading her to stay for a few days, but this wolf had stormed in to fetch his wife. Clearly, he would not allow it. With a sigh, she thought to herself that the apple had not fallen far from the tree. Philip, Bjorn's father, was a capable man, but when it came to his wife, he too had been a fool. The Dniester men, it seemed, had no idea how to use their clever minds when it came to love. Time passed, and finally the Duchess suggested that Erna should not overexert herself and should head home. Bjorn smiled and nodded, shameless as ever, which only made the Duchess shake her head. Still, she thought, once tamed, Bjorn might make a decent husband. But it was going to be a rough road. As they said their goodbyes, Bjorn helped Erna into the carriage. Before he followed, the Duchess leaned in and whispered, "Why don't you try romancing her? You can be quite charming when you want to be, can't you?" Bjorn frowned. "Are you drunk?" he asked, confused. "Even drunk, I'd be better at romance than any Dniester man," she quipped. Bjorn only grinned at her boldness, amused, and stepped into the carriage. As it rolled away, the Duchess sighed. Why was it that Dniester men always fell for women so completely opposite to them? On the way back, Erna's head drooped onto Bjorn's shoulder, and she fell asleep. His chest eased at the sight. Yet as soon as they reached their stop, her eyes opened slowly. "Sleep more, Erna," he whispered, turning his face toward her. She looked at him for a moment, then suddenly jolted upright. "It's okay, I'm fine. I'm sorry," she said quickly. Her words struck him like a blow. Earlier, when her head had rested on his shoulder, he had been certain things were improving. That when she woke, she would look up at him with a smile, and slowly they could return to the sweetness of before. Maybe he had been impatient, but once again, here they were, back to the beginning. Nothing had changed. "Erna," he called, desperation in his voice. She turned toward him. Her eyes were clear, yet empty. The sight suffocated him. He wanted his smiling Erna back. The irritation, the helplessness. It was enough to make him reckless. "About what happened, Erna," Bjorn finally started. "You wanted to hear how I came to divorce Gladys, right?" Erna said nothing, only nodded silently, lowering her gaze. "That was classified information between the two nations," Bjorn explained. The day he decided to tell her that incident happened, he had decided not to speak of it, thinking it would only hurt her more. Looking back now, maybe he had simply been a coward. "Did you worry that I would not be able to keep it a secret?" Erna asked quietly. "It wasn't a matter of trust," he replied. "It was an agreement between Lars and Lechen. I had to honor it. It would have been the same even if I had married someone else." Erna understood. He was a prince of a nation first, before being her husband. His duty always came before her. But, Bjorn, you saw how much I suffered," she said, her voice trembling. "You were there witnessing everything. If that poet's story had never been published, it would have remained a secret. Even after our baby was born, our child too would have lived under the shadow of Princess Gladys and her son, just like I have." "Yes, you're right," Bjorn admitted. He had always intended it to be that way. "But still, Erna, I would have compensated you and our child in some other way." "Compensate?" The word pierced her. She didn't want compensation. Bjorn reached out, caressing her cheek. "Erna, everything is okay now." In his eyes, Gladys's shadow was now gone completely. The public now saw Erna as a loyal, true wife, the character in a fairy tale who always endures hardship and is rewarded in the end. But Erna could not bring herself to tell him the truth. That every time she thought of her child, she feared it would suffer the way she had. That she loathed herself for not being like Princess Gladys. That she had prayed their child would resemble its father, so it would have only the best in life. That had been her only wish. She couldn't say it. Instead, tears formed in her eyes. Bjorn looked at her silently. Then he leaned forward, lowering himself until his lips met hers. Erna's tears spilled over as he kissed her. and he swallowed them as if desperate to erase them. After a week, Erna went on a tour with Mrs. Fitz, as the interior designer showed her the new room. The bed stood in the center, flowers placed everywhere, arranged according to her supposed liking. "Is there anything else you'd like changed, Your Highness?" the man asked politely. "It's beautiful. Thank you," Erna replied with her practiced smile. When everyone left, she stood there quietly, taking in the view of the room. Bjorn had given her time, but that time ended this week. By tonight she was expected to move into this room, with him. Her eyes fell on the large bed, his words echoing in her mind. But was she truly ready to take her place as his wife here? She didn't know. Bjorn received a letter from Leonid, informing him of Gladys's brother's arrival in Lechen. With frustration, he ordered the carriage to be prepared. For Leonid to write him personally, it must have caused enough trouble. The treaty between the two nations was broken, but as close allies, Lechen still had to show respect. And that was exactly why Gladys's brother, Alexander, was throwing such a tantrum. As Bjorn marched toward the entrance with his attendant, a voice stopped him. "Bjorn," Erna called. He turned to see her standing there. "I heard you were going to the castle?" she asked anxiously. He strode to her. "Yes, I must go see that crybaby prince," he said lightly, then leaned down and pressed a soft kiss on her lips. "I'll be back, Erna." Before stepping into the carriage, he turned again. "Have you moved all your things?" "Yes," Erna replied, obedient as ever. "I'll be back soon, Erna," he repeated once more. She only smiled at him, the kind of smile that never reached her eyes. Bjorn sighed inwardly at that awkward smile again, but said nothing as the carriage finally pulled away. That night, after her bath, Erna followed her usual routine. The maid guided her to her newly prepared bedroom, wished her good night, and left. Erna gave a faint nod, then stood there taking in the unfamiliar room. 1 year. It had been 1 year since her marriage. Back then, how naive she had been. A wife's duty was to entertain her husband in the bedroom, perhaps her greatest use to him. At the capital castle, Bjorn sat lazily, remarking, "Should I kill him? How about it, Leo? I could send his head to Lars and declare war. You and father could handle the rest." "Oh, I'll pitch in financially," Leonid sighed. "Violation of treaty, domestic isolation, war reparations. If you can handle all of that too, then I'll consider it." Bjorn grinned. The session with Gladys's brother was dragging longer than he expected. Alexander kept sobbing, blabbering about his sister's pain, her suffering, over and over again. Clearly, he wanted to appeal to Bjorn's sympathetic side, but Bjorn does not really have one. The book had been published in Lechen, and they had failed to stop it. That was why Bjorn chose to listen to all those cries. But now he had heard enough. It was time to return to his wife. Erna, who had dozed off while waiting, woke again. Bjorn was still not home. If he didn't return tonight, perhaps she would be spared from performing her duty. No, he might still come late. She knew this from past experience. As his flower, she had to look pretty. But the baby was gone. That memory returned to her again. When she woke after the miscarriage, everything had already been cleared away on Bjorn's orders. He hadn't said much when they first learned of her pregnancy and after. The loss. He never spoke of the baby again, as if it had never existed. Maybe that was his way of being considerate, she thought, protecting her from further pain. She tried to understand, and yet, tears slid down her face. She rose, looking for something to wipe them away, but her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. She kept whispering to herself that she was fine, but she wasn't. Her first night after marriage had been terrifying, waking up alone, hated by the world for taking Princess Gladys's place. Her husband had refused to give her his heart. She had been hurt again and again, yet still she couldn't stop loving Bjorn. That love made her endure. She tried again and again to love him, believing it was as easy and natural as breathing. But now, she couldn't breathe anymore. She had to admit it, she couldn't love Bjorn any longer. Every time she thought of their future, there was no next chapter in their marriage. She had to accept it. "Hello, my good wife," Bjorn had greeted her on their first night. If he came to her again with those same words, what would she do? She wasn't his good wife anymore. She wasn't his flower. She couldn't smile for him. She couldn't love him. Erna pushed herself up, steadying her body. The baby was gone. She was useless now. So why should she even stay? Her grandmother had wanted her to live a happy life, but in her heart, Erna whispered an apology. She couldn't be happy. The debt she owed Bjorn had been repaid with the year she spent as his trophy, and his shield, and even if it wasn't enough, she couldn't endure it any longer. She staggered to the dressing area, leaving her nightgown behind in pieces scattered. Across the room, like remnants of everything she could no longer hold together, the carriage rolled toward the castle, Bjorn's head heavy from drink. He was late again. Erna must already be asleep. He hadn't meant to, but he kept making her wait. Before leaving, Leonid had told him to think seriously about the crown. "Why? If I want the position, are you willing to give it back to me?" Bjorn had asked half-jokingly. "Yes," Leonid had answered, his expression serious. "If that's what you and the people want. So, Bjorn, think hard about what you really want. I'll wait for your answer." Bjorn didn't understand. He had given up the crown cleanly, and never regretted it. yet now everyone was making a fuss. Leonid had worked for years to hold the position, and he had his supporters. Bjorn had no desire to dwell on it. He only wanted to go back to Erna, to fall asleep with her in his arms. Finally, the carriage stopped. Bjorn stepped down, unsteady, brushing off his attendant's offer of support. He staggered through the corridors toward their room. Should he knock? She must be sleeping, but he only wanted to see her face. He opened the door, then froze. Fabric lay scattered across the floor. "Erna!" he called out. No answer. He rushed through the room, checking corners, but there was no sign of her, until his eyes landed on the wardrobe. Clothes were pulled out, drawers half open, messy and chaotic. That wasn't Erna. No one but her ever touched her things. Bjorn ran a hand through his hair, panic rising, then yanked the bell cord, waking the entire mansion. On the other side, Erna reached Buford train station. She hesitated for a long moment before stepping onto the train, but in the end, she boarded. The girl who had once arrived with big dreams was now leaving in this state, running away. She no longer wished to love. She had tried because she loved him, but all she received in return were wounds worse than surrender. "You can stop searching for her," Bjorn ordered, reading the letter in his hand. "But, Your Highness..." "We must find the Archduchess," Mrs. Fitz said carefully. "You can go now. Thank everyone for their hard work." "That is all," Bjorn replied, pressing a hand to his throbbing head. Once the room was empty, his gaze fell back to the letter. "Dear Bjorn, I am sorry for leaving like this, but I think this is where our marriage ends." Hadn't he lowered his guard because she had always been so docile? Yet here she was, stabbing him in the back. With a bitter smile, he read on. "I wanted to be a good wife. I wanted to take responsibility, but I am afraid that will only bring misfortune and pain to both of us. Your name is cleared now, so you don't need a trophy wife anymore. And I don't wish to be married to a husband I no longer love." Bjorn's eyes widened. "A husband she no longer loves. So, that's it?" he muttered, lips twisting into a sharper smile. Love? That was her excuse? Earlier, when he thought Erna had disappeared, he had panicked as if the world had ended. "Find Erna right now!" he had shouted, turning the house upside down like a madman. But then Madame Fitz had brought him this letter. "I owe you so much, but our marriage has become meaningless. I believe it would be better for me to leave, instead of causing you more inconvenience. I left my bank book for you, to pay you for that trophy. Thank you for your kindness, and I am sorry for leaving like this. I am returning to where I belong. Let me know once you are ready. I will try to finish things in a timely manner. Erna." His eyes shifted to the bank book lying on the table. Ridiculous, he scoffed. Did she want him to kneel and profess his love to her? Was that why she left such a letter? Poor Erna Dniester. She had lived with him for a year and still didn't know her husband. She had only taken a few of her old dresses, leaving behind everything else. To Bjorn, that was clear proof. She didn't intend to leave forever. Our marriage is over. I no longer love you. Cliché words, a trivial rebellion. With that cold assurance to himself, Prince Bjorn rang the bell. "Close the curtains. Bring my meals to my room." Erna's little escape only made him laugh. And that was all. With that, Bjorn Dniester shut himself away, closing the door and drawing the room into darkness. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and share your thoughts in the comments. If you enjoyed this and want to be part of our growing community, hit join to support the channel. Take care and see you soon.